hearing a scream on my TV. It must be JD on another angry spree. Don't give your opinions that are different than his. Don't even say you're a fan of Alexa Bliss. You can't win with him. He used to trash people for loving Monday Night Raw. Now he loves the show, he praises it cause H wants to get his stars on draws. Look at this guy, he goes to gym, but he looks bloated. The guy's a loser at life, and all he does is watch and talk about wrestling. His brain is rotted. I never seen someone think they're such an expert and act exceptionally retarded. He's probably gonna block me too if here's his track, or he already did and he would die hearing my diss track. It's gonna be funny when he hears it more, baby dig rage. Probably block everyone else out of anger, he's enraged. I used to like the guy, to be honest, but he's always on a rampage. The guy carries the mentality of a teenager. Now I'm curious how he would handle being a park ranger. Never mind, he will probably block people for their opinions on wrestling. The guy is the definition of never ever will have a wedding. Don't know whether to feel bad for him or just laugh at him. Considering how he looks, he does nothing at the gym. I've seen grandmas with better builds than JD, they at least slim. Guy probably never did a push-up. Someone please play the sad sounds of the violin. It's pretty easy to get under the guy's skin. Hey, I got a few more bars, should only take them in. Why you have a 7-inch laptop you never use? That's the message from good old Bruce. You look like a guy who would get raped by a moose. Should probably end this, you already have yourself in a noose.
Alright, stand by. I'm about ready anyway, but I decided to go stream because, like, there's not much else to do. And I haven't streamed in a while, so I kind of just want to get it out there. Yeah, I haven't really been, yeah, yeah, I haven't really been active lately. With the exception of just popping out songs, and that's just about it. So I decided to play one of them. That was mine. Yeah, wouldn't be the standby anymore. Yeah. Hey, my voice is going through. Can everybody hear me okay? Just just to check up. I think so. Looks like my voice is going through. Yeah, anyway, let's get started because like there's a few things that I was talking about within the secret server Discord. And one thing was definitely like YR because like there was Mars Mirror in the Nikki Nine stream. And what it turns out is like Dave Rose is asking about YR calling in and admitting he's gay, which actually is kind of funny to even think about YR being gay because it's not far fetched, but at the same time it's just funny because he's a Christian, or at least self-proclaimed Christian, but he acts gay. So that's what I find funny. But that's another one thing I wanted to talk about. Another thing is like I just wanted to talk about firearms for a second because this does pertain to like the Trump attempt assassination that for some odd reason people just forget about. Like everybody's just like, oh, we just stopped talking about it. Oh, look how Kamala Harris. Oh, look how Kamala is so popular with the freaking audience. You know that some of that shit. But more specifically, like how weapons are, guns are. I had to do a bit of research on it because everybody. I never seen so many people talk about weapons when they're not really accustomed to talk about it in the first place. It's like I don't like people sometimes. But I want to start with YR because that's the thing that people really want to talk about. People love drama. That's just the way it is. Dramatic politics. I have to be creative. Like, how am I going to combine the words? I'll just say dramatic politics. I'll find a way to call it both at once one day. One day. So since we're live, I already put the post in the chat if anybody wants to call in. First, let's just go over YR. Uh, YR has been active as of lately, I've been in his group chats and Skype. Well, I was invited, but I never really participated in them. And then I'm kicked out, and it's like, what's the fucking goal here? Like he hasn't really been doing much of anything. He's been talking about politics here and there, and along with Paul Three and Dr. Earl. Dr. Earl's fine. I don't mind him. And I'm just anticipating when he'll just make up with SC Steve and just bring him back on. Like, you already know that he would like Scott back, right? You know he would like Scott back. That's one thing. And Dave's here. We'll invite him on stage, but I'll finish my statement right here. It is weird to me that YR just kind of starts acting friendly for no goddamn reason because he'll one day shit on you all over the place and like you're this, you're that, and the other. But the moment like Scott is gone and he's now public enemy to him, it's like you're his friend now. So it's like, okay, like what is with the flip flop and shit? Dave, your thoughts?
I'm just tweeting this out right now. But yeah, I just tuned in. You are correct. There's a lot to be said, and more importantly, thank you for having me on your stream today. I've been obviously haven't been able to even stream properly for me to tell people, but due to the fact that my internet connection currently is wonky, I've been working towards getting that resolved. And unfortunately, I have not been able to go live in quite some time. And there's a lot to discuss about, specifically, I think, when it comes to YR. And addressing the points that you were making, this guy is doing things and saying things that need to be addressed. He'll sneak it in here and there when he does say a Music Maniac stream with Dr. Earl, or maybe he calls into Insomniac, says it there. And I again, I know a few things, and it seems that YR continues to have these little chat groups where, they discuss things, and they also discuss on how to, do what they normally do, which is burn things down and try to start problems. And that needs to be addressed, especially the fact that YR, despite saying, oh, I'm never going to deal with these people again, continues to associate with SC Greasy Illegal Steve Mestizo. And I'm done with my initial statement. So please, Bullseye, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you caught some of the things I'm saying, just like you said, because like I do want to just start with YR anyway, because like, that's people love drama anyway. People love talking about drama. So I'll just start with that before we get to the forgetting about Trump assassination attempt, because that's a different one. But one thing that, like I said, like I'm just waiting for YR just to bring back SC Steve. Like I don't even believe that he just disassociated with him. It's not even the first time he'll say something like this. I'm no longer hanging out with him anymore. And it is next thing you know, he's on a show with him talking about like whatever it may be. Like SC Steve is talking about drama himself. So you know,
Can I address that quickly? Can I just quickly say something? On a stream that YR had about 2 months ago, he had SC Steve on there, and he was like saying, "Oh, like me and SC weren't talking for a while. What was it that we were fighting about?" It's hilarious that he even says it on air, because this is something that's occurred for the longest time. Is they'll get into fights, they'll fucking ostracize each other and just not talk, and then, as always, the flip flopper. I mean, YR might as well be a fish out of water, because he's flip flopping everywhere. And eventually they come back together and they join forces and they continue to do their little fucking weak ass shit. And Mestizo's always fucking making fake accounts and trying to get into chats in places that he's not wanted. And it's just pathetic, really. And YR associated with him is even more pathetic.
Yeah, it's just dumb at this point. Like if you're like we already know, like he likes SC. like deep down, he really likes SC, regardless of what he'll say. He likes people like Simo. You know, he's still talking to Simo. You know, he's still talking to guys like Scott. You know, he's talking to these guys. But he also being like, I'm
No,
not associated with.
I can confirm that. Yes, he is. The Sparrows are with me.
Yeah, and it's the most. I don't understand. Like he'll be like, he'll shit on you or me. He's mostly shit on me. I could just pop in the chat, and it's gonna be either or. It's gonna be like, hey, Bolsey, get on the show, or it's like, oh,
did you see his recent video? He uploaded a recent video. I think he's using an AI to do rap tracks, but or I don't even know what it is. But basically, he refers to it as TISM, TIZISM, and that's obviously autism. And again, with you, denthead, that's hilarious, you know, really funny. Or like everyone's got autism, and Bolsey's got autism, and blah blah blah, and Mr. Dr. Earl's got autism, and blah blah blah. And it's just like, what qualifications that this guy has, you know, to even, you know, diagnose that. But more importantly, he's used that against you. It's like all the fucking points he tries to make, and yet meanwhile you've made good points about you know, his actual motivations and not what he says, you know.
And it's because I don't really like listen to Wire. Anytime I see him live, it's just I just pop in the chat to see the reaction, and it's usually like either or. It's like I don't know what he thinks. He just does on everything on impulse. That's just who he is. And I don't expect Wire.
I'd have to disagree with that. Yeah, he's very calculated. He might be a fucking moron, but he's not that stupid. And he does very calculated, astute moves. Very snaky, but he knows what he's fucking doing. He plays people. We know this. And Bolsey, come on, man. Pattern recognition. You got it. You can recognize that YR has, again, say gone at odds with somebody, then snuck up to them and sort of you know, tried to be friends again, backstabs them, and goes through the whole process over and over again. That should be on a fucking t-shirt, you know, like cozy up, backstab, repeat. That's fucking YR's t-shirt.
Suck a dick, kill, repeat, or some shit.
That's actually something else. Something that YR refuses to acknowledge is that the man has the thing that he is, the Skinwalker, owns a very large fucking collection of dildos. Now, skit-wise, okay, maybe you can order up to 3 or 4 if you really, again, are trying to use that as a skit, a funny bit on a show on YouTube. But the man literally has enough to fucking have a whole library full bookshelf worth of fucking dildos and shit. And no straight man does that. But when that's, you know, even addressed with YR, he'll either just shut up and stay quiet, not even address it, right, until somebody moves. And that's actually a psychological response. They've been caught. They can't do anything about it. So and I've experienced this personally. You bring up a really serious topic, and this person will just turn their head away and just stop talking and not do anything until you change the topic, and stay quiet throughout that entire thing. And that's exactly what YR has done. But
I've actually noticed that about YR, but what I noticed more so is that he'll freaking insult you to death and be like, oh, fuck you, you're this, you're that, and just to avoid the topic as much as possible. He'll go on a rant and just...
Great point as well. Attack the messenger, not the message.
Yeah.
And especially going to frivolous things like, oh, this is what you look like. But hold on, we weren't talking about what I look like. We're talking about this situation here, and you're just refusing to acknowledge it, not to mention even discuss it in detail.
Yeah, but let me just address the TISM thing. Apparently, he made a rap song about TISM. So, like,
do you want to play it on the show? I mean, like, he made it.
I haven't listened to it.
Now he's probably taking it down as we speak. But I mean,
well, I mean, I just think I got like 9 viewers up to it in total. So who knows? But I'm just gonna say this right now. I don't know why people come out and act like they know about autism all of a sudden. I don't know where this came from.
It's mostly why.
Where did
yeah.
They like where did these experts? How did they get these expertise for? Like, where did they get it from? Like, what
That's what I've
research
been
did they
saying
do?
forever. Is like, what qualifications does a fucking sign spinner have? Like a fucking actual felon, guy can't even own firearms. Um, what accreditation does he have to be able to say, yes, I diagnose you as my patient, whose physicality or physiology I know so much that I can actually provide the prognosis that that you have autism. In what world does that fucking exist when it comes to YR?
Actually, honestly, like I think this whole autism, I know autism thing started with C Man because it started with him and then it just went down and everybody now starts thinking they know what autism is because they'll just diagnose people like Bullfrog.
Yep.
Oh, he's autistic because we know so much, but like that's your only conclusion to his handicap situations that he's autistic. That's your only conclusion. But it's not just him, but people like to make this conclusion, but never cite the sources for one. Two, they don't even elaborate
Breaking news,
what
Bullseye.
gets.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Not only did I put the link of that it's called Spectrum Warriors by Tism, created by YR. Okay, so he made the band name and the song name, I guess through AI. But he's come up with a video just an hour ago called "New" #autistic #Joe Cronin theme, created by YR #AI. So I was fucking right. He was doing that. Okay, so I put the first link in there in your YouTube chat. Okay, not the StreamYard, and I'll put the second video right now just below it. So if you want to show that on your stream, I think that's fucking genius. And thank you, YR, for the gift that keeps on giving. Retardation across the nation, Groove Station, here with Bullseye.
Yeah, yeah. I'll find a way to. I can actually download this, but not on StreamYards. I'm gonna have to first like download it from YouTube,
Man, your
then
show.
download it.
You're doing me the privilege. I am privileged here on this channel by my apprentice Darth Bullseye to be able to at least expose this bullshit until I got the time and connections proper at my home to finally come back and address these things on my own. But I did tweet you out, and maybe some people will check it out. In fact, I'll put it in my Discord right now. And
that's appreciated because I did get like 10 people in here, so that's good. But
more people. If to just be honest, I do bring the numbers too. That's not fucking tongue in. Well, that is tongue in cheek, but that's not hyperbole. Like, if people knew that I was on here discussing these topics, especially the fucking haters, because they're looking at my channel for some reason, they're not subscribed to you. But if they knew I was on here right now, they would certainly be showing up in droves and getting real mad and probably making videos or new channels on YouTube to fucking come in and attack. But yeah, please continue. I'm gonna promote this right now on my links and shit.
But either way, I'm just gonna say this about those two. I would take a bit because like I would first have to get out of StreamYards, but the stream will be going, and just to download these two onto my hard drive, then go back to StreamYards to download the videos back on StreamYards. So it would be a process. I could make it work. It's just like I don't want to leave you alone. So I'll just say that. But going off of those songs he's been making, it's weird because like he started making these songs right after I started making AI songs. So I'm not sure where these fucking why he's decided to make raps about like autism.
Yeah, like, I think he recognized. Why is a copier? There's nothing original that comes from him. So yeah, it's quite possible that he did listen to your stuff and be like, yeah, I can do that too. Let me take a fucking AI and try to push my narratives and stuff. And everyone has autism. Everyone has autism. I'm Dr. YR. I have autism.
Yeah. Well, let's just say this. I've listened to his Joe Cronin diss track. It was obviously made by AI. That was fucking bullshit trash. Like, there's no way he's wrote that shit. He probably wrote it and thought, this would be really good, and then posted it, and it just like it was terrible. It was really terrible. Like not only his diss tracks alone suck if he raps, but his AI songs suck. Like, if you're able to do that, you're a fucking talented G, just in a terrible way. Like, okay, good for you, I guess. I don't know why he thinks he can just go around talking about autism like he knows, but if I were to have a conversation with him, let's just play with this. If I were to have a conversation with him, an honest, civil discussion about autism, the first thing I would ask is, how do you come to these conclusions that people are autistic? That would be my first question. Like, these things don't just happen out of nowhere. There's like,
Are you asking this honestly? Are you asking this rhetorically, or are you really trying to understand the mind of an ant?
rhetorical.
Because I know that you can draw the conclusions. I've drawn them long ago.
It's a rhetorical because it would be honest, and I would start by like, okay, let's start with this. What? Because either two things: one, he actually gives a stupid answer, or two, he just fucking calls me names, and that's all I really need to know.
No, well, it doesn't even warrant a proper discussion because everyone, even the haters, can fucking see it. It's just like why are we use these ad hominem? First of all, at autism. I mean, with Dr. Earl, it's fun of Dr. Earl with the autism and stuff. He's doing so to take away from the arguments, the ad hominem logical fallacy. So rather than address any claims that are directed towards him, he'll say, I discount your entire opinion because you have autism. Meanwhile, you have this spectrum, you have people who are non-functional, you have people who are totally functional. And it just, exhibits itself in quirks and stuff. You also have situations where people are cured of autism due to a change in lifestyle and diet. But the fact is that he's trying to muddy the waters and diminish anybody's opinion if they supposedly or do have autism. And that's so disingenuous when it comes to having a logical debate, especially when he tries to deflect. Again, you made a great point from the get-go. Why does this guy have so many fucking dildos? Straight men don't have a collection of fucking dildos that they would lend off to fucking the Guggenheim Museum because he's got so many of them. Like, really? Yeah. Who has a collection that big? And it doesn't take it up the pooper. And obviously being male is gay. So, but every time that's brought up, he doesn't want to address it.
Which is just a typical liar thing. Okay, but I did make a video explaining, I don't know if you remember this, but I did make a video explaining neurology on a grand scheme of things, calling Scott McKinnon retarded. So, so I can probably, not just probably, but outright say I have more credentials to discuss autism than Wire can because I've actually explained neurology and how it affects the brain.
Well, I would say also that because you have personal experience with it, that sort of trumps, these sorts of speculations are just baseless. It's a baseless fucking statement. They've got no knowledge of it, but they'll speak so much of it. It's like, and I've made this example in the past. It's like, you don't know anything about plumbing, but then you're going to walk up to the plumber at the Christmas party and try to tell him how to do his fucking job when he's been in it 30 years and you haven't even changed a fucking, a toilet bowl cleaner. Like, it's this arrogance of these individuals who think they can even talk about a subject that they're not even qualified on. And this whole idea that, everyone's opinion matters is absolute fucking bullshit. That's fucking commie talk. And the fact is, no, think about it that way. If you really want to break it down, think it in simplistic terms. Does somebody who has no knowledge about plumbing have any right to fucking go up to an experienced person and tell them not only what's right and wrong, but how to do their job? Of course not. So therefore, opinions can be wrong. Your thoughts?
Yeah, speaking of opinions mattering, first and foremost, that is not just comment talk. That is straight up delusional. Like, if you think your opinion matters, you're a fucking idiot. Yeah. So let me just put it this way. Yes, it's commie talk, and let me just say this. I said this before. Equality talk is commie talk.
It
Anybody
is.
that suggests like if you think you're on the same level of understanding as anybody else when it comes to any sort of situation, let's just talk into autism, and because that's that. It is kind of insulting for one to even suggest to come out and be like, I know how to diagnose autism to people. You're autistic. This guy's autistic. Everybody's autistic. I don't think people understand how insulting it is to the actual people that study and to make these understandings or even come to these proper conclusions. That is actually very insulting to the people that actually had the studies and understandings to these things in the first place. And that people like YR come out and be like, "You're autism. I know how to diagnose you. You're this. Everybody's autistic. Let me post videos or clips of people talking about it, suggesting I know. I have qualifications to talk about it." It's stuff like that. Like you don't have the qualifications. You've never actually had a factual and honest discussion about it. So why are you acting like you know anything about it?
Well, because my opinion matters. Like, it could be totally wrong and, quite evil, but like, my opinion matters because equality or something. Like, somebody on TV told me, like, everyone is the same and, like, you know, eh, we're all equal and all that sort of thing. So I got to believe them. That's literally the mentality. It's like, no, but everyone's not equal. That's just a simple fact. You look at nature, they say, gender is not a social construct. Okay. But in nature, there's no social construct. And you certainly don't have equality now, do you? You have fucking
No.
wolves taking out elks. You have, lions taking out zebras. There's no equality there.
Yep. There's no equality. You know what? Well, let me just say this. I love how people are trying to change the definition of the American independence, like Declaration of Independence. Like, well, we're all equal. Hey, idiot! United States wasn't found on the Declaration of Equality, but the Declaration of Independence, meaning equal opportunity, land of opportunity, not land of equality, land of opportunity, which means you do have opportunities. You just have to earn that equal to be equal to the, your peers or your rivals, right? There's a such thing called capitalism and competition. A lot of people don't like talking about this because they'd rather have an easy way out. So therefore, they push socialism, trying to replace it with capitalism. Oh no, it's everything the same. Don't forget about how retarded he is. You know what? I say retardation can be fixed, but we just promote it. We just promote retardation and act like that's not retarded. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, that's very well said. Socialism basically is lazy people who realize they're too stupid and lazy to work properly in a proper job, so they want everything handed to them.
No shit.
Yeah. So what's up, Vikings fans? Any opinions you got on YR?
Yeah.
Shout out Vikings. Nice to hear you on the call.
What up, DDR? What up, Dave? What up, Bolsey?
What up?
Fuckers. So, well, YR's an expert on autism because he has autism. I mean, what the fuck? I don't
actually, to capitalize on this and actually just to talk about this, it's weird because like if you read anything about autism at all, like let's talk about the spectrum for example. Like let's just go over the spectrums. Like one of them is Asperger's syndrome, and talk about like how people spurg out and all that bullshit.
Well, he has.
You look at like Twitter.
Well,
if you look at like but if you look at like the modern world in general, like anybody that talks about politics, pro wrestling, anything, people spurg out all the time. So like autism is just actually describing normal human beings. So a lot of it, I think, is actually just made up to try to say, oh, you have a disorder, to try to like, because there's those like autistic people who are super geniuses. And one of them, and I'm not a big fan of his, but Tony Khan is a very genius. He's making millions of dollars, billions. Like he's an autist.
Yeah,
But there's just autistic people that are just very genius, and there's
Yeah,
some
but
that
hold
are.
on. Let me get into this. Vikings, I don't think he has autism. I think Wire's a lot smarter than he shows. He's still fucking retarded, but again, like a snake, it's more acting on instinct. And he will do things in an astute way to protect himself, but also sort of, poison things or be able to crawl into a nest and steal chicken eggs, whatever. Again,
What
using the snake analogy. So he knows what he's doing. But
what do you think? He's one of them Victor Scorsese motherfuckers who walks into the police station all gimpy and is perfectly normal. You know what I
I don't know.
that's
Not.
that's a very good theory.
Is that what you're
can't-
sort of trying to
I can't
fucking
dispute
say?
it.
Huh?
No, that's the thing though, is that you raise a good point. Is I can't just discount this idea. It's got me thinking now
Oh, no.
because we know he's capable of shit.
Fuck.
But he'll act stupid. That's the big thing. This is how you know fakes. Fucking YR, Mellow, fucking Greasy Illegal. They act stupid, but they know what they're fucking doing. They know what they're fucking doing, and they're playing people.
Well,
So they try to act innocent and all that, but the truth is that they know what's going on. They're trying to use emotion to manipulate people into thinking they're harmless and that they're not actually scheming against them, behind the scenes.
well, the whole thing with the dildo collection that YR has is he's a closet bisexual. So that's really what that means is that, dude, I mean, there ain't no way he's having chicks over all the time and he needs dildos. I mean, or if he does, then his dick don't work.
But if you look at it the logical way that, okay, this is because he said this, at least on his videos, it's all a gag. It's all about fucking, a video and all that. But again, like I said, 3, 4 at most that you'd buy. These things aren't fucking inexpensive unless he's buying them in bulk from China. But like these things aren't inexpensive, right? Especially the high end ones, which he seems to have. Okay, because we've seen these on his videos. Okay, so he's not buying cheap. And again, just fucking look it up, people. Prove me wrong. It's just like, okay, well, if you're going that far and you're doing a bit, 3 to 4 at max. You can still have them on a shelf and stuff. It'll maybe put some crystal lights, Christmas lights around them, like, something like that. Okay, that's a good skit, whatever. But that man can literally fill a fucking bookshelf with all of them. And we've seen the variety that he's had. And more importantly is, what's the purpose, YR? And also, when he was basically sleeping in hotels when he first came into the community, there was many times he'd publish selfies of himself with the black guys that were in that hotel. So there might have been, there's only 2 queen beds, and there's like maybe 7 guys there, and he was only the only white guy there.
Yeah, you know what he was doing.
But that's the thing. Yeah. Like, have people forgotten so easily? But like he was posting, I think I've got some of these photos, but like, again, in a hotel room, smoking weed, drinking, literally the entire room is filled with blacks, and he's the only white kid there.
Because he's a fucking bisexual. He's not straight. It is what it is.
And when people addressed that to him and brought it up to him, he would just, again, like I explained to Bullsy earlier, is like one of these people that just basically turns away, looks away, stays quiet, and doesn't say anything until you change the topic.
Well, like the thing I was gonna say is that I ain't saying like I'm an expert on autism or fucking nothing like that, but it's like I lived with a girlfriend who had a kid who had autism for like 4 years plus, so I kind of know more of the signs more than YR ever would.
But don't you just think that it just comes down to the fact that literally he just uses it as an insult to other people? He's got nothing. So all he says is, oh, well, you got autism. And in his mind, because it's so limited, he thinks that autism is, well, actually the numbers have gone up a lot since they instituted certain vaccine schedules into young ones.
Of course.
But, yeah, basically, he seems to think that, people have autism. It's said in the news. I can now just declare anyone who disagrees with me as autism.
But
Like, isn't
hey,
that the
Dave,
most dumbest thing?
Dave,
Sorry.
Dave and Bolsey, here's the thing though. YR is also a little bit retarded, and the thing about it is retarded people don't know that they're retarded. That's fucking the problem. So
See, that is true to an extent, but I've done a great job actually fucking forcing retards to see how stupid they were, and they hated it, obviously.
well, that's the problem. They don't know they're retarded. So,
But that's
Well,
why.
the funny thing is about
Don't you think
the
it's a
funny thing
duty
is-
to then remind these idiots how retarded they are? I certainly think it's a holy duty.
That's
yeah.
That's a funny thing, Dave, because I've been in the same situations. Hey, you don't know this, and I get berated by these same people. Like, I mean, I just know more than you. Like that's just the way it is. What do you want me to do? Just shut up and let you say retarded shit all the time?
See, with me, I know I have a little bit of retardation, but it don't matter because I could hide it. So
What we mean by retarded Vikings is these guys are
that's not retardation Vikings. That's I don't give a shit.
yeah, that too. But like I said,
what we mean by retarded Vikings is that they have a delay in their brain. Therefore, like they can't. That means they can't really, comprehend some of the things that we tell them as well as the normal person can.
why ours fucking brain don't quite fucking function at full speed? We get it.
It does not.
We get it.
Not.
Yeah,
So,
but
like,
see, that doesn't take away the fact that he can still be problematic.
Well,
That he can still cause damage. And
Well,
he's
yeah.
done so. Again, this is something that I've been wanting to talk about for a while and just address YR. But you wouldn't even call into fucking Marza's show the other day. But it's just like, dude, I got that 12-hour stream where you fucking threatened just about everyone in the fucking community with some bad things for real. For real,
Wow.
as he says.
Wow.
And
Fuck.
and it's just like, dude, do you want to go back to that? Because a 12-hour fucking stream is something that, for me, if I do it the normal Dave Rose way, that's 8 hours an episode.
Fuck, that's 2 weeks.
Yeah, at least. So do we really want to do that, people? I mean, that's again, I was living my own life and doing my own thing, but they keep gotta, cause problems. And this shit has to be called out because fucking YR is fucking other people over. Let's just fucking be honest.
Well, yeah, you know what he did like a couple weeks ago. He went on Ken's show and then started fucking bashing me. And then the next week, Dr. Brown goes on Ken's show and he's bashing me. So it's like, oh, okay.
My fucking Earl, dude. But hold on. What are your thoughts, Vikings? What are your thoughts on that episode? I guess a month ago, 2 months ago, Tommy was on Ken's show, Insomniac, I believe. And Tommy's on there. He's all cool. He's being nice. YR calls in, starts talking with Ken, blah, blah, blah. Tommy's being quiet. He's being cool.
I was on that call too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You remember. So basically, and when Ken forces the issue on Tommy, who is just trying to be cool and like, again, not involve himself. I've been criticized that, Dave, why won't you be on a call with somebody? It's because I choose not to. Right. And I don't even have to fucking make an excuse or a statement or whatever, like a reason. I don't have to give a reason for fucking making my decisions. That's how it is. And you got to respect that, or I'll just fucking leave. And when push, came to shove, Tommy just laid into fucking YR, rightfully so, because the guy's been in this community for like 8 years or something. He's had a lot of experience, especially with YR. He's seen his stuff, separately. He's right. He's totally right to say, don't push this. I don't want to even talk to the guy. Why should I? I've seen what he's done in the past. I don't want any part of it. So why are you pushing it? Tommy made a great point. Tommy is such a great point is why, I'm just being quiet here. I'll let you, I'll just sit here while you do your show. I won't say anything. I won't involve myself. And then maybe you bring me up again and you ask me a question, I'll answer, but I'm just not going to have a conversation with YR. And I think just Tommy just made a fucking great point when he went on that fucking rant.
Yeah, you knew it was a bad idea to have YR and Tommy on a call together. Yeah.
Well, that depends how you see it, I guess.
Well, but it's YR that sort of started it, sort of, because, well, he did. I mean,
he did.
He did. Tommy. But like Tommy was just staying quiet at that point, and prior to that, Ken and YR were just having a conversation themselves. So it's just like, and I think they were talking sports or something. But regardless, it's like they could have kept it between them, and then moved on. You know,
I wasn't even saying very much. You know what I mean? I was just letting mostly Tommy talk, and then YR, he fucking popped his mouth off, and you know, I knew Tommy was gonna fucking get mad at fucking YR. You could tell. You know what I mean? That it just wasn't a good idea. It wasn't a good idea at all. You know, not to have them two on a call together. But
there's been times, okay, for example, there's been times that Tommy was mad at Mello, but he'd be on the show with Mello, and as long as Ken sort of kept just, you know, speaking different conversations with each of them rather than having them be on the same conversation, the show continued to go well. But then, you know, obviously Mello got involved with a conversation with Tommy, and Tommy's like, okay, I'm out, bye. I think that's a perfectly proper response when dealing with something that you just don't want to deal with. I mean,
yeah, well,
that's just me.
Actually, on the topic of Mello, can I just say something? I've tried to have a religious talk with Mello, but it kind of just ended kind of soon.
Religious? Like, what the fuck does that mean?
I would love to know more about this.
What the fuck does that mean?
Actually, it's
religious. What the hell?
Religious talk. I'm talking like religion.
You were trying to have a conversation. I don't see how Mellow Yellow and you were having a conversation about God, but that's just that'd be kind of
because fucking Mellow worships the devil.
That's what whatever you said it, not me.
This is what I'm trying to get. Okay, can we?
That's funny.
This is my stream, guys. Come on. Anyway, like I try to have this conversation about religion. You come Vikings. Come on, let me finish my statement.
Go ahead, buddy. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Well, I try to have a conversation several times with Mello about religion at least, but it ended kind of pretty soon, and even Ken kind of like, just kind of moved on the topic, which I get why, but it's just like, I would have. Guys, he likes to say things like that.
Why? No, I'm curious why.
Why? What the fuck?
Why what? Why what?
You said you understand why he didn't want to have the conversation. Now, why?
Well, no, I understand why Ken. What I'm saying is Ken kind of like diverted and just didn't want to talk about it. I understand why, because like probably he didn't really want to get into the drama beef, I guess, in that scenario, but at the same time,
hold on. We need to follow this through. Why do you think there'd be a beef or a drama? Like, is there past experience with this? Is again, what makes you pre-decide that there's gonna like that the reason that he would choose to not engage on? Again, I think a question that
I'm saying Ken kind of moved, kind of diverted, like he didn't want the argument about that. I mean, I was trying to address Mello on like he kept saying like Jesus slept around with a lot of women. Like, really?
That's what Mello said. Mello said that. Yeah. Okay, that is blasphemous. Wow. Actually, that's heresy.
Wow.
And I didn't really get to press him on that because, like, anytime that comes up, it's just like the conversation just moves. I don't really
why Mello don't know shit about religion. What the fuck, man?
But either way, I just thought that'd be an interesting thing to hear about. And as far as there could be kind of beef about it, I mean, I've talked to several people about religion itself, you'll have some people that are realistic about it, but others, like, let's say atheists, for example, just for some odd reason have this self-loathing for Christianity. And it's, I'm not sure how else to put it. It's just like you can't really have an honest conversation about it. Now, I never talked to a Jewish person about religion before, but in my
Yeah,
past
yeah,
experience,
you did. You talked to Mello.
yeah, hold on.
He's Jewish.
But
Your meat's cooked up. I put a container out there. Put it in the container and put it away.
okay,
Mello's Jewish.
all right. Anyway, what I'm saying is, it's like you can't really have a conversation about it with some people because they get really really mad about it.
Defensive is the term.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why though. If your faith is something that you value and that you're not embarrassed about, then why would you be defensive in discussing it unless you're trying to hide something, like maybe you're a Satanist? Because honestly, like, why would anybody be? There's some people that fucking go out and hand out Bibles or Qurans or fucking Hare Krishna and give beads and all that shit. Like, there's people who are obviously proud to share their, religion. So why would he not be proud of his?
I don't know. He doesn't seem to know what he's talking about at times when it comes to Jesus. He'll say things like, "Oh, Jesus, when everyone's slipping around with women too." It's like, huh?
Yes, I've noticed a lot of that from him. This is typical of the Jew. This is fact. And he's also, again, shown such disingenuous statements when he's been on streams, when I've discussed again topics similar to that. He still thinks, this is what's funny, is that typical mentality here. But okay, so we all remember the story of New York City, where all what they call the Jewish tunnels, where all these synagogues had tunnels that were going underground New York City and stuff. They found soiled mattresses with shit and blood on there. They had high chairs, children's toys and stuff. And these were all in the tunnels that the FBI, and there's a FBI and police pulled out. And there's a video of the police trying to stop the Orthodox Jews in the synagogue from encroaching on the investigation, where you have the cops who are currently pulling out all this shit that's inside the tunnels and stuff. And the Jews are getting violent. Mello addressed that as saying that was anti-Semitic on Ken's show. And it's just like, but hold on, that has nothing to do with this. This is something that's quite important. And this is another story, like Bullsy and I were talking about earlier, that's been memory hold, including the attempted assassination on Donald Trump. And Google's been involved with that. They've actually shut down the story. When you search it up on Google, they don't give you the hits that were previously covering the story and stuff. And it's led to a downtick in the story being reviewed and discussed, because it still is. But the fact is, a candidate for the presidency of the United States of America survived a fucking attempted assassination, and they're not talking about that.
Yeah. I wanted to just talk about, like, the media doesn't even like talk about the guns. They'll be like, I heard CNN be like, "Oh, we heard loud sounds," but either way, the media itself doesn't even seem to know how weapons work in general, or what guns to use. Like, everybody was like talking about, like, it was an AR style rifle. Like, you think you can fire an AR rifle from the distance Trump was shot at? You're kidding me?
You can.
You can?
Yep. It depends on the distance, though. It also, again, also depends on your ammunition type. But even still, you can from the location they were saying he was located at. But as I've discussed with you in the past, if you look up John Cullen on X, this guy's probably done the best, and I've been following a lot, but this guy's probably done the best analysis, the forensic analysis necessary from multiple sources of the attempted assassination. And there are at least 4 different shooters that are identified based on, again, the forensic investigation, acoustics, and trajectories, and so forth. There's a lot of people that actually got injured, and that is also something that hasn't been discussed. But there's been, again, there's counted 8 to 10 shots that were made. Several people got injured. That's, again, not even being discussed. But that also, all that information, if it was included and discussed, on a higher level than what currently is, that is to say, in the mainstream where everyone gets to hear it, and it's not being censored, people realize instantly that if so many people got injured, if we have all these number of shots that are going on during a crucial moment where they had to be able to get this right, there's at least more than one fucking shooter. What does that mean? That means, obviously, conspiracy. So anybody that from this point forth, or from the point it happened forth, says, oh, well, you're just talking conspiracy theories. No, it's a conspiracy fact. More than one person involved fits the definition of conspiracy. And I've had this discussion with people literally in real life where I tell them, okay, well, for example, the Kennedy assassination, FBI confirms in their new released documents that there was more than one person involved in the shooting, multiple shots fired from different areas. That fits the definition of conspiracy. And when you present it to other people, it's like, no, that has nothing to do with you being this kooky person to imagine these weird things. The CIA, again, after the Kennedy assassination, decided to use a psychological operation on the populace to label anybody that questioned things as a conspiracy theorist, but they're twisting words, as Satanists always do, and saying that questioning is bad, and therefore you are this crazy person. They totally twisted definitions. That's what Marxists do. Is it all goes back? It all goes back, people, to this commie shit. Sorry, Bozy, I just realized how long I was fucking talking. It's not my channel. I can't do that shit. Dude, you got to remind me where I am. Come on, man. This is your job. This is your channel. You are the king here in your castle.
Well, time for me to speak then. Bozy speaks now. So to talk about the Trump assassination on the people that were involved, I got to point out that 2 bodies were dragged out after the assassination, which were the shooters. So that's one thing that they're also not talking about. Like, they actually already got the shooters, but they're still trying to say, hey, we got shooters. This kid right there that's apparently dislikes Trump and Biden, but he's not in custody at all. Like, that's one thing that they're just not doing at all. And another thing is that, like, they just completely stopped mainstreaming the shooting at all. Now they just switched it from talking about the Trump assassination. Oh, look, he's old now. Now they're just criticizing for being old and talking about how popular Kamala Harris is, even though the popularity doesn't exist at all. So you know how things switched so fast? They just started moving the goalposts. Like, no, he's old. This, and that. Now it's no longer. We're not even focused on the assassination attempt anymore. It's not even the first time that they tried to kill Donald Trump. Any thoughts, Vikings? Yeah, I'll take that as a no.
Vikings, anyway. Come on, man. I spoke enough. I'm just thrilled to be able to speak on the internet, and it actually works. But soon I shall fix everything. at my domicile, and the
Yeah,
internet
but I think
will return to greater ages.
yeah, but I'll take Vikings silence as a no. Either way,
You could have probably just stepped away to have a smoke or take a piss or something like that, but he's still on the call, so I know that he's still around. But
yeah,
he is the type to walk away and take care of things. That's okay.
yeah, yeah. But
But
furthermore, on the assassination, it's funny to me that FBI, from all this time investigating, just all this time, even though CNN already had the fucking bullet, using high advanced cameras to capture the bullet, even though they're never there at Trump rallies, how coincidence. It takes them like weeks on end to confirm, like, yes, it was a bullet that tried to hit Trump. You don't say. After some firefighter died from a bullet shot. So it's less like, they're not even investigating anything regarding the shooting anymore. They're just biding time, and they got enough time so they can just switch everybody else's freaking attention to something else. So now everybody doesn't even care about it anymore. Google doesn't even have, when you try to search assassinations, Trump doesn't even show up. That should be mainstream still. You remember like 8 years ago, they'd be talking about like the Russian collusion or Russia interfering with elections for months on end, or government months on end, how he had sex with a woman months on end, how he's a felon. They still talk about how he's a felon. Like he's like the number one when it comes to any other situation, but the assassination, they don't even talk about that at all. What does that tell you?
even further than that is why are all the search references going down statistically? Because they're blocking this, and on top of that, it's being accelerated by the media that should be talking it right now. Again, a presidential candidate on the final trail for election endures an assassination attempt, and they don't discuss the shooter, they don't discuss the motives, they don't try to again, it's totally justified for the Marxists, the commies, because Orange Man bad, so basically whatever, this is just how democracy has to work. And yet meanwhile, I'm fucking ranting from the ceiling, continuing to remind Americans, as a Canadian born in Argentina, that it's a fucking constitutional republic. This psyop that fucking Kamala Harris, yes, Kamala, not Kamala, fuck her, fake black, not black. She was raised in Canada. And her name is actually Camille, and it's now been released that she attended the Soviet Union prior to its breakdown at actual commie camps. I don't remember exactly what I was going on about, but yeah, I'll shut up now.
Well, we're talking about the Trump assassination attempt, Dave. And honestly, like, you know how commies are. Anybody that acts like anything like Kamala in a Soviet Union style bullshit. Oh, she looks like the color of her skin. We'll vote for her because we believe in equality. We'll kill anybody that disagrees with us. They're the type of people to do that. And if I've actually talked about the history of the Soviet Union, and they're like, I'm not remember exactly, but they had something like Vanguard guard going around and threatening people, and then influence their opinions. You think this will kill you? Something like that. Same thing with the United States. But this is one thing that nobody wants to talk about. Democrats have participated in BLM and Antifa riots to coerce people to voting the left, to threaten people, to terrorize people. Hey, you vote this, we'll kill you. They've done this before. This is the kind of people we do. Now, considering all that, this is going to lead to the Trump assassination. They've also called Trump a fascist. They've called for violence, right? Not even the first time they tried to assassinate him. This has been going on for 8 years, trying to convict him of a felon. Still haven't done that, but they still call him a felon because he slept with a woman. Literally, that's why they call him a felon, because he slept with a woman. All right? By the way, he's not a felon. That was a civil issue. There was not enough proof to consider it a white-collar crime. Either way, Try to convince
Also,
them about
you should have at least addressed the fact that they actually changed the law at the last moment to allow for that definition to prosecute Trump. So they literally manipulated the law in a rush so that they could nab Trump under clearly pretentious fucking charges.
that is actually important to note that they actually do change laws and definitions. Just so they've done that when Trump tried to get Biden's Hunter's son investigated in Ukraine because he was doing something illegal, and there was laptop situations that somebody turned into the FBI and they purposely withheld that information. Not to mention Hunter Biden threatening the prosecutor, prosecutor, well, at least threatening Ukraine to fire the prosecutor so his son doesn't go into prison or something like that. And then the Democratic Party tries to prosecute Trump for digging dirt up on Trump and literally try to change the law so like they can prosecute him. They've been doing that too. So considering all this, considering that FBI withheld information since the get-go, since Obama also planned things like to stop his dream is to stop the Trump party. He doesn't like Trump himself. Like you go into any of his tweets, he just dislikes him at all. And not to mention one more thing to point out: Biden's saying there's a bullseye on Trump's back. Considering all that, and considering the people that
And
were
the
there,
timing,
at the
hold
rally-
on, you're forgetting the timing. This is why the details would, people want to say shit, fine, but if you're not paying attention and you're not fucking looking into this, then shut your fucking mouth, because the timing, it's more than just one thing. People have to keep that in mind. The timing was perfect if you were trying to plan the assassination of a presidential candidate. He basically gave the go-ahead from that party to engage in violence.
Yep.
And but that's the thing, though. He's been doing so in the past. Obama did so, certainly. But that is something people again want to. I guess they want to forget this because it's too inconvenient. But it's also the fact that it's the timing. It's the timing that people need to look at this shit.
the timing where we're just in the midst of an election and Trump tried to die. That's what Dave is talking about.
Yeah.
Just so you know. Now, going all of that, even the security team that were supposed to protect Biden at the rally at, I believe it was August 13th, or was it August 13th? Well, either way, the shooting happened. And the people that were there supposed to be protecting Trump, it was Biden's appointees. Now, thinking of all that, who do you think tried to kill Trump?
George Soros.
Who do you think planned the assassination on Trump? Going off of all that, calling him a fascist, calling him all these things, trying to get him into prison. None of that worked. You don't think they would try killing him?
But yeah, I'm saying George Soros did it. I think.
I'm saying it's kind of the whole. I think it's just the Democratic Party that tried to kill him in general because those same people.
Soros is connected to him, so I wouldn't be
Either way. You okay, Dave? You're coughing.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, but either way, what I'm saying is like the whole Democratic Party.
The shooter was on top of a building that was owned by Soros.
Oh yeah.
It's a little bit more complicated than that, but
BlackRock. BlackRock.
It's companies underneath BlackRock and the companies above BlackRock, but these companies are all, and this is used in business terms. Okay, people, I know what I'm talking about. But it's incestuous, so they keep the money in the family. That's how it works. Yeah. So these are, and that's the thing, though. People don't realize when you do that, what's it called? Money laundering. These guys are just basically moving money throughout the entire fucking system, and they've got a lot of control. Like, it's just it's not difficult to understand this stuff. I think Billsy was talking about, I believe, earlier about understanding the math. Yeah, it's not difficult. But if people are ignorant of it, all you got to do is look into it, and you'll learn, and then you won't be ignorant. But this shit is happening, and it's happening with our money.
That's what's fucking crazy about it. Soros, he got $25 billion that he just gave to his kid. So, and that's it's Clinton money too, and Obama money. It's all.
It's all money laundering. All these big people who get donations and stuff when they do campaigns and shit. Like Obama will go through. Do these speaking tours and stuff, get like $500,000 or more, or 1.5 million to do I think Big Mike, Michelle Obama gets like 1.5 million for speeches and shit.
Yeah, they get paid a lot of money for that shit.
You know what they then do? They basically donate these things to these PACs. The super PACs and shit, political movements and all that. They get a tax return and stuff. And it's all fucking money laundering. And people don't seem to realize that.
That's why
they get their money back, and then they keep, investing in all sorts of things, but they've got the ability to fund other companies who then do the exact same thing. They donate their fucking money to a fucking nonprofit and then get their money back and all that sort of shit. It's all fucking a trick.
Mm-hmm. And it's just like too when they're like passing all the bills, and they're fucking funneling money out of them, like the bills for Ukraine, and the politicians and shit are just funneling money out of it.
That's the second biggest fucking money laundering operation since fucking the vid. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, the motherfuckers got caught with like 500 fucking million plus. And fucking, they knew they took it, and they were like, "Oh,"
United States,
and they're like, "Oh, that's okay. It's okay. You don't got to pay it back or nothing like that." And they didn't even go to jail or nothing. It's like, what the fuck, man?
Here's the thing about this.
Dollars. You could steal $500 million and get away with it.
Yeah, but here's the thing about all of this: trillions of dollars the United States is spending. Trillions of dollars, and it's on foreigners. Think about that. Most of that, and it's coming out of the middle class wage pocket. A lot of people like to say things like, and I really dislike this because they'll say things like, "The rich don't have to pay taxes." Guy, guess what? Guess who's giving them that leeway? That's right. Politics.
The rich.
They're rich, and guess what? The rich are the highest funding in political party. It's basically a monopoly. Basically, they have control over the politicians. They are able to lobby they're able to lobby ideas that get their way. But it's easy to kill competition. So it's weird that people will like to say, "Well, guess what? When you invest that money into stock markets and we'll just say stock markets in general. Guess what? That money cannot be taxed. So if you invest too." Trust me, the government can't touch that money. Just don't pull it out until you have enough. You're gonna pay money if you pull it out, but the government cannot tax that money if you got that invested. A lot of people don't understand.
What I recommend is always study tax law. That's the best way to understand the difference between tax evasion and tax avoidance. And the latter is actually legally allowed. People will say, "Well, Donald Trump didn't, only paid X amount of taxes this certain year." How about we first talk about Hillary Clinton or fucking Barack Obama? Barry Soetoro is his real name. But regardless, but that's the thing though, is the tax system is confusing for a fucking reason. They know how much the IRS, illegal organization, knows how much you owe them, but they won't tell you. So you got to guess it and fucking submit, and maybe you'll get a tax rebate. But again, this whole system is fucking corrupted, for a reason. And income tax didn't get introduced, I think, until 1917. Again, around the same time that the Federal Reserve got started. And you still had roads, you still had innovation that made America at that point was the leader of the world. They didn't have the empire England had, but they had such industrial capabilities that they could pick and choose who immigrated to their countries. They were creating technologies that were being exported around the world, and because of their excess success, they could export wheat and corn and all these things and make it reach around the world because they again developed a proper navy to be able to do so.
So
Vikings.
you're saying the United States, they picked the immigrants that they let come in here?
Oh, that was the same for most countries in the world.
They didn't. They didn't
Until
want
they
no
decided to lower the bar and say, let's take every fucking piece of shit from a shithole country who doesn't even fucking like the country that they're going to, who just are coming here to fucking take, suck the taxpayers' teat and just benefit, getting paid more than fucking veterans and shit who are living in the street. And we'll continue to hate the country, trying to make it the shithole that we came from.
So America was actually built on selected Americans.
Yes, it was. I can actually prove it. I've got the documents.
That's funny though. I believe it, but so we didn't want no dumb, worthless immigrants coming here.
It was written into law that you didn't want that. And even in Canada, it was written into law that there were certain values that had to be appreciated, specifically because it was the Canadian identity that people were adopting. And if you didn't agree with it, then you had no place here.
Wow. Modern
Well,
day.
you have to also look at why they would even not want illegal immigration or immigration at all, because one, that can affect the infrastructure of of any city. Like if if the infrastructure can't keep up with the amount of people coming in, then that's going to be a problem, right?
Oh, let me break it down to you. It's all a ruse. All they're really trying to do is that they keep saying that the world is overpopulated, which is totally false. But they're only really doing this to Western countries, i.e., majority white. That's a simple fact, because they're not doing this with, say, Africa. They're not saying white people go to Africa and, start to impose your rules onto them and do your own thing and whatever, and then claim racism when they don't like the way that you're trying to impose on them. China doesn't have that, where white people are going over there and telling them, no, you can't be fucking following Confucian religion. You've got to follow atheism or whatever. You don't see that. It's only happening to Western countries.
Maybe not yet, but it'll probably happen everywhere.
Yeah, and that's the thing
right
too.
Now, dude. It's happening here in Canada, where they've exploded the number of people. It used to be like 25,000 a year of Indians from places where they have this bitter disagreement with other Indians that live in Canada. They're called Khalistani separatists, because that area of India wants to separate, and they've done a lot of terrorist attacks. They've even killed people here in Canada and targeted shootings and stuff. And from 35,000 a year, it went to like 400,000 a year. And again, they're claiming, and this is what's so funny, logic speaks. They say the birth rate doesn't allow for increased, development and handling what the future brings, right? But they don't incentivize people, the native people there of that country, who never owned slaves, who never fucking, again, did anything other than just live their life. Oh, fuck. Now I lost my train of thought. Fuck, I'm stoned. That's a really good ending that. I was on a good roll. I can't remember the point, but
must be some good shit.
Yeah,
it's called Hawaiian something or other. I don't know.
Maui Wowie.
Oh, we were talking about immigration and stuff. Yeah, like in Canada, we see this increase of people. They don't want to assimilate and they're actually literally shitting. There was a video the other day, guys. It was fucking Toronto's subway system, and this fucking girl in a hijab decides to just squat and shit and piss on the floor. There's beaches in Ontario, my beautiful province, that these people will not only shit on publicly, but they'll actually take guys, look it up. It's true. They'll go take a tent, put it on a beach. They'll cut a hole in the floor. They'll take a shit there, then close up the tent and take it away with them, but leave the shit there in the fucking hole.
Oh,
That's nasty.
what the fuck?
And it's all coming from India. The footage shows it. Canada has purposely opened a door to a particular group of people from this region, again, supporting this ethnic problem. Again, a problem from the third world, from thousands of miles away. They're importing it here.
Yeah,
into
but it's
Canada.
not just that they're coming in from Canada too. They're coming into America too.
No, yeah, absolutely. You've got, but again, the most ludicrous thing, Vikings, it infuriates me that you've got Chinese men crossing the border in Mexico. How the fuck did the chinks get to fucking Mexico to then try to get into America illegally and claim benefits?
You
How
know what?
the fuck did
You
they?
know what?
Yeah,
You know what the rest of that story is that the motherfuckers are coming in with AK-47s too.
Well, of course.
And they got money and they got cell phones and shit. And then they're getting put up in the hotels and fucking all that shit.
All of it.
and the same people putting them in motels want to get rid of your guns. Think about that.
And but then you got another group too. You got cannibals fucking coming in to like New York and shit like that.
Have you guys heard what's going on in Colorado where I think it's Aurora, Colorado?
Yeah.
You've got that Venezuelan gang that took over at least one building complex.
Yeah, they took an apartment complex over.
Yeah, and there's supposedly the Hells Angels are on their way. I saw footage that showed a big lineup of people. I don't know if it was that, but supposedly they're on their way to
Well,
to rectify the situation.
you know how that's gonna turn out.
You know what? This
A lot of
reminds
dead
me, like,
tricks.
yeah. You know, this reminds me, like Kamala. I remember this. This popped up on Twitter so much, but Kamala Harris being like the border czar, whatever the term is, but she was the head of the border. Biden appointed her, right? This reminds me because, like, I've read an article because the article said, well, she couldn't really do anything. Her job was to go to Central America and talk about core issues about the border crisis. So her job was just to say, oh, we have a border crisis. So it wasn't about just actually solving problems. It was just saying, yeah, we have a problem. So she really didn't do anything, which makes it even more weird because it also talks about how she made $5.5 million, or was it billion? Either way, she somehow made $5.5 million talking with people in Central America about the border crisis, but yet only 1 million was donated. What's up with this? It's to me, it seems like obviously she could have done something. She's the vice president. She could have like gave ideas, but guess what? The problem was that they opened the borders in the first place. Oh, what do you know? An illegal immigrant problem. We're just gonna now talk about core issues.
Hey, hey, Dave, did the Hells Angels fucking show up yet?
I haven't seen any updates, but again, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? But the government is clearly aware of it. That's the thing that people have to at least question. Clearly, if the police monitor fucking Twitter and all that shit. Okay, so you fucking see this shit going down with the fucking gangs, like taking down all these different apartments. What's your next move? Are you not?
They got
Were you told to stand down again by the governor and stuff? Is the
the police don't want nothing to do with it. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, but if anyone gets involved that are citizens that want to take these guys down, police will come in and arrest them, not the gangsters,
No.
but they certainly arrest those that would defend themselves.
It's okay to.
But hold on, but then you can't stop there, people. You can't stop there. Ask who gave those orders. They're not doing this on their fucking own.
No.
All they're doing is protecting their own fucking their
Their own
retirement and all that. Really, at this point, that's what it is. You got
Their
to.
own asses. They're
But
protecting
who's
their own
giving the order for that to happen? Let's look at them. Then you understand that. Then connect to them, who they're talking to, and then you start to see who they're taking orders from, who's directing this malcontent. So
No, they just let them come in and fucking squat in the apartments. You know what I mean? Like, fucking, nobody gave a fuck. Like, go ahead, just have them. Like, what? They were just taking them. I heard about that. Like, what's that going to be the new thing now? You know what I mean? Like, the gang's taking all the apartments and just fucking squatting.
That's kind of what they're doing in California too. Like, there's just people. Well, I'm not sure. Just and it's not just gangsters. It's just immigrants in general, just going in inside houses and staying there. And criminals are doing this. Like,
But this is a specific fucking gangs that are just taking over whole apartment complexes.
yeah, but there's people taking over households just by squatting there, and it's just like they're just staying in their houses and it doesn't belong to them. There's a story where a lady kept calling the police on this guy because he just wouldn't leave. And every time they would take him away, he'd come back and just stay in the same place. So they can't really do anything about it. They're just going to stay there. It wouldn't matter. People just, it's weird because I don't know how else to put it. It's kind of just threatening the safeties of other civilians, and the governors are just like, we'll just let it happen.
Yeah.
These are the same people that will make a bailout law when you put a criminal in prison or like arrest a person who just smashes cinder block on a lady's head, for example. He just gets released back on the street and does another crime instantly. This is what we're dealing with when it comes to like our governors. Like, they love criminals. Like, they know for certainly. Like, prisons also puts money in their pockets. So like, it's not just like.
That's one thing too that's one thing too that other countries are releasing their fucking prisoners and murderers into our country. That's another group that's fucking coming in.
that's actually happened with many different countries in South and Central America, and they've
Right.
funded by Israeli non-governmental organizations, NGOs.
Yeah.
This has already been proven. But they're getting phones. They're literally getting phones, like with the data plan and all that sort of thing, and being able to paid for by the American taxpayer. Yet, meanwhile, being used for subversion, which is the legal definition, and they're given instructions on how to get into America, how to use the phone to be able to find the nearest place where they can, I guess, get into the system where they're logged in. Okay, I'm an illegal, blah blah blah, but I get all these benefits, all this sort of thing. They're being told how to do this stuff by others. It's the others that are funding this and directing them. We should be talking about who those people are.
Well,
it started with Obama. It actually started with Obama. Like, he started the trend of providing cell phones to people that needed it. And it also.
It actually started probably with JBL.
JBL. Really?
No, it started with fucking
Sorry, LBJ.
JBL.
I'm not dyslexic. Dyslexic. I'm just stoned and drunk.
No,
Maybe it's the same thing. I don't know.
it started with
Maybe I'm in the mind of the autist.
it started,
Wires right. Wires right again. Dave Rose, autistic.
it started with Hitler when he gave them all the fucking Jews TVs. It did. Really, it did. That's like what started it. And he drew them in. It told on the TVs to come here and
Crazy.
stay. So Hitler's the
Yeah.
one that did that shit, man. Talking over
Yeah,
Actually,
100 years
LBJ
ago.
is, I would say, is when that certainly became obvious because political decisions have their real life ramifications, and we've seen that since.
Yeah.
So
So-
I would say that when these decisions to go back on what the founders said, because we talked about this earlier, what makes an American and who qualifies for it. These things were just thrown totally away and just decided, okay, anybody that comes over. But logically thinking, it's just like, would you allow some guy, some random guy in your house, or would you like to know who he is, or at least a little bit of a background to know if he's safe and stuff to come into your house? The same thing is, when it comes to immigration, it's like you want to know what qualifications does this person have, what inclinations. Do they hate us and just want to take advantage of us and want to destroy our country? Well, no, we don't want to accept you. Go away, bye. Or is it like, you know what, I'm escaping this because I believe that our country should be in a republic like yours, but the people that run my country hate me and hate my family, and I could have died, so I'm trying to come here because it's your example that you've given us that I identify with, that this is who I am. Clearly I'm an American because I believe in the liberty that you do. So therefore I want to be part of that society. Go ahead.
You got rapists and murderers and cannibals coming here.
Yeah, but at one point it was actually decided on merit, on meritocracy, rather than on who lies the most, I guess. They show, come on, Vikings, you've seen this shit. They show photos of a kid crying in the arms of a supposed parent. They're not usually parents, they're fucking coyote fucking human traffickers. And they Time magazine like takes a photo of them in fucking barbed wire, and then you see the photo from the actual photo scene, and it's just one piece of barbed wire, like in an area that's totally safe and stuff. And they're just doing it for the fucking, for the photo shoot and stuff. And it's just all fake media that they're trying to show us to try to, this is a psychological operation. They try to tug at people's heartstrings and say, oh, well, these poor people deserve to be coming in. First of all, even tugging emotionally shouldn't affect you. Saying no, no, we can't accept them in. And then you take a look at the fact that America can't afford it, Canada can't afford it, and more importantly, it's just like, but they're trying to play us. They're trying to play us, and therefore take advantage of the fact that we're paying taxes and they're not. And then they now allow fucking laws where it's like, oh, I want to invite my abuelita and my cousin and their sisters, and basically you get 20 people coming into America through that program, where again they fucking get benefits from the government immediately because they got no jobs. They got no savings. It used to be a time where fucking government would say, well, if you want to come to Canada, for example, you need X amount in savings. You need to be able to provide for yourself. You can't be on government assistance, blah, blah, blah. The same was with America. It's like there were certain rules. It's like if you want to come here and actually become a citizen, you've got to be able to provide for yourself and not be a drain on the system.
Yeah. That's why, like, that's why even
to go off of that.
Even, let's say you want to get a passport and you want to come to America, like it's really tough because fucking they make you prove that you got money and shit, or they won't even let you in.
Yeah, to go off of what Dave is saying, like we are like providing more for the illegal immigrants than to our actual military. Like, do you know the percentage of killings of the U.S. military alone is suicides? So we're like spending more money on illegal immigration coming from Mexico, which is funny because Carmela was in Central America talking with frickin' Central American leaders about illegal immigration. Meanwhile, most of it's coming from Mexico. and it turns out it's coming from China, from what Dave is saying. But we're spending more on foreign than our own. So we're putting money into places that don't even benefit us, but benefit others. We put money into like Israel, and Israel has its own terrorists because that's just how it is. We got like people we fund like Ukraine, Israel, Mexico, friggin' the what else? We've also funded Japan at the time, but we've given so much money to other nations that United States became in debt, and yet.
Oh,
I'm still here. Maybe he just muted himself. So, well, as always, we are the OGs, Vikings, and we can carry it on our shoulders because certainly we've carried a lot more than that.
I was gonna say what the hell happened to his fucking internet, but yeah, maybe he muted it. I don't know.
No,
It
well,
was
the StreamYards is still going. So, and the stream itself seems to be going. So, I'm thinking that perhaps he just muted himself, and if
Yeah.
not, maybe he had to run and take a shit. Who knows?
he did. The mute, it's muted.
That's fine. Come on, guys. Come on, people listening. Vikings can go, I don't know, as long as I can, but still, he can go long enough to, again, if he wants to go on a rant, he can go on a rant. He can provide fucking content, no problem, and flip your lids.
Let's
That's
not
what I get as well.
let's not forget about the 24-hour stream, huh?
And that's true. And you were just lounging around the pool like you fucking owned it.
Oh
Yeah.
man, that was a good time.
Doing a barbecue. That was. I was there for several times.
You were
And,
there for several hours.
yeah. And again, I thought it was great, a great culmination. And also I was wondering how you're going to be able to pull it off. I knew that you were going to be able to pull it off, but I was like, okay, is this guy literally going to have to call his Coke dealer just to fucking, stay up for this entire thing? Because this guy's already suffered 2 heart attacks, and like, can he even fucking continue? And you guys powered through it, and
Well-
you accomplished what, again, you had been saying that for a while. If we get to this episode, we're gonna go at 24 hours, and you did what you said. And that's, I think, something that everyone should be able to, in their lives, I'm just speaking generally, but in their lives, if you set a target, set a goal, and you accomplish that goal, fucking dance on your laurels. Like, I'm
Yeah.
not sure if that's the best. I think it's a mixed analogy, but regardless,
Because
enjoy that, the fact that you were able to accomplish something that you set your mind to. I mean, I do.
see, because what it was like fucking LA Beast fucking came in the chat on like episode 5, and he was like, "You guys should do a 24-hour stream." And Silver Roll was like, "Yeah, we should do it because LA Beast wants us to do it." Right?
That guy's a big guy. I'm
Yeah.
surprised that you guys got him on there. That was
Well,
pretty cool.
I knew him. Well, I don't know if I knew him, but he see me. I was always in his chats and shit. You know what I mean? When he'd do a live stream and all that, and I'd be watching, and then I'd watch his video every week, and that was even before I even did any of that.
I am back, everybody. Sorry for that. I had to
So,
run in.
Don't worry, we were doing what we do best, me and Vikings.
so,
We were fucking providing great content.
so it was like episode 5. LA Beast was in the chat, and Silver Roll was like, "What the fuck is he doing in the chat?" And I'm like, I told him. And LA Beast was like, "Fuck yeah, you guys should do a 24-hour streaming." And I was like, "Well," I said, "Well," and he said it a couple times in the chat. LA Beast did. So I was like, "All right," I said, "when we get to episode 100, we'll do it." So then we got to 100 and we did it. And that's really the only reason why, truthfully, it really happened, is because LA Beast was the one that wanted it. And then we never saw LA Beast in the chat the whole 24 hours. So I don't know what the fuck that was about. Like, he was the one that wanted us to do it. You know what I mean? And we did it, and we never. I mean, I can't expect to get the guy on, but fuck, at least see him in the chat a couple times in the 24 hours, right? And then,
Don't feel that bad, man. It was years ago. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe he watched it afterwards.
I hope he at least seen at least a few minutes of it. And then,
Yeah.
the whole other thing too with it is that we were gonna do it every so often. We were like every couple of years we were gonna do another 24-hour stream. That wasn't gonna be the last one. That wasn't the plan anyway. But now it's kind of like that, And true, I mean, Silver Roll did good because Silver Roll put in about 18 hours of that 24-hour stream. So I can't even fucking knock him at all. Like, he did real good. He went to sleep for like 6 hours or something like that, and he was back at it, and he finished it. But it was like the stream was going to be kind of fucked at like 4 o'clock in the morning, except for Little Bex fucking came on and saved my ass. If it wasn't for that, because of Australian time, I don't know, because I was playing an old show, and then all of a sudden she got in the Skype call, and I had the old show going for like fucking 20 minutes, and then I turned it off, and I was like, oh man, I'm glad you're here, because fucking I was kind of fucked, because I had nobody. It was the middle of the night. You know what I mean? So that's really the hard part of doing a 24-hour stream is the overnight part. If you can make it through the overnight, you'll fucking probably will make it through the whole thing. But because I know Ken, remember how Ken talked about wanting to do a 24-hour stream?
I don't.
You don't?
I do not.
I remember Ken saying that a couple times that he wanted to do it.
It's certainly something that takes a lot of fortitude, because again, if you're going to say you're going to do it, you gotta have the ability to do so, because if not, you fail short. It doesn't look good. Not a good look. No. But again, that takes commitment, and you pulled it off. Like, again, I don't know if, I guess it would maybe depend on the situation, but I don't know if I could pull it off normally. If it was something very special, like framing an obituary, possibly, but yeah, that you pulled it off, Vikings. You pulled it off, and I don't think has anybody else pulled a 24-hour fucking stream in the community?
I mean, there's Garguts. He always does that freaking 24-hour stream.
You can't count that.
And
I haven't watched that to know if it's 24 hours. I can't comment on that.
Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, but he always streams for a very, very long time.
Yeah, but 12 hours. Okay, 12 hours is one thing. Okay, I've done 12 hours. I've literally done 12 hours, several streams. Okay, not impressive. That literally was a blink in the eye for me, and I could go for fucking even longer. That's the fact.
Yeah, 12 hours. 12 hours is impressive. I can't not.
No, I don't deny that either. I certainly believe that 12 hours is impressive, and I've done it multiple times.
That's good.
But the fact is that literally it flew. It flew by.
Yeah.
And, again, nobody does it like Dave Rose. And I could do it again. But 24 hours, that to me is trying. I don't see myself, unless it was really fucking juice. I don't think I could be able to pull it off, but you did. I mean,
well, the biggest thing was I was preparing myself, and we had been saying for a few
training,
and we were saying for a few weeks,
Rocky and Rocky 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So and the other thing is that we were saying for a few weeks that we were going to do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, I knew that we couldn't pull it off unless everybody else in the community fucking helped. You know what I mean? It was like, you really couldn't book a fucking slot though, or nothing like that, and say, "Oh, you come on at this time, and this guy comes on at this time." It was just like, fucking whatever happens. Cranked it up at the same time, but see, the smart part was I think was doing it on Friday instead of Thursday too, Dave. Don't you think?
Honestly,
Friday.
the thing the longest
you
I've
can-
gone actually,
yeah,
the longest of stream I've gone actually was just 4 hours. So
yeah, yeah. We did it on a Friday instead of Thursday. Remember, because Thursday we did episode 99, and then Friday we did 100.
Okay. Yeah,
is
yeah.
So I think that was the key. But also, I think it's not like we just said a few days before, "Oh, we're going to do it." We let everybody know like a month and a half, like
No,
because
you said from the get go, really, if we reach this number of episodes, we'll do a 24-hour stream. You said that fairly early into the
yeah, it
whole.
was like episode 5, and then I was like telling everybody,
Yeah, you kept saying that, so it's not like it was a new thing. You
no,
you
it was
reminded
just that.
people when you accomplished what you said you were going to do. You did what you said you were going to do. That's that. Nobody could take that away from you. It's like
No,
you set out for that, you accomplished it, and nobody can say shit.
no,
And again, who can actually do? Because you're gonna have people in the fucking chat checking in, while they're fucking working their sad ass job or fucking unemployed or something. But
yeah,
you're the one fucking providing the content,
yeah,
so they can hate all on you all they want. But you're the one that's actually keeping them fucking engaged. It doesn't matter, hate watch, love watch, whatever. It's like you're the one who's got them entertained. Obviously, same thing with me. You piss people off, I piss people off, but we do so for the right reasons because we're really just calling out things that are just basic logic. And yet, again, people who are so stupid, when you point out basic shit, they get mad because they realize, oh shit, I'm stupid. Again, I give credit to the stupid people. They have, I guess, some sort of innate ability to realize how stupid they are, but they get angry because it's pointed out.
right.
speaking of stupid people,
Here's
speaking of stupid people, let's just speak of stupid people. Is a stupid person that has dildos in his closet actually Christian?
That is a great question, because unless he's, well, actually, I'd have to look into scripture to realize how sex products are perceived. But to my knowledge, again, if you love your wife, do you need more than one dildo? If
No.
that, I mean, don't you have your dick? So
you shouldn't need any, but I don't know.
yeah, but again, that's the point. It's just like, okay, well then, what is he? Is this a display an aversion to God? Like, he's got his library bookshelf full of dildos? Is this him saying that he rejects God, that he would rather live a life of degeneracy? Because
Yeah,
I mean, what else? How else could be explained? To be quite honest, it's not a gimmick. Again, like I said, if I was going to calculate it without any emotion and just looking at the gimmick way to do a show and stuff, I would say 3 or 4. Because if you're gonna, because again, he's gone for the high end fucking dildos. Look it up. Just fucking look it up. Do a image reverse look up.
well,
But
if I
you
had
take a
time
look at this
to-
shit. It's like, holy shit, that fucking motherfucker cost $79. This motherfucker costs $89. It's like, okay, so you got 3 or 4, for the gimmick. Okay, one of them moves around like it's doing a hula hoop thing. The other one fucking lights up and shit. Okay, that's a gimmick thing. That's fucking funny. But when you've got enough to fucking fill a fucking bookshelf and like make little plaques for them, like it's like, this is the one that I used on this date. It's like, dude, just come out and say it, YR.
You're bisexual.
Yeah.
We know
At least.
at least that.
Yeah. I always
And
found that
anytime,
very
again,
bizarre.
like I said, anytime this is brought up with him, he just fucking shuts down and ignores it, says nothing. What does that say?
True.
This is an emotional
True.
response,
It's
psychological as
true.
well.
It's true. That's why.
And that's why he doesn't want to fucking bring attention to it. Again, why doesn't he want to address the fact that he was fucking in 2015, 2016, he was in hotel rooms with, again, 2 queen size beds but yet 7 black guys, and he's the only white guy. Like, what were you doing, YR?
They
What
were,
were
they
you
were
doing
making
in
they were
those?
making a white meat sandwich.
Now I'm curious what he was thinking when he did that. What was he doing in the
defended-
motel room?
We know what he was doing.
He defended one black
Yeah.
guy. He's like, one time when I brought this up, he got angry, but he was like, "Come on, man! Like, this guy was a friend of mine for like the hardest time, but this and that from my life, and blah blah blah." I'm thinking to myself, like, this guy was the one that maybe protected him in juvie when he went there, because again, he got arrested for a felony, and he got sent to this Christian reform school, I guess. I guess they didn't do a good job. It's more like a Christian school.
He probably was
But,
getting
yeah, basically, I'm guessing that he cozied up to the big black guy and
yeah.
allowed him to use him. And Wire's always been grateful ever since.
Use him like a bitch.
Well, again,
Yeah.
look at how he, dude. Vikings, please. I gotta breathe on this one because it's hilarious, and I can say it properly. But like, what kind of dude fucking takes a selfie in a hotel room with only 2 queen beds and 7 black guys? With they all have the shirt. Like, again, I don't have to say this honestly. I don't think, because I think most of people would understand this. But they're all in a hotel room, smoking weed and stuff. They all have their shirts off, right? Of course, you imagine this. They've all fucking. They got their pants, like, again, sagging and shit. Like,
Yeah, that's kind of
Wire's looking like he's in a candy store with a fucking free ticket. We've seen these photos, guys. We've seen these photos. So, what kind of conclusion would you draw? I'm just again, no emotion, just asking logically. What kind of conclusion would you come to with what we see with our own eyes?
He's a homosexual. I mean, he's a bisexual.
We see again, Wire did, maybe this was a whole cover thing, but he did send that photo out of him eating a girl out in '69, and it's hilarious because the eyes looking over the ass and into the camera. As degenerate as that is, it is fucking hilarious because he got the fucking perfect shot. It was disgusting when I saw it. I was like, God damn it, why'd you send that to me? But he does swing both ways, clearly.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
not sure if
bi.
that's
Actually, got
cover.
He's a bisexual all the way.
I actually saw that myself with my own eyes. Actually, because there's one time Kid and I were talking on the call, and he was just showing me his backgrounds and shit, and he accidentally showed up a picture of YR, and this big booty lady sitting on his chest, and I'm just like, is that YR? And he just started cracking up, like, because he didn't even realize that was what was showing on his screen.
Yeah.
You should have seen my face too, because like I had to.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not even sure if I can say that he's bisexual. I'm starting to think maybe that's just a cover. To be like, come on, guys, I'm not gay. I fuck women.
When he does,
I'll take a selfie while I do it too.
when he does,
But,
he does fuck women. They're fatties.
No.
That's what it is.
Okay. Well.
That's what it more seems like to me.
Well, the thing is that's like bisexual, being gay, dildos up asses. That's a fetish. Okay, that's a kink thing. That's how I see it. Like, that's a choice. You like that when it happens. That's just how I see it. I think it's a choice. They choose that lifestyle. They could easily just be like, you know what, this is not something I want to do. And it's degenerate, and I don't like it. It could be just that way, but some people, to each their own. People are into different things, so there's that. Wire clearly likes dildos. That's just what he likes.
Well, that's
the
obvious.
He plays with them on stream. Like, what else is new?
He's got he's probably got a fetish with dildos too.
He does. Like,
You know,
that explains the.
Yeah.
I mean,
He's got to have the right one shined up when it's going up his ass, I guess. I don't know.
he does make a. Not to mention, he does make a lot of like those erotic sounds on streams, moaning along with
Yeah,
RPA. That's just
sex sound.
like he makes sex sounds and shit on streams with his favorite gay friends.
Well, he's probably
RP.
YR probably partly a pervert too. You know.
Yeah, well, that's something.
Dude, hold on. Bullseye, what Vikings is saying right now is totally true, and we need to examine this. Okay.
Yeah.
This guy was in a call back in the day with Keith Rebarber on there, but there was 2 other people. Okay, so in total 4 from my recollection. And I'm inebriated as it is, but I am the most intelligent man in the community, so of course I do have some semblance of sanity here. But remember, and unfortunately, I know that I do have this fucking clip. It's part of a larger clip. It's long, but I've got the clip within the clip. YR is literally fucking jacking off with people on the call.
Yeah.
Simple fact.
Yeah.
Why you fucking obviously fucking Vikings remembers this shit, but it was disgusting.
I was waiting for you to get to it.
Talk about it, man. It's like we witnessed this. Me and Vikings witnessed this shit live, and it was fucking disgusting. It's revolting. You want to vomit. Unfortunately, I've got a copy of it, but hey, that's just how it goes when it comes to Dave Rose. I've got a copy of everything.
Yeah, I would say
it's just
I would say out of everything that's gone on, that's one of the most fucked up things that went on.
It's vile. It's vile.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
And why did you feel so comfortable to do that?
Because he's a perv.
Exactly. That's why we're circling around right back to the point that you started. That's why I had to interject there, because we come full circles, and exactly what you said is absolutely correct. See, people, I showed the fucking math to the fucking thesis that fucking Vikings made, and therefore it's now been actually proven correct. You cannot argue that logical statement that I've just put out there. So thank you, Vikings.
No, YR is multiple things, you know. He's got a fetish with dildos. He's damn near homeless except for his dad fucking putting up with his shit and letting him live in his closet. And then he's a pervert, jerks off in front of a creepo, who gets caught.
Also encouraged fucking what's his name? The Florida kid. What's his name? I can't even remember.
Creepo LaBarber.
Yes. There we go. That's a good name. Creeper LaBarber. Encourage them to go to actual parks and stuff.
Yeah.
Where kids are playing.
And stream and shit.
Yeah, that's true. He actually encouraged them to stream while he does this crime that YR encouraged from Texas in Houston.
And then who knows really how many bisexual activities YR's engaged in? You know what I mean?
I don't want to imagine.
That's a whole nother part. You know, I mean, dude, there's so many different pieces of the puzzle of YR, right? But one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle is the fucker's a pervert. So I don't think YR would kill a prostitute, but
I think he would.
I don't think he would do that. Okay, but he's close, but no.
I do. I actually do think that if things go twisted, YR would kill a prostitute.
I guess me and you will have to disagree on this one just a little bit, which I can't even believe I'm saying that.
Time and framed obituaries will tell. How about that?
Well, I think YR would go pretty far, but I just don't think he'd go that far.
I don't know. A desperate man or skinwalker. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I get it.
Also,
I get
are you not concerned that I've exposed this guy as an actual skinwalker? He's not human. He's not human.
yeah, well,
Okay, this guy literally is a fucking skinwalker, and these things are fucking rampant apparently in America. But like, dude, like this guy can fucking shapeshift exactly what a fucking skinwalker does.
yeah.
Have we not seen this? Like, come on, I fucking put out the math there. This guy is a skinwalker. Look at him. His
Hey.
spindly fucking arms and shit, like his shape shifting styles, his pale complexion, those dead eyes. That's a fucking skinwalker. And
Hey,
they're
Bull-
common
hey,
in fucking Texas.
Hey, Bullsy,
Honestly, yeah, what's up?
do you think that YR would be capable of killing a hooker?
If he had the strength to, then yes.
Dude, but that's not a yes or no,
Fucking
fucker.
funny.
That ain't a yes or no.
I'm
That's,
kind of in the middle here.
That's
I'm in the middle though because like I don't see YR actually.
No.
Okay,
no,
one, you're gonna have to listen to me on this one.
no,
You're
Bullsy.
gonna have,
You can't be.
you're gonna have to.
You can't be in the middle on this one. You're either.
But I have to. But I have to because like the way I'm thinking.
Vikings. Let at least let Bullsy posit his point.
Nah,
prior
this
to
ain't in the
you.
middle.
You're gonna.
preventing him to parlay.
You're either with Dave on this one or with me.
No. Let's just at least hear the logic or lack thereof.
You can't be
I
in
don't
the
know.
fucking
I don't
middle on this.
Let it at least explain himself. At least,
Ah.
considering it's his fucking channel and its own show.
All
But
right,
yeah,
but
let's
it's-
hear from Bullsy on his own show.
listen, it's
Well-
going to be a flimsy one. This is flimsy.
No,
shit.
okay, well,
Actually-
let the audience decide that.
All
I'm
right.
gonna fucking reserve my judgment myself. So
I just wish you'd give a yes or no.
show some patience, my good sir. The emperor is within your presence. Bullsy, please explain and elaborate.
Okay. One reason why I'm in the middle is that when I don't see YR actually being able to even pick up a knife and hold it properly for one,
What if
and then go up to the hooker. Listen, going up to a hooker and raising his arm. I totally see him just failing to stab her as she just freaking overpowers him and beats the living shit out of him. I don't even think he's capable of sneaking up on people. He's a noisy little shit who
what if
doesn't know when to keep quiet.
what if it was a little skinny chick?
If it was a skinny chick, maybe, but even that, I totally see him failing. The best thing that would happen is he gets kicked in the groin, and he just still fails anyway because he doesn't know how to stay silent because he's always making some ruckus.
And what if he has a little knife with a skinny chick? You don't think he could kill her?
No, like I said, I totally see him failing. Him just getting whacked in the nuts. It's just not gonna happen.
Okay,
I don't even see him.
so then you're with me. Then you're like, that ain't.
No, okay. So 2 against 1, fine.
Yeah.
I've seen
Yeah.
better odds.
Actually,
But,
what I'm saying is, I totally see him trying to do it. It's just failing at it.
Well, that trying don't mean shit.
He's a skinwalker. He can abduct people and take them out of time and space and to another dimension and rape them and then deposit their remains on a fucking, island 10,000 miles away. Okay,
so
he's a skinwalker. Come on.
Are you saying that he's tried to kill a prostitute but he's failed?
Yes.
I'm saying there's no record that he didn't do that. So again, if you want to follow his logic, if there's no record that he didn't do it, then maybe there is.
Well, then here's the deal. Then technically you're with Dave Rosa and Bullsy. You're not with me on this one.
Not really.
It doesn't
not
matter
really,
who's
I'm
with
not-
who. Okay, the point is we've got a skinwalker here,
Well,
and he may or may not be guilty of murder. So,
well,
But we have
according
to consider that.
according to this Hall of Fame legend crew here on the poll here, he would be guilty as charged. I guess. What?
He would be guilty as attempt. Actually, he couldn't do it. I don't think he could. I don't think he's that capable. Even if he wanted to do it, he'd fail. He probably just hurt himself.
again, if you corner
If
a
you give
rat,
him a gun,
you've seen these videos. If you corner a rat, a wild rat living in, say, the New York sewer and stuff, and these motherfuckers get huge. If you corner it, it feels no other, other instinct than to fucking attack, lash out. Same thing with tigers, and a lot of fucking beasts out there. But if they feel that they're cornered and they need to escape, they're gonna lash out in crazy fucking ways. And we see the same thing with Wire.
Wire is a shrimp dick pussy, though. The best thing he'll do is be like, "No, I'll suck your dick if you leave me alone." Something like that.
Maybe I would have to air that fucking 12-hour stream. Or maybe I should post it on Rumble or, Gab or some other site where it can't be taken down. 12 hours, exclusive. And people can make up their own minds when it comes to that sort of thing, because the vile things that not only YR said and encouraged other people to conduct in, he thinks that because he decided to take the video down on his own channel, although people witnessed it in real life and many people are just disingenuous, won't admit it, but he had released it. That was his thoughts on it. And because I've got a copy to be able to, again, remind people this is what he thinks of them, how well is he going to be able to do a little damage control in this sort of situation? Because these things came out of his mouth, and like we talked about basically at the beginning of your show, Bullsy, Wire keeps doing the same thing, fucking tricking people and saying, "Well, I was just joking, blah blah blah," and continues to just stab them in the back. Yeah, it's a great Wire impression.
That was pretty good.
I'm gonna have to clip that. Keep this video up, Bullsy. Don't be a fucking Wire piece of shit who takes his videos down every fucking second. I'm gonna clip that shit.
Bullsy ain't gonna.
I'm ending it now. But this is done. I'm gonna be Wire.
Bullsy don't never take down his fucking stream.
Of course not. He doesn't give a shit.
No. Fuck. What the fuck?
But the funny thing about Wire is that I'm just gonna have to say this, is that he operates weirdly. Like he'll say something, then private his shit. It's so weird. Like
it's called cowardice. What is he scared of? I leave all my shit up, and some of their shit has come down because somebody took offense or something. But literally, I leave my shit up for me to be judged on my own for what I said. What am I scared of?
I remember.
What?
Yeah, I remember.
Scared of.
Yeah, I remember specifically on an episode where Wire decided to do a stream with Scott, and we're making up with Scott again. And then when you're about to review it, he for some odd reason just takes it down. And so it's like,
dude, that's happened midway through my fucking my streams and shit. I'm like, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna keep going. I don't give a fuck if I had another fucking 2 hours to review and stuff or whatever. You know what? I still have enough what I just said or what I just saw to carry on for fucking 3-4 more hours. And we've seen this with me and stuff. So isn't it funny though, Bullsy, where they try to pull this shit and it doesn't work. It's just like, yeah, you can pull the video out while I'm trying to review it, because obviously you have nothing to hide, but you do hide your videos. And I can still fucking keep railing into you for the fact that not only you remove that video, but also the content of the video that I have a good memory on and can comment on.
Yeah. And not to mention, it's already downloaded anyway.
Yeah.
So it's already out there just because of the review, and it's already been downloaded by the people that are going to send this. So like, he's accomplished overall nothing because you were able to review the whole thing anyway.
Honestly, do they think that if, say, for example, while you were sleeping, that if they said Bullsy sucks, that you'd never learn about it because you were sleeping? But if, somebody heard them and said, "Hey, Bullsy," they said, you suck, that somehow I'm trying to break it down for the really retarded people out there. I don't think you have any hate watchers in your chat. In fact, I think it's all love watchers. But regardless, for those that do rewatch it and are hate watchers, it's that sort of level of mentality that I'm referring to. That there are stupid people out there, and it's just so easy to detect them. I've seen you had Bullseye, have had a few quarrels with people. And like, again, while you're doing your show and stuff, you've got troll accounts in your chat and you allow it, and you still fucking break it down and just like, what are you talking about? This is a stupid fucking argument and stuff. So, these people are just fucking stupid that we have to deal with in this situation,
Yeah, I've talked about this. I had people in my chat just trolling just because Dave Rose is in my chat. Trust me on this. This is true. When Dave Rose is in my chat, apparently, like, everybody just started getting in my chat because Dave was there, and I was just like he's just in chat. Like, why are you so worried about a guy in chats? Who cares a shit? And it was so funny too because you're telling me things like Dave Rose has pictures saved by Scott, and meanwhile they have Dave Rose picture as their profile pic. And I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck are you? What is that? Yeah, I know what Dave is talking about. Like, these are the same people who will just say the most. They'll say anything. They'll say anything because they just dislike one person, and I get them too. Like, these same people that dislike Dave really dislike me for some reason, just for the simple fact that I exist. And it's probably because, like, one, it's weird because, like, they always compare me to Dave, and I don't get it. Like I said, you trying to sound like Dave, you're this, oh, he's trying to use logic. I'm just like, no, this has always been me. Like, and like, if you're comparing me to Dave, then I can't really help that.
I mean, it's so
weird.
different. That's the funny thing is, but it's the key things of using logic and just breaking down an argument that doesn't fit with certain logic. Like, again, unless you're fucking retarded, you can certainly use Lego blocks to put together any sort of thing that pops in your mind. I know that's simplistic again, but the point is that these people are just incapable of understanding that some people are more intelligent than them, and to a certain extent. Why? Because they still do realize how stupid they are compared to you. When I remind people I'm the most intelligent man in the community, it pisses people off. Now, why? Again, look into the emotional response, because the normal person you're like, okay, Dave, that's good stuff. Keep entertaining us. But the people who are offended, it's like, fuck you, Dave. How dare you fucking say that? It's just like, well, did I hit a nerve? Is it possible that maybe what I said is actually based in reality with some people? Not everyone, but with some people. So if you get so mad when I say that, well, maybe that says more about you than it does say about me.
That's a whole new ballgame, though, because I've made drama streams myself covering things, and these are just people that just didn't like me, whether they're your Tonys or your Scotts. Like, they've themselves made videos on me and streams on me, countless videos and streams, like, just for me being in chat or just me saying their name. Like, hell, I could just be coming on here. There's one moment where I'm making a stream, and Scott was brought up in a comment to passing, and Scott was in my chat going, "Why are you talking about me?" And so I was like, dude, I wasn't talking about you. Just because somebody says Scott does not mean they're talking about you. And then there's Tony, like, yeah, for some odd reason he just got mad for an opinion I said, or I said something about him in the chat. And it was like, you're gay, you say stuff about me, even though everybody talked shit about him at the time. And it's just like, I don't really talk about you. And it's weird because, like, these same people will be like, I should always shit on them, I always troll them, but I don't really think about these people. Yet they talk about me as if I've hurt their feelings in the worst way possible, or I did something to them in prison, or did naughty. I don't know.
A particular level of hate, Bullseye. It's kind of funny because I think it's more so the fact that you really don't give a shit, and I think that's more. Again, if we're going to talk about autism, blah blah blah, I think that actually deals with that because it's like you really don't give a shit. And you don't even understand about giving the shit. It's like these people are fucking retarded. So when they send you that hate and you don't cue in or get it or fucking acknowledge it, pander to it. Like they're really pissed off. And then they go on and further say like, oh, it's just the autism. No, but you got mad if you don't have autism and you're fucking supposedly making fun of somebody or making fun of somebody that supposedly has autism. I always say it's heavy metal intoxication. Can be cleaned. No, it could certainly be cleaned out with natural remedies, but it's heavy metal from the jabby jabs. But again, this whole point of trying to use that as an insult, it's hilarious because they'll use at one point these people will use they'll defend say Tommy and say, oh, he's got autism, you can't attack him, but then they'll attack you, Bullseye, and be like, autism be damned. Like it's the double standard hypocrisy when it comes to this sort of thing, especially for those that apparently seem to know how to prognosis or provide a prognosis for autism. Like they don't know shit. So who the fuck are they to even speak to you?
That's funny because that's not even the first thing they've been saying about me. It wasn't even just the autism thing. It just started after like Tony decided to try to put me on blast. Hey, look, there's an article he was left at one time. 'Cause I got him back because I felt bad. You made me feel bad. Yeah, I'm gonna get him back. Wait, wait, why is everybody shitting on me? What did I do? Wait, where am I? That's the thing that the autism thing started with Tony trying to post an article about me that was public information. It was a while back, and it didn't really pertain to me at all at that point because there was a much different version. But either way, it just started with that one. They've been talking shit about me even before this whole autism thing. They've been like saying things like, and this is the first thing they've been trying to say about me. I'm trying to sound like Dave Rose. That's literally one of their first ones. Another one was like, I'm manipulated. Like it was kind of like the most dumbest and kind of like
I think
unintelligent.
I think YR said he's like Dave Rose is your groomer, and he's grooming you.
No, that was Scott. But
Okay.
either way, they say the
Oh,
most.
hold on. I will say that, well, because YR literally is a yes man, and he's called other people that, but he is a yes man. He actually did parrot that. You are correct, Bullseye, that it was Scott that did say that. But during that period, YR was certainly parroting that and pushing that as something that was a reality when obviously it was false. But I appreciate both of you guys for bringing that up because that is something. There's so much history. People have to. At least I've got a lot of it documented. Again, history is important because if not, the commies fucking win. I've got it, most of it on my channel. Okay, you can watch the fucking history from start to end and see all the details and stuff. We cannot forget where this shit comes from. So this sort of shit is important to recognize where it comes to play in the entire game. I know fucking Vikings. Yeah. I can feel you, Vikings, all the way across there in Michigan, but I can feel you because you know what I'm talking about.
Close enough.
Sorry, Minnesota.
That ain't fun.
Michigan's a little too close.
Actually, that's kind of an insult because that's where that fucker Brown came from. But
Well, actually, the point I was trying to make is that they have always been called the dumbest things you can name. I donate to get my point across, or I just simply donate, or I even be streaming at all. Like people just say that.
They call you.
Isn't that funny? The person that they're watching, Bullseye. Let's look at this logic here. I know you can understand that Vikings. I know you can understand it too. But the person that you're watching, the other person, in this case, Wire, is also watching. You both enjoy that person. You make a donation. Wire shits on you for fucking making a donation to the person that both of you guys like, right? You both like him. You both want to fucking help him. You give the donation. It could be Joe, could be Ken, could be whoever. But you both give donation, and the fact that you Bullsy, made that donation. That somehow makes you a bad guy when you're both supporting the same guy? Please explain this to me, guys. Please explain this to me.
There's nothing to explain. We know who he sides with. Come on. Where did Bosey go?
Maybe a piss, but that's perfectly fine because we can,
Well, we're
again,
off
as
the
we
show
proved prior on the show, we can keep this fucking going. Great
Yeah.
discussions.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
Now he's
this
back.
is something that this fucking community really
Back
heavily
over.
requires. I'm glad that you're around, Vikings. I hope you stay around. I know you always make your CM Punk videos or whatever, like, I'm gonna leave and blah blah blah. Okay, but
I
aside-
just gotta move, Dave. Dave. I just gotta move pretty soon. That's all.
okay, but again,
Yeah.
like, you make it things like melodramatic to the point where it's just like, I'm literally here at a fucking cliff and I'm gonna dive off as soon as I'm done this fucking stream. So it's just like everyone's just like, no, fucking Vikings, don't do that. We want to fucking keep seeing you. And you're like,
All right, I won't
okay, I
dive
won't
off.
do that. But
I
like,
won't dive
dude,
off.
yeah, but we want to see you around. We want to see you, doing
No.
your own thing.
It's just more I can't really do too much right now. I mean,
That's fine. That's nobody's. First of all, don't be these people on YouTube who think that because people are saying to you, we need to see you live, that you need to interrupt your life to do so.
you know what it is it's been almost a year though, but fucking I don't.
But you don't owe anybody shit when you can do it, on your own schedule. Then that's when it's good. Don't rush to do things. Again, when your schedule doesn't allow for it.
Yeah, well, that's what I sort of am at, where it's kind of like, yeah, I got like a year, but I need to move and get that whole situation set up and figured out, and then it's like I'll fire it back up again. But I got some,
But that's the thing, though, is that don't think that people are forcing you to go live and that you need to do some content. Do the content when you're finally able to do it without any interruptions, without any rushes or anything like that, and not feeling pressured. And you're just going to do a better show.
yeah.
So again, just don't worry about that sort of thing, because again, people who do this whole thing where they view you and they judge you as to how often you stream or don't stream, and that defines your status on YouTube, which is hilarious. Because again, Mars Mirror came out the other day, hadn't done a stream in close to a year, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
Yeah.
And people were fucking tuned in watching that shit. Fucking everyone knows in the community what went down. They heard my beautiful fucking call. Well, beautiful and
What you got? You're on your
content, not the fucking connection. But I'm dealing with that right now.
Yeah.
You think Wire's watching this?
Again, you don't need to fucking be around a lot. If you bring a lot, you could do you could pull a Mars Mirror, literally come back a year later and people are fucking all over the place for that.
Yeah.
That just speaks about the person who provides the content, not the number of hours that the fucking stream goes on. And it was a fucking great show. Just listening to Mars and Nikki talk again, and really bring up some good points, even without me being on there. It was, again, good, good vibes to the old times. And those guys work great. Those guys are basically brothers.
Yeah.
So they just really work well when it comes to podcasting. And it was enjoyable just to hear a nice, refreshing new show.
Yeah. You're right.
Wire, by the way, did Wire end up calling into the show anyway?
No,
I don't believe so.
no, he didn't fucking call in.
No, actually, I do remember. I was in the chat even after I left the call. I was encouraging YR to call. I was like, okay, I'm not even on the call anymore. Like, fucking call in and fucking say your piece. I won't call in. I won't fucking interrupt you. I won't do anything like that. But yeah, like, why don't you address all the shit that I fucking laid out here on fucking their show?
Yeah, YR never called in. I was on there
Yeah.
too.
Believe it or not, Wire's been on my show before.
Well, that's
I think you were there.
that's your mistake.
I think you were there, Vikings. He was on the show because this was back in
Nah,
2022.
I wasn't here. Fuck that.
Yes, you were.
Nah, fuck.
Yes,
Nah.
yes.
It was
Yes, this was back in.
it was a different Vikings fan, not me.
Sure, you guys had like, did you alter your voices or something?
Like,
But either way, like
yeah, it was
Dave
AI.
Rose. Yeah, Dave Rose back in like 2022, back in the time where Seaman and him were having an argument. YR was on my show and trying to defend himself and stuff because like I was calling him out. But then
I
he came
do
back on
remember
the
those
call.
times where you have a loud fucking wire on your show and you just like, all you're doing is fucking logical, you know, again, autistic as his definition is. It's like, okay, but you're going through point for point. Okay, well, what about this? What about that? And like, this guy is squirming so bad on your fucking show, and then he keeps deflecting, but your logical thinking is just like your autistic thinking, according to him, keeps going back to like, well, hold on, like, okay, we'll get to that fucking whatever it is that you're trying to talk about, Wire, but I made a point. Can you at least answer this fucking question first before we move on to the deflection that you're trying to prove? And when you try to do that with Wire, he's like, no, you're just attacking me. It's like, literally just answer the question, motherfucker. That literally is what it is.
Yeah, you gotta notice like this. This is like with everybody in the community I argued with. You remember the argument I had with RP on Bullfrog Stream? Me just asking him about, hey man, what makes you so entertaining that you have to be on the calls and they're just so boring.
My eyebrows are the greatest thing in the world, and you gotta watch them for that. Yeah.
Remember RP claimed to be a pillar and this grand guy who wanted to be president? Well, I brought that to him and he was like, no, I don't call in to try to be entertaining, but you don't say the shows are boring and you're claiming to be a pillar and you're this and that. When are you supposed to think? You're not calling in to be entertaining? Because you think you're not entertaining?
No, see, he's an evil and vile creature. I've said this from the beginning. I've identified this particular being. But fucking RP is SC is fucking
Actually, I meant
utter
RP.
trash. He knows. Oh, you meant RP, not SC? Okay. You know what? I will still stand by the point that I said when I realized it. I was wrong. Fucking Jacob RP, okay, fucks the MILFs, the GILFs, okay, has no problem with fucking getting relationships with women with kids. He's playing second bat and, doesn't get all the action, but he gets some pussy, I guess, once in a while. Still better than fucking SC Steve, Greasy Illegal, or, Arturo, all whatever fucking aliases that he wants to use, Bertha, whatever. The fact is, this guy is the fucking fakest fuck working at the South Jersey Frito-Lay's location. And if I ever go to fucking Jersey, it's the end. It honestly, you can record this and send it to the cops, anybody. If I ever go down to fucking dirty Jersey, I'm going to the fucking Lay's factory, South factory, and I'm gonna find this guy, and we're gonna have a talk. And if that talk leads in his death, well, maybe it was I don't know, an illegal or something. Certainly wasn't me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I certainly wouldn't do anything bad. But yeah, if I ever go to Jersey, shit's getting settled. Done.
Yeah, well, at least you solved the problem.
Again, record this, hold it up, because you never know.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I guess I gotta keep the stream up then.
No, absolutely.
Right,
Again,
fellas?
like I keep my streams up.
Yeah. But going off of SC, he's a whore. Let's just put it simply, bluntly, he's a whore. His voice sounds like he's moaning and whining at the same time. It's weird. It's freaky. I don't know how he was able to do it, but he
He does
does.
like that gay stuff, the whole moaning stuff, the stuff that I pointed out, and then they started doing it more. They thought that it was gonna somehow annoy me, but it's just like I'm just saying, hey, you guys just proved my point. You guys sound like homosexuals because you're doing this moaning and fucking again. When you do your eyebrows to the point where you could cut a fucking envelope open with your eyebrows, like fucking Jacob RP and SC Steve, it's just like you guys are gay as fuck. Like we can't just deny this. You're like you guys are homosexual to the fuck
All the way.
all the fucking way, right in the pooper.
Fuck, man. That's sad.
Ah, dirty feet RP over there. I don't know.
Looking like a fucking hobbit with his fucking dirty feet.
Dirty feet RP.
I remember this guy saying he's like 6'2" and 220 pounds to me.
That's a
like he could beat
fucking
me.
lie. He's said otherwise on actual streams that I've witnessed. I think he said he was like 5'8", 5'9" on one stream.
5'2".
He's that's tall for a mestizo, but it's possible. But again, some of these. Well, actually, here's the thing that I've noticed: fucking SE Steve, he's fucking 5'6", 5'6" or less. He's short.
5'2".
He's short as fuck. He doesn't like it though. He doesn't like that people point that out. But when you start to take a look at the body, sort of proportions, you actually can figure it out that this guy is short as fuck.
He's a
But it
mid.
makes sense.
Mhm. Actually, the funny thing is, I'm 5'11" and 152 pounds. So that's confirmation that RP isn't. It's weird because he tried to tell me like in the fight scenario he's 6'2" and 220 pounds. He'd whip my ass and shit. And I would tell him I'm 5'11", 145 pounds. And at the time,
Yeah. Hold on, but Bullseye, did this guy ever actually, to our knowledge, do any extra? I can't remember the exact word. I'm stoned, but extra. Oh, there we go. Extracurricular sports, like you did, where you literally have shown yourself in the past on your streams, fucking winning a wrestling match, an actual Greco-Roman wrestling match, where if you know your shit and you use that in street fights, you're gonna hurt somebody bad. Like pull a German suplex on somebody on fucking concrete. You now have fucking free reign to literally, take their wallet, steal their money, stomp them in the face, and drag them into a fucking alley and fucking set them on fire. Like we've seen the photos of Bullseye, and I'm not being paid for this endorsement of Bullseye, but we've seen the photos. Okay, logic dictates Bullseye could probably kick the shit out of a lot of people in this community simply just because he's autistic, weaponized, but more importantly, he's got the training with the fucking wrestling, and he won. Yeah, there you go.
I do got.
Popping up.
Yeah, there it is. I do got several stories about me fighting. I think I've told it several times. I think I told this one when I was going at Tony at the time, because like there's one moment where Tony will always used to talk about how he forgot to get in fights and he practiced karate and shit, and he's like, and I started talking about fighting in general. Like, okay, like I've been into actual fisticuffs and bloody fights.
There
okay?
is no honor in fighting anymore. There used to be a time where using a simple, Asian method like karate or kung fu was appropriate, but nobody has any fucking, morality anymore. So they'll try to hurt you in every single way, which is why it's developed to the point where grappling, fucking BJJ and fucking These other combat systems are now prevalent. There's no honor in fighting no more. Everyone's gonna fucking take the cheap move out. So that's why grappling and wrestling is fucking quite substantial. But sorry to interrupt there, Bullseye.
Yeah, but the one thing I want to talk about is fighting in general is that there's people. This was back then, but people always talk about how they kick ass and I'm going to beat you up here and there.
Hmm.
But the one thing you notice is that a fighter never talks about what they're going to do to you. That's just one. That's just common. The only thing they're going to say is, "Yeah, I'm going to whoop your ass." Like, why would you give your strategy? One. But when people talk about how they kick your ass and shit, it's always behind a screen. I've talked about like how I got into bloody fights back in the day. I'm going to talk about it again now. There was a moment back in middle school. I got into a fight. This was a black dude. He was taller than me, heavier than me, obviously, right? So we got in a fight. I got 2 punches in the face. I had got 2 punches in the face. Bloody nose, busted up leg, right? I hit him once, and I bring him to the ground. His brother steps in and gets me off, and I could have swore right there I was hitting the eye. And I've said this in the past too. No fight ever completely goes your way 100% of the time, no matter how good you think you are. That's just how it is. And somebody like RP saying he beat me in a fight, or anybody else in the matter, or Scott throwing fake punches at a bag.
Hold on, did RP actually say that he could beat you in a fight?
No, not those exact words, but in a fight scenario, he tried to imply it. That's what I'm saying.
Dude, I don't even know how that's possible. I would love to see the wording, because the fact is that this guy's made issue that, his nail might be chipped. So of course he wouldn't get into fisticuffs. I can't see this guy actually standing up to these statements there, if in fact he was the one that did so and actually meant it. Because these people, again, those that are so obsessed with their eyebrows, Jacob RP and SC Steve, these people are not going to get into fucking fights. They're not going to fucking get into it at all. So these are the last people that we need to be listening to when it comes to defending your honor in fisticuffs.
Yeah, but RP always started up with the fighting words. Like, he would always be like, "Let's beat you up," something like that. He never told me that, but he'd always try to make implications. Like, "You would never say stuff like that to my face." It's like, okay, what would you do if I did? I'm not going to answer that. So you're right.
Of course.
Yeah, so like this is the thing I'm talking about.
I wonder what
Yeah,
they
I've
say
been-
in my face, because I'd
Yeah,
certainly
probably.
love to know.
Hmm.
Well, Dave Rose, you read books. You're certainly not tough. Okay, try it. Fucking at this point, just go for it. I've still been waiting for a fucking free pizza, or I'll pay for it. I don't give a fuck. But Donair Pizza, double sauce. Nobody done shit. And still nobody can even pronounce my real name. That's what's fucking hilarious. Also proving how stupid people are. I mean, get some culture here, people. Understand language. Language is what allows us to communicate with each other. Why would you not
Yeah.
want to be able to
This is a
hone your skills in this manner?
yeah. But this is a funny comment. Genchiest Cookie. I'm obsessed with you as the Chinese violinists you bang wow are y'all familiar. Familiar. Or familiar, I guess.
I'm obsessed with you as in the Chinese violinist you bang. Wow. If that's a bot, that's quite a creative comment. I don't know if it's again trying to translate Chinese to American, but maybe that's what it is. I have no idea who this person is.
I'm just curious where this person came from.
Certainly not somebody who's watching the fucking show, but
Guessing they're just
man.
browsing the YouTube and stuff. Aren't we all Not Smon? Okay. Okay, I might just have a grand time reading this shit. Like, I'm not sure why this
Well,
person came about.
the account on YouTube it says uploading whatever game I'm into at the moment. Hope you stay and enjoy the games as much as I am. See ya. Joined October 1st, 2020, but there's no videos on the channel. So, again, are you that pathetic that you need to use a fake account? This is certainly not a bot, right? Certainly not a bot. So, are you that? Again, is your life so sad that you're coming on to Bullseye show and trying to interrupt, three people who have certainly been listened to in this community, but certainly you haven't, and you want to come in here and try to make a name for yourself? And quite funny.
It's just tricky. It's something, I guess. Either way, like I've already been over the fighting stuff, like with the whole kind of shit. Like a lot of people like to talk like they're tough. I don't understand it. Scott Punch goes in and punch bags like he thinks he's tough. Anybody can go punch a bag, dude. Like you're not impressing anybody with that. Remember that head roll he tried to do? I don't know, but Benny and Natia and you were talking about that, and you see him do like some sort of weird head roll as his fist is in front of his face. Like, yeah, there was a clip of. I don't know. Like, do you recall any of his punching bags, or Dave? You know what I'm talking about?
I think so. I mean, there's been a lot of ludicrous things that we've seen in front of that punching bag, but I do believe so. Regardless, it's more unimportant to me than anything else. But from what I do, remember and have seen in the past, it just, well, anytime that punching bag is approached, it is a funny video to watch, regardless.
Yeah, and there's one where he's actually just trying to do a ninja roll. And what does he think that's gonna do in a fight? Like, I'm just genuinely curious what he thinks a ninja roll is gonna do for him in a fight. Like, what does he think? I don't know why he did a ninja roll, because there's one moment where he just rolls, stands back up, and punches it back. Like, he didn't even punch it good. He just like rolls and punches it back, and acts like that's the most badass thing you've ever seen. His body looks like a potato.
This Kinchius Cookie in the chat says, thanks for your amusing analysis. Are you a professor or something? Well, like I said earlier, I'm the most intelligent man in the community. So, but, this is Bullseye who allows you. This is a privilege, really. Bullseye could easily nuke you. In fact, I've got a wrench myself, I believe, so I could do this as well. We got King Meow Meow who could do the same. But the bottom line is that at any point, your voice could be extinguished. So consider yourself to be quite pleasured and privileged to be.
I'm just glad this guy's chatting. Yeah, I'm just glad you chatting in here, dude. Like, I thought the first comment you sent to me was amusing. Like,
yeah. Meanwhile, you got 7 people viewing and only 3 thumbs up. Okay, you've got first of all, you got OG Vikings fan on the call. Okay, that should warrant a lot more fucking thumbs up. Okay, because this guy's always threatening to fucking leave YouTube, and like we don't want him to leave YouTube, so we want to see him. But then you got me, the fucking drama emperor, who is coming back with a vengeance very soon. Be alerted. This is your warning, people, because the time has come for me, the devious one, to address certain things that have not been addressed, that people have been too cowardly to. And I think I've been quite patient enough with people in this community. And I've decided that now it's time to discuss a few things. But there's been a few complications, a few interruptions when it comes to my internet. Obviously, Bullsy, being on the super secret server on Discord, is quite
Yeah.
aware of this. But again, I just move forward best way I can to reestablish my internet dominance. And we're going back to some fucking great upload speeds eventually. This is something else. I appreciate Bullsy for you to allow me to announce this, but that's something else that I plan to do once I regulate my current situation.
Yeah, to be honest with you, like if you being on here and Vikings got me like 10 one total like live viewers. So there's that. So like I haven't been streaming much of like to one point I actually was able to break 20. But the only reason why I wasn't able to break that again and again was because I just kept not streaming and kept at it. Like you're just gonna continue doing it because like I have a habit of just not streaming. Like I used to stream like once a month, but I just stopped at one point
Counterpoint,
because
counterpoint, Bullsy. Counterpoint. I would say that when you have a good product, whether it be me, whether it be what we saw 2 days ago, sorry, Mars Mira and Nikki Nines come back after, I think it was over a year, but they came back, did a great show. I was on there, obviously, great stuff, huge. We had fucking Vikings on there, huge, great stuff. But the fact is that if you are somebody that is valued, whether it's a character or not, but due to your honesty, due to your truthfulness, whether it's every 4 days, 4 months, or even 4 years, there will be people who will tune into you because they appreciate what you do and they enjoy the way that you do it.
perhaps I'm just saying I haven't been able to
Come on.
break it.
Don't say perhaps. Bullsy, don't say perhaps because you do have people that tune into your stuff. They could be hate watchers. They could be love watchers, whatever. But they do tune into you and you do see this afterwards. They might not be here live, but they'll eventually tune in and you can see this in your numbers. Okay, I'm sure that you fucking recognize this too. You get more viewers. Again, Dave Rose, most intelligent man in the community. I look at the numbers. I see it. Mathematics works for me. I see, and comments as well, is that you, Bullsy, seem to get more viewers after the fact that you went live than when you normally, as opposed to, while you're live. That tells us that people are tuning into you after the fact. Now, is that because their schedule doesn't align? Who knows? Maybe that happens a lot, but they're still tuning in. They're still writing fucking comments to the chat and to the message. Sorry, to the whatever, the comments.
Yeah. Just to go off of that. Yeah. But to go off of that, this is weird because like I still get like Joe Cronin messages. At one point they were like, "Hey, come back to Joe Cronin's show." And this and that. And then now like my latest video, like I made on JD, I just posted for that Sad Boy song. Like I posted that, and now the same Corona fans coming out like, fuck you." It's like, what the fuck? Weren't you just asking me to be on back on Joe Cronin? So I'm guessing like Joe Cronin went back to St. Bullsy's a troll or some shit like that.
But
I'm not sure.
That's through email, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, is that I've been receiving messages and screenshots of people who are getting emails who used to be Patreon subscribers to Joe, who unsubscribed and still get emails from Joe saying, "Hey, if you want to pay for the Patreon, blah blah blah, and we got this and that, blah blah blah." And they make a good point. It's just like, dude, I unsubscribed. Stop fucking sending me emails.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's so weird because like I just got messages from people like it just really just like bled into like this was a while back, but remember Paul 3 and Joe Cronin had a freaking argument on the Wire stream.
I actually do not. I do not, but I would love if you could reference what number that was, because I'd be willing to go back and listen to it. It sounds hilarious because both of them are fucking a bunch of fucking faggots.
Yeah, but I can't really tell you because like Meyer took it down, one and two. It was a while.
Hey, hold on. YR took a video down that might have actually provided the audience with the proper ability to judge his character. I can't, honestly, Bolsey, I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that is even something that YR would do himself.
What a
My mind is blown.
news flag.
Yeah, yeah, and two, like it's hard to remember the exact number, but I remember specifically Joe Cronin calling in, and everybody's like, "Oh, look, he's trying to win Bulls," and I'm just like, "You think he's trying to win me back?" Well, his donors are in his fans are in his chat trying to tell you to go back. What do you think? I'm like, that's true, actually. I mean, like, it went from hey, go back to Joe to hey, fuck you, Bolsey. Like what? What's going on there? Like, I don't even like go trust Joe on a regular daily basis. The guy literally just unfollowed me on Twitter. Like, not like I was following him, but it's like, why was he following me in the first place? What was he hoping for? But it was so weird. Like sometimes he seems to like trying to get back in good graces with me because even I get messages on Patreon. Hey, I'm doing a show. La la la. So I'm not even. I don't really go to Patreon anymore, but I still get like emails of messages that Joe Cronin sends. I'm not sure why he mass messages a bunch of people, but he does. That's just who he is.
He's a grifter. He's a grifter, just like JD from New York.
He's a creep.
Yeah. And sometimes I'm thinking, like, what if I actually just go back in Joe Cronin's like chat and be like, "Bullseye bomb," just type "Bullseye bomb" and watch him have an
He'll
orgasm.
suck your dick until it doesn't benefit him.
Yeah, I really don't. I don't hate him, but at the same time, it's hard to want to go back to him because, like, I've talked about this back in 2021 and shit, and just be like, if I just go back to him, I'd just be like lack of self-respect, especially when he's willing to tell his audience that I backstab him, I'm this, I'm a troll, or this and that. It's just like, do I really care anymore? Like, if you're gonna tell your audience that, what makes you think I want to go back to you? That's just the way it is. I mean, he has had like donators leave him for a specific reason, and it's just Joe being a grifting douchebag, and it's just like he doesn't understand it. And I'm not trying to knock the guy, but I'm just saying the things that are factual. He'll make songs about you, trash you, say this, and that, but then be passive aggressive about things. Oh, he's cool, but he insults me, he backstabs me, but it's a whatever. Try to play off the people, trying to make them feel bad for him. It's a thing. And then when you try to confront him on the calls, everybody else dog piles on you. It's just like, why would you want to put yourself through that again? And I've went through this. Like, this is just like, it's not it's degrading to put yourself through that, especially when you know who Joe Cronin is. I don't expect Joe Cronin to even tell his audience. Like, and I'm guessing he told his audience at one point, like, I'm cool. Because that's why I was getting messages, hey, go back to Joe Cronin. And now I'm getting messages, you suck and shit. Like, okay. I'm guessing he told his audience that Bullsey's a troll again. I'm not sure what Joe does. Like, but that's the thing. Even if I were to go back, honestly, it wouldn't be much. I'm not interested. And him following me on Twitter, I didn't follow him back for a reason because I'm just not interested in what he does anymore. Like he's had good content in the past, but it's just not the same anymore. It just really isn't. Especially if you listen. I haven't listened for a long time, but I'm guessing he still has that Obama Bin Laden guy on his calls and shit. And it's just boring. Like anybody that is interested in his content anymore would be interested in wrestling it, but even that, it's just not much anymore. I don't know if any of you agree with it. I'm not trying to knock him, but Joe plays that the Vikings term, fuck games. I've heard about the messages he sends people. I've been told the stories. I've gotten messages behind DMs by Joker, and I'm going to leave YouTube and go to my Earth show. I've gotten the messages myself. Like that's just too jealous. Like okay, I don't want to be that guy, but at the same time, he's a dummy. He's a balding dummy with a gross house he lives in. It's, I can't. I'm not going to go back to Joker, regardless. And giving money to him, okay. I've been the biggest donor to Joe at the time, sure. But that was because I was a fan of his, at least his pro wrestling takes. I thought he was a funny dude at the time. Anytime I tune into any of his shit anymore, it's bland, it's boring. It's not watchable anymore. Like he's fallen off. It's nothing. A lot of it has to do with the fact that he's lost a lot of his co-hosts, a lot of fallouts, and a lot of people kept exposing him. And eventually that got to everybody, and they just left. And it's really his own fault. He probably would have been able to keep most of his fan base if he just kept to the pro wrestling talk and never tried to DM so many people. Don't go there, don't go here. He probably should have just kept it to just YouTube and just never went to too much deep into the drama bullshit. It would have still had you probably would have still had monetized this with Dave and Ken or JB in the matter, and maybe even Mars. Who knows? But he doesn't have that anymore. Nobody really tunes in to watch his stuff anymore.
No.
I'm not like I said, I don't want to be an asshole. I don't want to be mean to that guy. But at the same time, it's kind of warranted on my part because, yeah, I mean, that's just be rehashing the whole quarrel I had with him in the first place. So I'll say this. Joe Cronin left. Well, no, I left Joe Cronin because he banned me from his Discord and then proceeded to call me a crazy dude, psycho guy, telling us others, oh, everybody's banned, when that wasn't the case at all. I'll just say that. That's the reason why I can't really go back to him. Anyway, Don Cologne. I haven't actually seen you before. Did I ever arrange?
Hey, you gave that wrench. You should know.
I guess so. I guess so. I guess I just haven't seen him in a long, long time. And he's now popping up again. And I
saw him in chat. So
yeah,
he watches both and a wrench in both.
I guess so.
And Sparrows notice. Sparrows notice.
Yeah. So what is going on, Don Cologne? And
isn't it supposed to be spelled Don Corleone? So is this a misspelling on purpose, or did you not know the character's name when you made this your YouTube name? Again,
well, Ginchi's says
part is my question. That's it. That's just basically the question. Is everyone fucking retarded?
Ginchi's Cookie says, sorry, I have dyslexia, by the way. So that kind of sort of explains the first.
No, that's kind of funny is that account just stopped talking. They were talking so much and then they stopped talking. Were they logging into another account to come into your chat? Who knows? Or maybe Dave Rose.
I don't know.
Well, I do.
People are weird that way, I guess, but I guess they want to talk to themselves in the chats. I don't know.
No, but again, that's a good point to make, is that people make multiple fake accounts so they can come into your chat and, again, make it look like there's multiple people that are saying different things or the same thing when we clearly see who they are. So, I mean, Vikings has seen this on his channel. I know that.
Yep.
People showing up, fucking like, oh no, I'm a different person altogether. Meanwhile, they fucking say the exact same things.
Yep.
And it's just like, I see who you are. Okay, literally this last account that was criticizing me, they're gone now. Now you've been here for the last 20 minutes. Like, is this not easy to see that you're the one who's fucking trying to play all these different accounts to make it look? But it's just like, again, you don't have multiple computers, idiot. So you're basically logging in and out of different accounts just to make it look in the chat that there's multiple people hating on somebody when in fact it's just one person, usually SC Steve, greasy illegal.
Yep.
When I get my hands on you.
If Geechee's cookie actually turned out to be SE, I'd be freaking happy and laughing at the same time because I'd just be going on. I like calling him a brown spot. I like making fun of him. He's just one of those homos that just you look at like that's a punching bag right there. You look at one of that guy, you'd be like, you'd be bullied to death in school. Like I like making fun of him. Like, I'm not sure what else to say about him. Like he's just one of those people sucking on Steve.
He's malicious, and he laughs at that. And that's the funniest thing is that when he, guys, it's not that difficult. I don't understand. You don't have to have the fucking knowledge in psychology to understand this. When you have somebody like SC Steve laugh, especially the way he does, that alone fucking is the tell. That's the tell. If you play poker, you play fucking, you gamble, you know who you're playing against. And the laugh itself fucking tells it. But you also have SC Steve lying about who he is and how he conducts himself. And again, if you understand the way this game works, this guy's absolutely lying through his fucking teeth. He is such a fake fuck. It's fucking disgusting. And I mean, even if he's associated with YR, Vikings, you've seen this. Even if he's associated with YR, he will throw him under the bus and fucking try to destroy him to save himself.
Mm-hmm. Fuck yeah, he will.
This guy is disgusting. He's the worst of the worst in this fucking community. Like I'll be honest, on your exclusive on your own show, he's the only one right now who makes me want to physically put my hands on him and exemplify why I am who I am.
That's interesting actually to bring up because like I remember him on Sean's View, and this is so funny because I remember him doing an absolute suck job on Sean's View. You got here on your own. You're so successful. You didn't need anybody else. You're this. You're that. You're so cool. I'm out. Peace. And I'm left. He does this. He does this suck job on Sean's View, then drops like the mic, then leaves the call. Like, I'm just sitting in my chair like, is this guy serious right now? Like, what? Like he'll. Then again, he does the same thing to Joe Cronin because like that he hated Joe Cronin for the longest time. But then when Joe Cronin calls in, he's just like trying to warm up to him. It was just like, wait, wasn't this guy the same guy trying to report Joe Cronin? Now he loves him. What's going on here?
Come on, Bullsy. We've seen that multiple times. We've seen that so many times. Like, come on, man.
It's the first time I actually seen him do it. Like,
really?
Because back then, oh, absolutely. Like back in like 2021, 3 years ago, the first time I actually met any of you, you were telling me about, well, at least you told me, like, oh, I tried to report Joe Cronin. I don't like him. And you guys were even believe that he really just liked Joe Cronin. And it was like, a year later, he loved Joe Cronin. So, like, that's the first time I even saw something like that, a flippity flop or something. Well, then again, there's the part where he loved YR, then disloved YR because he was hanging with Tony. So, maybe you're right. He did that multiple times. Like, you're right. It happens so many times. Like, it's just how he is. And I don't understand it, but you know what? He's a whore. He's gonna make it somehow. That's all he knows how to do.
He's a whore.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
A horse.
That's the
But
definition. Again, people want to change definitions. No, it literally fits the definition of the word whore.
and hey, listen, I made a stream long ago about SC Steve the whore, so I'm I made sure everybody knew it.
But
Sucking
again,
Sock
some
Steve.
what blows my mind is people can't see the simplest things when it comes to just his laugh alone. Now, maybe I'm gifted in this, maybe, who knows? But his laugh alone tells me everything I need to know about this guy. And when I've said it on air, this guy's gotten mad. Why? Because I'm clearly hitting the truth. So the point is, something as simple that some people might see as a laugh actually has a lot more to do with human psychology than some people might realize. And when somebody like I, the most intelligent man in the community, is able to fucking break that shit down and actually analyze this piece of shit, Mestizo, and just simply listen to his laughing like, I know exactly what he is, who he is, and what he's going to do, and I get proven correct. It's time to bow down to Dave Rose when it comes to that sort of shit because I know what I'm fucking talking about. You can hate me all you want, but you just can't say that I'm factually incorrect. Greasy Illegal, SE Steve, Arturo, whatever fucking name he wants to use for now. Okay.
Didn't he use an
Thanks,
alias
bro.
called Arthur?
Oh
I
no, that
remember.
was in another community. Again, he'll go to different communities and he'll use different names. And with the particular one where he used the name Arthur, somebody sent him information. Sent the person who was running the stream information that basically exposed SE Steve, and this guy literally just chewed him out on air. I reviewed this on one of my shows, but chewed him out on air. Fucking just castigated him and cast him out, banned him, blocked him, all that sort of shit. And SE Steve was really mad, especially when someone like me or others did bring it up and say, hey, dude, you lost. You went to another community to try to fucking start shit. You got found out and you got cast away because nobody wants you. And this is how he lives. This guy will go to places where he's not wanted because nobody, and then he gets rejected, and then he'll go to other places because nobody wants him around. Nobody wants him around except for fucking YR because he's also a piece of shit.
Yeah, that's funny because like I remember that show particularly. Like you reviewed it, and I remember it because you reviewed it. I'm only saying that because like I remember him being asked a question like, "Hey man, who is this guy?" And I'm being told like, "This guy is a predator, a predator allegedly. What's going on here?" And SU was just like kind of just not even answering the question, but kind of like trying to get out of it, kind of get out of it as much as he can by like delaying it. Talking about like things like vague things like their homes or something, and he's just like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Can you explain?" He's in a home. What does that mean? He's in a home. Like, what do you mean? Can you elaborate? He just kept trying to press SE, and it's just like, oh, this. Okay, but is he a predator? He was trying to get him to like answer that and just know why. And eventually, another person called in and started pressing SCC for doing something intimate with Keith, such as cooking with him. And that's what I believe was the whole thing about. Like, my first thought was, if SC was smart, he would have just simply said, "Oh no, that guy's in a." Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that. If he was smart, he would have said something like, as the lines of, "Yeah, but he's been punished for it. Like, what do you want me to do?" But he seemed like hesitant just to answer a question. Just like either he was just retarded or he just knows he would look bad in that situation. I don't know. It wasn't a good look regardless because he could have just been honest from the get go and it would have probably saved him a whole lot of bashing and criticism. But he very dumb when it comes to that, and it just seems like he buries himself deeper. And it's just like, okay, dude, you do realize you're looking retarded, right? All you have to do, and I mean, all you have to do is say, well, yes, there's an article about him talking about whether he's a predator or misunderstanding. There's was sent articles about teeth were barbered. I'm just like, well, as far as story goes, I don't know if he's a predator or not. But either way, SEC was so
He certainly is.
SEC was just yeah, SEC was so scared just to answer whether he's a predator. Like if he's probably because like there's certain evidence to suggest he is a predator, and knowing that they already have that, he looked not too good, so to say. So that's my conclusion. He's hanging out with predators and he knows it.
Mm-hmm. True.
That's my best Vikings impression.
We all know YR is a fucking creepo, so
He did.
You're still being too kind. Creepo, that's actually somebody that you let your dog walk with them. But like again, this guy's worse than that. He's a very bad individual. Very bad individual.
Yeah.
should be
I mean, well, I would just say this: Wire
Is
is
it
a
possible he might groom
crazy.
kids? He's got a big dildo collection. Don't you think that he might invite kids over? Hey, kids, you want to see my dildo collection? Why don't you touch it? Why don't you feel it? Don't you like that girth there? Obviously, my dick not too big, nothing close to those dildos. But hey, maybe you want to transition from the dildos to my dick. I'm not grooming you at all, kids. But yeah, I'd love my pickle kissed. That's exactly why her. That's why her. Guys,
I've noticed that about Wire. And I'm not doing that. I'm not being malicious, but I'm gonna attack you maliciously. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I noticed
absolutely. Dude, that's
Like,
every
he'll
fucking
say
time the Wire does that. I'm not gonna attack you maliciously, but let me attack you maliciously right now. That's exactly
it's so.
what he's done.
But he's so done that. Like I noticed that so many times. Like, oh no, I'm not. I'm not being stirring the pot, but I'm gonna stir the pot on you
Yeah.
right now. Like,
Yep.
dude, we noticed a mile away, dude. Like, he'll deny it, didn't do it. It's like, how is this even? Like, what the hell? Like, is he serious right now? Just to deny you're doing it as you're doing it? No, I'm not killing this woman. I'm not doing that right. Even though I'm just beheading her, but I'm not killing her. No, I didn't do that. I'm not doing that. Let me kill her. Dude, that guy is so transparent at this while denying. It's like, you do realize we see you doing the thing you're saying you're not doing, right? I'm not. That's just why I don't know why he does what he does, but if you're a freak and you're a fucking pervert, I guess you'll do anything that would get you attention, right?
right.
Yeah,
Right.
right. Looks like you guys are burned out. So
I'm not burned out at all. I could fucking go for fucking hours, but we've got a esteemed gentleman here, one who's only just recently come back to the community, the one and only Vikings fan. Like, how could we not give this guy the platform to say whatever the fuck he wants? Because as always, when he does speak, people listen.
They
Yeah.
sure do.
They sure goddamn
Yeah.
fucking do.
Sure goddamn
Yeah.
fucking do, right, Ballsy?
absolutely, bruh. I'm just starting to stream again, but who knows if I'll stream it.
Sounds like you're just
like
starting to
next
wake up. You got two
Yeah.
OGs here. You got two literally, guys. Fucking a couple of, I think maybe 2 weeks ago, if we were gonna really count it to the number. This is my 10th anniversary of being in this community, because I started with actually watching Joe, but also watching his co-host, which included Tommy C, and talked to Joe, getting in on his show and stuff, but been in Tommy C's chat. He liked what I was saying, wanted me on the show, went there, fucking featured, did my thing, got so good that fucking Joe Cronin was like, hey, let's have you on my show. And we had great shows, and that's where the legend actually started. So 10 years, basically, as of a few years ago, a few weeks ago, what am I saying? That basically I've been here, Devious Stavros, in the community. And I gotta say, fuck, man, the time's flown by. It does not feel like fucking 10 years. And it's fucking crazy. Crazy because I've known Vikings fan for many numbers of years.
I've been here that long too.
Yeah, you've been around for a long time. Like, there's all these people that have been around for so long, but it just doesn't seem like it's been fucking 10 years. And yet we look back on it and so much has actually occurred. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come to think of it, I joined the community 4 years ago, so I'm actually been here for a long time. It doesn't seem that way at all. Seems like I've been a part of this only for like 4 months, maybe. So it feels at least
4 weeks. So
yeah. But at the same time, a lot of people left, and it's just like eventually things got stale. But all it would take is somebody stream it again and talk about what people used to like to talk about. If I decided to do political streams or drama streams again, I guess I could develop a following. But that would just take a long time. Then again, I've been having subscriber growth just because of the videos I've been putting out.
Mars streamed on Friday, and then Ken streamed last night, and then Bullsy streamed tonight.
Yeah.
That's 2 days in a row.
Yeah. Sometimes I tune into Ken, but only when he's doing a solo stream. I don't really like doing Insomniac. Watching
you don't like Mellow either, huh? I wonder why. I wonder why.
Ken's streams on his own is actually really good and fun. As for Insomniacs, I feel like it's missing a piece. Like, one of them is like sometimes
it's got too much of a piece. It's got Mellow. Get Mellow out of there, and I'm sure that because again, if like you're saying, Ken can do well solo, okay, do Insomniac solo. You don't need Mellow because all he does is fucking ruin the show. Everyone fucking knows it. Apparently, too many people are scared to fucking say it. But the fact is, those with guts have, prominently told Ken, Mellow sucks. We don't like him. Why is he there? And more importantly, why does he continue to ham it up and nobody calls him out on it? That's the biggest thing that people have been fucking saying. It's like, dude, okay, fine. You want somebody on your show. They're a fucking retard. Okay, you've had Tommy on there. That's cool. But the point is that if you're gonna have Mellow on there, can you rein him in a bit? Can you rein him in and keep him under control so he doesn't everything and fucking just ruin? He ruins the show. He'll literally repeat. I don't know if you guys heard. I heard a bit of Ken's show from Saturday night, I believe, but it's just the same thing over and over again. Mellow. Ken will say something. Mellow will literally say it word for word. Repeat it. Oh, yeah, Ken. Really? Like, and why does anybody call this shit out? And not, on top of that, like, we have the right to judge. This guy voted for fucking Hillary Clinton over fucking Donald Trump. He's gonna vote for fucking Kamala Harris over fucking Donald Trump. We know where his loyalties lie. Are we just going to ignore this and excuse it?
Well, to give you this, yes, he voted for those two. Not to mention, you're right, he does, for some odd reason, act like a parody of what Ken is saying. And he's a parrot for whatever reason. I don't know why he does what he does, but that's I don't know what else to say.
But hold on,
What
let's
else?
actually go to that. Bullseye, that's a great point. If the situation exists where you don't understand why he's doing this, that's why it needs to be examined. So let's actually try to examine it. What is he doing when he does this? Right?
Okay, so
Go
let
ahead.
me evaluate this, and if we're playing
Yeah,
this.
break it down.
Okay.
Break it.
Okay, so Mello doing the parroting of Ken. Okay, so one of two things. First time I've seen him on a call, this was 2 years ago. He was putting his foot in his mouth. Literally put his entire foot in his mouth. Well, not
Yep.
entirely, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
So there's that. And going fast forward later, he loves to act like Tommy. He's calling himself Fommy.
True.
Okay, there's another thing. He always tries to talk about Tommy, so there's that. And then, not to mention, he's always on a stream with Ken. Now, as far as I'm concerned, if he was on anybody else's stream, he'd probably be kicked off. Joe Cronin has
Yep.
kicked people off his stream for being annoying. As
Yep.
for Ken, Ken is a very nice person,
Facts.
and therefore he's going to be nice to people. He's nice to his friends in general. So Mello doing this. Conclusion is that Mello is more. I would say like he smiles a lot too. It's weird that he's always smiling about something. He's always happy to be there. To me, it seems like I don't know what the word is because I'm trying to find it. He's just
Fake.
he's
The word you're
self-aware.
looking for is fake, and you are on the fucking trail, Bullseye. You see it just like I do, and many other people do. That smile is fucking fake as fuck. And you see it too. It's just like, why are you playing it up to this level? Like, normally it's like you get a nice smile. Okay, great. You know, you move on. But why is he really doing this? It's such a concerted effort, specifically with the camera. And he looks into the camera and fucking does that super smile. Nobody does that in real life. Nobody.
Yeah,
And you,
because like yeah, I do see it, and I do have to say it. I don't want to be mean, but I'm only kind of looking at it as a objective standpoint at this time. If I'm going to
all
call
you're
it
doing
anything,
is stating facts, Bullseye. Okay, there's nothing mean about stating facts. Somebody wants to take offense, fine. You can't give offense. You can only take offense. Please continue.
so like I'm trying to conclude and narrow it down to a word. Like if I'm going down to anything of it, and the only word I get, huh?
Insecurity.
Would you say?
If we're gonna boil down everything when it comes to Mello, the one word that describes him is insecurity. Prove
Right.
me
So
wrong, people.
okay, so if it's insecurity, that would mean like he more so likes to hem it up because he likes being looked at or seen on camera. He likes
Yep.
to be looked at for doing dumb stuff or being called himself bombing. Therefore, anybody that looks at him, he hems it up because he knows there's eyes on him. Okay,
And you wouldn't have a
insecurity.
camera working if it wasn't for that. I don't have a camera working right now, and I'm saying outrageous things. They're truthful, but outrageous. And the thing is, though, I don't need to be on camera.
My
prove
camera
this point.
work.
But when you're fucking hamming it up on camera, there's a point why you're doing so.
Okay.
My camera's working just fine.
Again, I could be on camera too if I wanted to, but the thing is, though, when you force it to be on camera and you're trying to ham it up, that fucking speaks a lot.
Yeah,
Mm,
my camera's working great.
This is
You
such a weird thing because, like,
dye your hair, dude.
I don't.
I don't like seeing white hair and Vikings hair. That you're making me feel old. I want to see you with fucking
Right.
nice dyed hair, black hair, jet black, and I won't feel so old. Like
It's white. It's just the light.
it's just the light.
It
Okay,
is.
get a personal makeup artist because it looks white to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but off of what Dave was saying,
bad
I'm
lighting.
just gonna go.
I
Yeah,
swear.
but off of the yeah, but off of what Dave was saying, and I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I usually don't enter myself on camera, but I was able to draw numbers just for
Yeah, you're
talking
not
shit.
narcissistic, Bullsy. You're not narcissistic. They call you autistic, fine, but guess what? You're not narcissistic. Neither am I. Have I been on camera in the past? Yes. Have I made a fool of myself on camera on purpose? Yeah, fine. But again, if the content is what matters, why do we need to be on fucking video? You can just listen to it while you're fucking in your car, while you're working or something. You know, are you really needing to actually watch a video and see us on camera? You want us to be fucking mellows too? You want us to see us ham it up on fucking camera? Because that's, to me, that's kind of fucking sad. I don't think I need to do that unless it's a special occasion.
Yeah, and not that I dislike Mello. He's I get along with him just fine, but it's sometimes I wish I could just call him out, but I don't want to do that to Ken. Like one, he likes the guy, he's friends with the guy. That's just it.
Why not? Why are you disrespecting yourself by not speaking what you have on your mind? That's more of disrespect for you, to be quite honest. You're on a show, you're being featured, Ken's being, having you on there. Why are you not going to fucking call up Mello on his fucking, on Ken's show? Because I certainly have while on Ken's show. I've done standalone videos proving that Mello's a fucking fake piece of fuck. Again, like, why don't disrespect yourself, Bullsy? Like, your opinion matters just as much, or if not more, than other people like Mello, who's a fucking idiot.
Well, I'm sure that it would be fun for a lot of people.
He's loyal. Okay, he's loyal, but he's fucking retarded, and he hates his fucking your viewers, and he's fucking willing to pull all this shit. Like, no, Mello's fucking, he's guilty.
Well, for one, like I said, I get along with the guy just fine. I don't really hate his guts, but I'm only kind of. But what I have visualized and observed is things I would like to call out. Like, okay, but at the same time, it's just like
Why don't
I've always
you?
gotten to be.
Why? No, but why don't you? Just because Kent is his friend, but if he says something that literally you've got to call out, you're gonna hold your tongue because you're a friend with somebody. You value a friendship more than truth, because truth really, that's the ultimate, ideal. Like, why would you not speak out on that?
Well, there's one attempt that I did that gave me the idea. Okay, maybe Ken wouldn't really want that. But this is, I already told the story because, like, when Mello was talking about how, and he said this, and trust me, I've already pointed this out. Jesus, I guarantee you, Jesus slept around with a lot of women. I'm like, really? So, like a messenger of God, of a form of God, slept around with a bunch of women. And Ken just like, we don't know nothing. Let's move on. And I got that, like, okay. I guess that's a more.
You know what? You would say something like that. Let's just break it down, okay? The fact is that the Talmud, okay, Babylonian Talmud, was adopted by the Jews, and this doctrine says that Jesus is burning in hell in a vat of boiling feces. Okay, so basically, there is much hate due to the Talmud, which supersedes actually the Old Testament. It's amazing to think about, but even the Talmud has more authority over the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, okay, not the Christian Bible, and they actually have this disrespect for Christ, and that is something that you do see from people like Mello, who've made it a point to try to desecrate Christian doctrine and to come out with these statements. And it's like I said from the get-go, this guy is fake. He's purposely trying to manipulate people into believing what he's trying to say, but underneath that, he actually has a motivation to subvert.
Yeah, but to point that out, yes, that is. I can totally see that. But to point this out, like Dave, I thought about calling out Mello. I mean, like honestly, like that was the whole point of why people liked Ballsy back then because I kept calling people out. It still is, but I haven't done
You ever
that as
had a
lately.
chance to speak to this guy on air? Because like this guy, he will literally every time you say something, he'll interrupt you, shut you down, and try to like deflect the conversation. I don't know if you've ever had that experience with this guy on a call. In fact, I would encourage you. I'd love now to think of it to hear you on air, but I don't actually recall any time that you've had that opportunity to be on a call and to call his shit out. So I would love to see that.
Well, if that were the case, the closest one, like I said, was the Jesus talk, but we didn't really get to a
On
conclusion
air?
to that.
It wasn't on air. You said it was private messages.
Oh no, I meant on air. I don't know when I said that, but I meant it was on air and where we were trying to talk about Jesus, and then the conversation shifted to something
I don't
else.
remember that personally, but I would love to be able to hear that. But from the sounds of it, he shut you down, and again, probably using fallacious, logic. He tried to deflect the conversation from actually, in fact, addressing it. So, because I know that you will bring a topic, and we'll continue to bring that on. You've tried that with me with wrestling, but recently I proved that I was correct there with the streaming on HBO. But regardless, is
Yeah,
that
actually, that was so
at
true because
least-
I looked it up. Like,
but at least you will hold. See, you got to respect that. I respect that. You will hold people to task, and that if you believe in your stance, like I do, and I know, you're willing to go against people like Bullseye who will say, okay, well, I'm holding you to task now for you to prove that point. And you got to go through all the explanation, provide all the information, blah, blah, blah. But at least you have that opportunity to have a proper discussion. But more importantly, is somebody holding you to task. If you're scared of the stance that you have, of course you're going to run away. You're not going to stand fast and say, okay, you've challenged me to prove my point. Okay, well, I've got a lot of information. Let's go at it. And again, you're able to prove your point regardless of how long you got to fucking keep that discussion going. So
yeah,
for those that don't choose to do that, it goes to prove that they can't stand to defend the argument that they initially stand by, supposedly.
yeah. But what I mean by mellow is that it's not that he diverted. It's more so that I never actually got to have an actual while on call have a conversation when I tried at the first few times, and it turns to jokes, this, and move on. So like anytime Jesus brings up, I even try to bring up at one point, hey, what do you think of Jesus? He's like, well, that's fine. We try to have a conversation. Then,
Oh, and you said
like
jokes,
I said, Ken
right?
was a,
You said he tries to change the
yeah.
conversation to jokes. Now, Bullseye,
Well,
I don't know.
no.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not. I don't think I'm explaining this well then, because I'm not. I'm trying not to make this guy look bad. At the same time as I'm trying to be. I'm trying to be a speculative part. I'm trying to be introspective about this. Melon and I try to talk to Mel about this on calls, but Ken usually likes to joke. There's one moment where we were trying to talk. Ken was kind of being funny kind of guy and shit. So other times when we're trying to talk, other people are trying to talk about it and shit. Like it's hard to talk about it because like either A, one, I'm not pressing hard enough or I'm being too nice, or two, it's just something people don't want to talk about. Because it always ends with, oh, Jesus slept around with a bunch of women. I'm trying to press it and we don't know for anything and the topic moves on. You know what I'm saying? It's just we're not getting anywhere because one or two things. One, I'm not pressing hard enough, or I'm not being serious enough, or nobody else is being serious about it. I don't know. I'm not sure what else is there to do. It's just it's not going the way I would like to go, and it's not helping with anything. And I don't. This
Yeah,
isn't Mello trying to go on.
No, go ahead. Sorry,
No,
my apologies.
this isn't me trying. I don't think it's Mello moving the goalpost or moving anything or skirting or not wanting to talk about it. It's more so that I don't think anybody's really taking it seriously anytime it's brought up.
Nah, I'd have to disagree with that. And again, Mello, I pointed this out. This is what's so fucking funny to me, even to this point. I took a simple clip of this guy faking. Okay, this is not cool, guys. It's when you try to portray yourself as real and you do fake shit, it's not cool. If you're just gonna, from the straight get go, say everything I do is fake, so whatever you see that I do is gonna be over the top, fucking fake, whatever. So you see this guy, as I previewed, where he over reacts to a fight that I was watching live, okay, with them on that call. Just fucking crazy. The fucking shin kick that was made to, I believe it was McGregor, but it broke the fucking leg. Crazy stuff. And yet Mello, you can, again, if you're watching the video, you see Mello looking at one screen and then he looks to another. And like I pointed out, this guy was faking it. Why is this shit not being called out? This guy is a fake. But no, because he's always loyal, apparently, and he's always there, which is a detriment, to be quite honest. Like, this makes it, what, valuable? Like, nobody has yet been able to explain to me how that, how that's possible.
I'm not sure either, to be quite frank. I've given the guy the benefit of the doubt because I've been on calls and talked with him. He's fun. He can be fun, I guess, to hang out with if you're talking with him, I suppose.
Hold on.
If you're gonna-
Please clarify. Hold on. Bolsey, please clarify. You gave him the benefit of the doubt on what specifically?
On once, he's not a. I mean, he's to people in the chats. Okay, I've heard that people like Ban659 show detest for Mello because he hands it up right, and he's not any of this. And I've talked to him. Okay, he's fun to hang out with. Maybe he's not as annoying as people make him out to be, right? And I've talked to him a few times.
He's interrupting you more often than I do. So
yeah, but either way, it's hard to. I've talked to him. I'm guessing like you can have a good time with him, and Ken likes him because he's always having a chat with him, having a good time with the guy. He likes.
sorry, I'm trying to
down to him is
while you speak.
when you actually talk with him. I'm guessing you can actually have a fun time having a chat. But sometimes in my cases, it's hard to get words in either A, my Skype, or like people just talk over me. Sometimes I don't call into Insomniacs. Well, most times I don't call into Insomniacs. So like I've just noticed like some people, Mello usually gets the center of the attention sometimes because he'll post big photos of backgrounds.
Wait. Hold on. Let's rewind. Center of attention. First of all, who's running the channel and the show? Ken. It's his channel, his show. But this guy decides to hook his caboose to the fucking train and gets featured on there. Hello? Like, this guy has nothing to complain about. Oh, I guess we lost Pulsey. Just me and Vikings here.
We're off the stream again.
What do you think about what we were discussing? Because there's been a lot of defense to this sort of shit. And I know that you, just like me, really don't we don't accept this shit. We draw a line and we say enough's enough and these people don't fucking qualify. What do you think of the excuses Bullsy has been making for some people that really should go through the wood chipper feet first?
Fuck making excuses for these
Absolutely.
Especially Especially fuckers like YR.
Sorry, I timed out.
I don't know.
That's fine.
Sorry, I timed out. Well, yeah. Well, I'm trying to be like very, very nice when describing Mello because like
man.
I don't. I'm trying to. I don't know how else to put it. It's very hard. I'm trying to be nice about it. I really am.
Why?
But if I'm because I don't know really. I don't really have a reason to be nice about it. I just don't.
You're
really
not
wanna-
jaded enough. You don't see these people for how evil they are. If you were like me and Vikings, you'd understand totally that these people don't deserve mercy. That's the thing. We've given them enough mercy, and they've continued to flip flop and to stab us in the back multiple times when we've tried to help them. Me, Vikings, you even, Bolsey, try to help other people. They stab us in the back. And what we're going to go
Wait a
through
minute.
this.
Has Mello stabbed people in the back? Has Mello stabbed people in the back? Is that what you're telling me? Mello is a backstabber?
I wouldn't go that far, but sabotage certainly is a backstab style attack, and sabotage is certainly what he's done when it comes to Ken shows. Simple fact. You can argue,
but
all
keep
you
in
want,
mind-
he's loyal, but no.
Yeah, but keep
We're
in
fucking
mind,
doing
I'm
the shit that
defending.
Mello does. How can anyone justify what Mello has done? I've proven this, but you don't need me. You just have to look at it yourself and realize what he's fucking doing. First of all, why is he like, honestly, in real life, I've experienced this. There's people that you'll speak and they'll literally try to say exactly the same words that you're saying while you're saying them. Right? You guys experienced this, right?
Yep.
Why would anyone tolerate that sort of level of A, retardation, B, disrespect, and C, bullshit? Why would anyone? Because somebody's special, they got autism. I'm YR. I could tell that you got autism, so you gotta tolerate this shit. No, fuck you, YR, and your fucking fake diagnosis, you fake fucking doctor. But the fact is, again, we're gonna tolerate this shit? Really?
Fuck no.
Do we not have enough respect for ourselves? Like, fuck.
Fuck them pieces of shit liars.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I don't know how else to put it. Like I'm trying to be nice to Mello. I don't want to be mean. I've already
Hold
kind of
on. But
evaluated.
hold on. This is a good question. This is good. Again, this is a good psychological question. Both of you guys, I encourage you to comment on this. But okay, what Bolsey, honestly, without any emotion, very logical, Dave Rose. What makes you believe that you are somehow responsible or accountable for how others perceive you emotionally when all you're doing is simply coming to conclusions logically?
Well, one, I don't want to be unfair, so there's that. And I'm like I said before, I started off by
Unfair, hold on, Bolsey, sorry, but unfair means that you somehow owe other people your opinion. That's unfair. There's one party, yourself, and other parties, and you've got to measure and balance what is, I guess, equal, unequal, fair, unfair. But that should never have been part of the equation, Bolsey. What do you owe other people? If you don't owe other people, there's nothing about fair or unfair. It's not about like you versus other people. It's what's fair to you and you alone.
yeah, it's not. It has nothing to do with me. It's not my problem if anybody else can't defend themselves, right? Yeah, you're right. I have no actual obligation to give them the benefit of the doubt anyway, right?
Yep.
But cognitive stimulus, right? I'm trying to come up with the best conclusion in defense for Mello, right? And I'm not really coming up with anything.
How much
to be
you pay
honest.
you to say this shit? Because you've been fucking pro Mello all this night, and I'm trying to fucking prove this point.
What a
Like, fuck,
pussy.
man, like, what, he pay you $1,000? What?
At least.
Yes, he paid me so well.
Exactly, fucking Vikings. He knows the money. He's
Yep.
following the money.
Yeah, you got paid off, fucker.
Yeah,
There's
I'm just trying to.
trap. I'm being recorded. I'm going to be reported to the ADL.
Can't believe you.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just trying to come formulate the best one. But honestly, I'm coming up with blank. Like I gave the benefit of the doubt. Like maybe he's not as annoying as people make him out to be, but it's like I'm guessing Ken just likes the guy and has fun with him on calls. I don't know how else to put it.
Hey, hold on. Is
Right.
that possible when he's literally multiple times in the last couple of months told Mello to shut the fuck up because he was interrupting him while he was trying to make a point? Like really got mad at the guy? Like
Yes.
come on.
That's
It's
fair.
on record. We can see it for ourselves. Mello, again, will not only repeat everything that's Ken says word for word, but he'll start interrupting Ken when he's fucking trying to tell a story and shit. And there's been times in the past that we've witnessed where Ken just had enough and was just like, Mello, hello, Mello. Can I finish my story before you fucking start interrupt again? Mello's like, yeah, Ken. I won't interrupt you. Sorry, I've been doing that for the last 12 minutes, but Ken, yeah, I'll finally shut the fuck up. And Ken can finally move on with the fuck it. Have you not witnessed this? Because I surely have multiple times.
Yeah.
But Ken,
Yeah.
but
Well-
fucking Mello knows what he's doing. Mello is not retarded. Okay, he's an astute piece of shit. But astute means that he understands certain things.
So you're saying that Mellow Yellow knows he's not retarded? I don't know.
Mellow Yellow portrays himself as retarded, but he's not. So try to play the game and try to convince people that his hamming it up, interrupting Ken, repeating everything that Ken says after he fucking says it is acceptable because it's Mellow Yellow. He's loyal. Yeah, he'll ruin your show, but he's loyal. That's a great thing now, isn't it?
I don't know, man. Maybe Mellow Yellow is retarded.
No, he's just Jewish.
Yeah.
I think he's retarded.
Same thing.
I think he's partially retarded. That's what it is.
No, but that's the thing, though. You're giving him too much credit. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing, and he's doing it on purpose. He's admitted it in the past. He hams it up on purpose. And I've been called out, Dave Rose, he fucking shit on Mello because he's hamming it up. Hamming it up. No, that's exactly what he's fucking doing. Now, you can fucking play along with that fucking bullshit that just ruins the fucking show, or you can call it out and you'd be like, look, I think you fucking step up and get in line, or you can stop this shit and get the fuck out of here. But no, he's loyal. So let's just let him on and ruin the show.
I think. I think sometimes. I think he's so retarded that sometimes.
All right, so
Mellow
Right.
Yellow
That's
doesn't
exactly
know
what
what he's fucking doing.
all right, so thinking about it, like I said before, I would like to call him out on like just the Jesus thing in general, like have
Why
an
don't you?
actual conversation with him.
Why don't you?
Yeah. I mean, like I've already explained it. Like I tried, and it's like the
Yeah,
conversation moved.
you're on the fence. We know.
I'm not on the fence.
He's trying to
Sure.
be diplomatic, but reality will force Bullseye to realize where things are. And Mello is the most I don't know if the most, but he's one of the most disingenuous pieces of shit in this community. Simple.
Yeah, I know that.
I know that you do, dude, because you're smart, but Bullseye gives too much credit to people. Again, I guess he's young, not like us. We're older. Again, we're more cynical, but again, we see the truth for what it is. Bullseye gives too much credit for people and has hope for them. That's a great thing, dude. Like, inspires me because both me and Vikings were at that point back in your age. That we believe the world was just, butterflies and unicorn farts. But we now realize what it is. And, I think you're going to realize much quicker now because, you see it for yourself. But
It's a doggy dog world, motherfucker.
it's worse than
And
that.
that's an interesting thing because I was just talking about the shits for the world with you guys, but okay.
You'll figure it
Um,
out someday. You'll
Dude,
figure it out someday.
Fucking Vikings fan statistically should be more dead than fucking Ozzy Osbourne. Now, Ozzy Osbourne made a deal with the devil. That's why he's alive.
Yeah.
I know that that Vikings did not make that agreement with the devil. He punched the devil in the face. He played a fiddle. He fucking got that guy fucking chasing out of fucking Georgia. So like
The devil
Vikings
in Georgia. No.
again, Vikings should not be alive, and yet he's here with us speaking. So I would not fight with I would not fuck with Vikings because clearly he has like biblical angels that look like fucking 12 wings with like 12 eyes. Like these things are protecting this guy. I would not fuck
Yeah.
with Vikings.
Yeah.
Like, and again, Vikings like, I give up on life, and life is like, nah, sorry, buddy, you're gonna live further. Like Vikings can't die. I think he's a Highlander. Like
Yeah,
like
I guess-
movie and shit, like
I guess at this point I got to make it to 100. I don't know. I guess.
no. That's the great thing is it's like again, you're blessed to be quite honest. It's like you faced a lot of adversary, and
A lot. I've been through some real faces of death.
and yet somehow like you can't be killed.
No.
Like personally, I'd be looking into becoming a fucking a worldwide villain, Doctor Doom style or something like that, because like really you can't be killed.
See, there's some other people, they have that mentality like that. I have extra life still. Like, and I try to
Yeah,
tell
you're using the game genie and you're fucking infinity lives, dude.
Nah, I keep trying to tell him. I says, no, I ain't got no more. I says, I used them all up. I says,
Yeah, but life still hasn't been able to kill you, dude. Like
Yeah, I know.
how does that even work? Again, I'm a math guy. I look at statistics. How the fuck how the fuck are you still alive? I mean, like, dude,
God wants to keep
you got a better record than fucking Johnny Holes. Like, dude, like nobody can kill you.
because God wants to keep me around for some reason.
You're a fucking avenging angel and you're fucking just destroying shit. So you're blessed. Again, like I said, statistically, if you're going to look at the mathematics, forget about spirituality and all that shit. Vikings should be dead. Vikings should have been dead 5 years ago. He's still fucking alive. Now, personally, I don't fuck with fucking divinity. So I wouldn't fuck with fucking Vikings because, there's a good chance that this guy's a fucking, an invisible army protecting him. And again,
Well,
I look into this shit. So
and that's the thing. I could have saved fucking Silver Roll if I would have fucking known when I saw
it was his time, dude. That's the thing, though, is it was his
No,
time. You
but-
fucking even
But I
prior-
had that fucking vision, and the fucking whole basement and shit was all cleaned out and dark and gloomy and fucked. And that was when he was alive, dude. And if I'd have known, I'd been like fucking, like maybe I could have known that he was gonna die and he wouldn't have died. But who knows? I guess it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. So
Shout out to Danny MT in the chat.
I mean, maybe I could have saved him for 5 years and then he would have still died. I don't know. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I think it was his time, to be quite honest.
Well, he was in a lot of pain, so yeah. I guess I
Yeah, but
feel like,
you're still alive.
I feel like at 51 years old, that's pretty fucking young to go. So
No, that is way too young.
So, but I feel like that part ain't right. I mean, fuck it all. You realize it'll be a year like next month.
No, it's
You
again
believe that?
time right now for me is just it's fucked because again, like it's been 1 year
It'll be
since this guy died, and it doesn't feel that way.
a year next month. A year
It honestly, it doesn't feel like, again, like I said, it's been more than 10 years that I've been here in this community. It doesn't feel that way. It honestly feels like it was just yesterday.
That's what I'm saying. It's the same with him, man. With him dying, feels like it was just yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I'm also saying. Is just like the time doesn't connect with what we're saying because it doesn't feel that way. It feels like it was just literally yesterday.
I know, dude. But that's what's scary about life.
I don't, you know what? I actually enjoy that from life because what it tells me is that um, it doesn't feel long. I don't know how to put this.
No,
But
I know, but it's
It-
scary.
it's-
It's scary that a year can go by that fast now.
it is.
That's what's
But
scary about it.
it-
You know what I
it-
mean?
It put things in perspective as well, where it's just like, yeah, fuck, it's been a year, but like,
Yeah.
damn, it doesn't feel that way. I don't feel the weight, the pain, the guilt,
Yeah.
that I felt initially, and yet a year's gone by, and I've accepted things for what they are, and as much as if I go back and think about it, it pains me, but it also shows me that time heals.
That's what I was gonna say. That old saying that time does heal. It is partially true, but it's also partially not true. You know what I mean?
No, but that's the thing though, is that it will always be a reminder. You'll always have that reminder. So it's you can't say that time doesn't heal because there's always the memory there, right? And if you allow that memory to be sort of poisonous, it will affect and spread. But if you just keep that memory and say, yeah, this was a painful memory, but it's a memory that built me. It's a memory that helped me. It's a memory that reminded me of what was so important in life. And yeah, there's pain from it too, but there's also pleasure knowing that, just knowing this person, just knowing and being with them made me a better person, made me think of different things. That alone, I think, just overcomes any of the negatives that might come from, obviously, the sadness of losing somebody.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I said, man, fucking a year's gone by almost, and
Yeah, and
you know,
that's the funny thing is, Vikings. Despite the fact that obviously this is not real life and it's all YouTube and all that bullshit, the guy made enough. Your cousin made enough fucking of an impact, where a lot of people were affected by his death.
yeah.
I mean, isn't that something
Hey, Dave,
to sort of
but-
praise?
Dave, here was the thing. I told my cousin the first day that I moved back in here, like 7 years ago. I said, once I introduce you, dude, you're gonna have fucking the same status as me, and you're gonna take my shit, and you're gonna have to deal with the good and the bad. You know what I mean? And I knew that he would make an impact. You know what I mean? I knew that, and he didn't understand that at the time, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but again, the point I'm trying to make is that your remembrance, your immortality, at least with people, is the impact that you made.
Yeah.
And the fact that he was able to make such an impact, have himself remember to that extent, again, in this community, the community again, I think it speaks a lot to the impact that he had, and I may have not agreed with a lot of the stuff that he said or his stance, but again, the bottom line is that really, in the end, does that really matter? Who remembers him at
No,
this point? Who
no,
is fucking, keeping his memory alive?
Right.
Who can reference some of the stuff that he said in the past? Like, the fact is that alone speaks of immortality, where, again, he made an impact in this community, no matter how small it is,
yeah.
and is now still remembered. That's immortality.
Well, and he won't be forgotten either. I mean, you know what I mean? Those people will still be talking about him 10 years down the road or whatever. You know what I mean?
But again, what better thing can you ask? And then more importantly, is that being in such a small community, and yet you're still remembered. That's the point. Is that if it was, a larger number of people, and some people remembered, okay, but like statistically, again, numbers, you have a small community, but you have still people remembering the contribution this guy offered.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it's a pretty
whether you agree with him or not, and I was
pretty
more
big deal.
than the latter.
It's a
But
it's a pretty big deal, you know what I mean? That
also Redneck or whatever the fuck his name is,
Yeah.
or cousin, or fuck, I don't like him at all. And
Yeah. I understand that.
when anybody says about me, like, oh, you can't hate about fucking special people, I can certainly hate on special people. And I guess that's the new term, special people. Not, we don't call them retarded no more, but whatever. Special ed, I don't like him at all, and I would
Oh,
certainly go into another diatribe, as I've done in the past. But that's a different story. We're not talking about him. We're talking about
Speaking,
it sounds like out of the cast of
speaking
characters.
of,
It sounds like out of the cast of characters that I've introduced, the only one that Dave
Speaking-
wrote that has
yeah, you've introduced some very freakish individuals.
the only one that Dave Rose approved of was Silver Roll Hunter.
And not even that much. I've had my issues with him
Well,
too.
you know what I was gonna say in the beginning, like Silver Roll, he didn't fucking think too highly of you and shit, you know.
No, but at least I respect that. Is he was honest on air. He's like, no, I don't like Dave Rose. Here's the reasons why. It's
Yeah,
like,
but then
at least somebody's fucking being honest.
But then later on, he was like, Dave's all right. And I was like, yeah, I told you, dude. I tried to tell him the whole time. I said, Rose is all right. Don't worry about it. And he fucking didn't want, he didn't want to hear me on that one.
That's fine, though. I respect that, though. That's the thing, though. Is just like, if you want to know who I am, you're going to have to watch. And again, like you said, eventually you realize, okay, Dave Rose isn't the biggest piece of shit that I thought.
Yeah,
Hey, what else can I fucking ask for?
There was a couple times where later on he said, hey, Dave, you're all right. Remember?
Yeah.
He actually went
I
out.
was on calls with you guys.
Yeah, he'd be on the show, and then all of a sudden he'd say,
I had no issues with him, but I had issues with what, some of the stuff that he said and stuff. And we discussed it like normal human beings.
You know what? At the end, I was glad, that he fucking finally listened to me and was like, yeah, you're right. And I said, I told you the whole time, don't worry about him, dude. There ain't nothing to worry about. And he just, I don't know, he just didn't understand that part. You know what I mean? And I tried to reassure him as many times as I could. I said, don't worry about nothing with Dave Rose, dude. I said, there's nothing to worry about. And he just, I don't know. I guess he thought that he might fucking, I don't know, do something.
He probably thought I would fuck up whatever. What's the deaf guy? What's his name? I was just saying it. Special ed. Yeah. He probably thought I was gonna wreck him up real bad, which I probably would have, to be quite honest. I just don't like the guy, and even when I found out, apparently the reason why he sounds so fucking retarded is that he actually is deaf. The guy actually is physically deaf, can't hear, so that's why he sounds like.
He stroked out,
and yet even still,
that sounds like
he stroked out, man.
You mean Michael, actually?
He had a stroke. He stroked out.
He's stroked out and he's fucking deaf.
Yeah, he's fucked up, dude. He's bad, dude. Hey, That guy ain't really a character. He's kind of more real. So, oops. Fuck.
Yeah, but he calls into other shows and stuff, and people allow him on there.
Well, when's the last time you heard him on a show?
Probably 2 years ago, but regardless.
Long
the
time, dude.
fact that he was even on a fucking show is insulting to me.
It's
Okay,
yeah,
man, like, come on. He's
yeah,
just
I get it.
terrible.
Hey, I can't always bring high class. You know what I mean?
Of course not, but you know, this guy just finds his way to be on shows, and it's just,
Yeah, he even made it to monetize this a couple times, which he probably would have been a better host than most of them anyway. So I don't know, honestly. Truthfully, I mean, but hey, man, when it comes to the talent that I've introduced, I can't bring all high caliber like Silver Roll Hunter and me. Fuck, man, it ain't easy. And even Silver Roll, it took a long time for him to really get in his groove. You know what I mean? He was rusty at first, but I don't know. But the thing is he had the fucking Legends Lounge. He had the whole studio. He had the whole damn setup before we even started. You know what I mean? So that was always the crazy fucking part about it. Are you there, Ballsy?
Oh yeah, I am there.
I thought
I'm
I think you're the one running out of gas, motherfucker.
That's right.
I am.
You OGs here, oh yeah, and yet you.
I'm listening to you guys talk about somebody I don't even know.
Let's
I'm listening
reload
to
the gas.
You Ballsy and Silver Roll always got along.
Hey, you guys been talking about people I don't even know about, with the exception of several. Are you guys talking about Mike Hell, the deaf guy? He's the only person I would.
Yeah, well,
think about
we're going back in the
That's the attitude to take. I don't know who you're talking about. Fuck you. Fuck them. Let's continue.
Maybe you should do some fucking research.
No, some
Research
people
what? I don't even-
Nah, I'm just kidding. Do
I
some
don't even know who the deaf guy was. Like,
do some histrionics on the community, motherfucker. No.
what?
No,
Hey, don't lie. We already had dead people.
but if you only been around a little bit, like we're kind of going pretty far back, honestly. When we think about
It must be really, really far back then.
Nah, not really, really far back.
You guys are old. Of course, it's far, far back.
Man, fuck you. What the fuck, man? Dude, you talking like we're old grandpas and shit. Like, come on, man.
I mean, you guys are old enough to be.
I'm from Fargo.
Well, still.
But other than that, nah, I respect dead people, obviously, except for Facts Channel.
I love how you put actually. Now you say that you put in the corner of your video.
Yeah.
Facts is dead. That's fucking hilarious, dude. I just noticed it.
Well, that was a guy that looked like he was dying, honestly.
That's it.
the way he. Dude, I swear, I still have one.
But now Dave sounds like he's dying. Fuck.
Well, is this going to be the stream where everybody dies? No, I don't want that.
Oh, you can't kill me. That's the thing. I've tried. But
I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
just like Vikings, I'll be all right too. You can't kill us. You can't kill Vikings. You can't kill me. No matter how hard we try, we've decided, okay, fine, we can't kill ourselves. Let's just keep going.
Well, I know I heard it in this one song. It said, "Life is a choice, or death is a choice."
Absolutely, it is.
Death is a choice, and I'm like, I don't know about death being a choice. I mean,
no, you can live. You can live quite long, or even forever.
Well, I don't know, man.
The spirit is immortal.
Yeah. I don't know. I just don't. I mean, if your number's called, your number's called.
Yeah, but until then, let's have some fucking fun.
That's how you
That's
know.
the way you gotta see it.
That's how I look at it. Like, hopefully, fucking, I'm on the second half of my life.
Yeah, I just scroll through my
It
Scroll
it
through
ain't
my-
over until it's over. Bottom
Well,
line.
Well, I'm just hoping that my life's only half over right now, you know, but we'll see.
Dude, I don't even feel my age. You know, I kind of want to go back to some old. There's always the temptation to go back to my old ways that I was living in my 20s and stuff, where drugs weren't really an issue. So whatever went.
Yeah.
And I don't want to go that way. You know, again, I don't need that sort of thing, but like the possibility is always there. I'm physically capable of doing so. And would the physical pleasure be there? Obviously, when you have some good quality drugs, it is there. But do I want to do that? You know, again, like also I'm 44 years old. I don't feel it. I honestly don't. But again, my physical body at this point doesn't compare to my body at 20. So, I can't do the same quantity of drugs that I used to do at those ages, 20 something, and, be able to respond accordingly and not be, fucked up sort of thing.
Yeah.
Right.
If you see my overlay, I'm sure you'll like it.
What Tony
is
did
an old-
in his high school.
Yeah. How do you
We
like
got-
the image?
I could go for some mushrooms. For some mushrooms, I should say. And
You want-
if you can handle
you want
them well, you're okay. But it does take a toll on the body.
Yeah, you want mushrooms now,
But
huh? Oops, you added too much butter, sugar, flour, baking soda, egg.
Dope.
Plenty
Yeah, I don't know.
plenty of fucking dope there.
Yeah. Like that was back when I was memeing the shit out of like Scott and Tony.
Yeah, you got. Well, I don't know why you even bring it up.
That's smart and spicy.
Actually,
But,
instead of it saying Fax is dead, it should say Tony is dead because he's not even in this community no more.
Well, he's
Yeah, honestly, I'm not
in his own
really
community.
sure what.
Fuck him.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't really heard from Tony for so long. Honestly, I don't think he's doing much anyway.
That's what I'm
Probably just
saying,
sitting
man.
there.
That's why I'm saying you need to change that shit. It should say Tony is dead, not Fax is dead. That's it's close.
Well, I could add a new banner, I guess. Hold on. So it's not going to say what you think it's going to say though. Hold on. Honestly, like if he is still around, he'd probably be reviewing this stream right now.
Oh, I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would.
Danny MT probably has the best Fax channel impression in the community. No, if you guys heard, he's done this so fucking good. Like this guy's done a couple impressions that have really been spot on, but like the Fax channel, it's just like, oh, and I featured it on my show, but it's like, oh my god, how can you be so accurate on this guy when it's just so out of, like, again, if you listen to Fax channel, you realize this guy's fucking insane. Danny was able to capture it and fucking do the fucking impression. It was total legit. It was so well done. So I don't know if Danny can call in and do that impression for us, but damn, was it so fucking good. And again, I even carried on conversations with him on my streams while he was, impressioning Facts Channel. So I was like having a conversation with Facts Channel. Guys, like I've said in the past, I've got huge replay value. You watch my shit back from the last fucking whatever, fucking 5 years, and it's amazing. And when you get shit like this where I'm interacting with Danny, who's playing Facts as a character, dude, I was having a difficulty not laughing my ass off while trying to like keep a straight face while trying to do a bit. But Dave Rose doesn't know bits. Dave Rose doesn't know comedy. Like, what does he know? Like, he doesn't play sound clips and stuff. He just literally, speaks. Says that are actually comical, intellectual, even. Thank you.
Yeah. But I'm not sure if you've seen it yet, Dave, but my new banner is out. And I don't know if you read it yet.
not.
Yep, I just put a new banner. And I'm sure Vikings fan likes it because they're laughing. I'm just wondering if you'll like it. Up there, down in the left corner, just waiting to be seen.
What the fuck? That's funny.
Yeah,
I don't see it. Where am I looking?
it's
Tony is a
down in the-
queer.
Oh, okay. I see it now. Yes.
Yeah,
You gotta have that.
there it is.
You gotta have it labeled.
He's a cookie.
Yeah.
Queer cookie.
Oh, that's a good idea. Hold on.
I don't know. I'm getting tempted to bake cookies. To be quite honest,
Uh-oh.
I do like cookies. I do like
Really?
baking.
See what you did?
In fact, has anybody else other than myself cooked and provided such great meals in this community? I don't think so.
No, I never did. No cook. I could cook
I've
a
actually
pizza.
thought about doing a steak cooking video, but
Just cooking
Do
a
it.
pizza.
Do
yeah, I thought about doing it. I love steak. I've been adding that to my official diet, to my exercise routines. Along
But
with
I
drinking
did-
milk.
I did a cooking stream on the 24-hour stream because I was running the
it.
barbecue.
No, yeah, you guys were running the barbecue.
I was running the barbecue, and Silver Earl turned the camera around, and I did the cooking because Redneck was trying to burn everything. So then I took over.
What are you doing?
Yeah, so I guess I did do one cooking stream, barbecue. If you go back and see it,
Another aspect of the legendary 24-hour stream is that, again, you guys were actually cooking food for yourselves. Then
barbecue.
you were waiting. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but you were waiting for those like 4 black prostitutes that were
Yeah.
potentially going to come back to your place. And it's too bad they didn't show up on camera, but that would have been funny.
Yeah, we were trying. Oh, geez, Cyclops.
Hey, man, you guys had a fucking pool. That's
I know.
fucking awesome, and a barbecue next to the pool. And streaming online. That's fucking awesome.
That's what I'm saying, man. We would have been doing that a lot more, like
Dude, if you're gonna have those things, it's great to show them on a fucking 24-hour stream. Again, pool, barbecue, fucking hanging out, going to different rooms and shit afterwards.
we were in the Legends Lounge.
Yeah. Again,
For a
like
while.
you gave that and you went 24 hours. Again, it doesn't matter even if it was just one place for 24 hours. The fact that you went multiple and still did 24 hours, that again says a lot. Who else? Again, I challenge anybody. I have already said I could do 12. Could I do 24? I don't know. It depends probably on the donations, to be quite honest. And even still, I'd probably have to call, a methamphetamine dealer or maybe a coke dealer to keep me going for a full 24. But you fucking, with your heart attack, fucking high cholesterol ways, outliving everybody on the planet, still was able to do fucking 24 hours. Again, I don't know if I could pull that off. I bet you did.
I tell you, I was fucking tired though. I was tired when it got
Yeah,
over.
but you were alive. You didn't die. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, you have to keep pointing this out, dude. Just like I point out, I'm the most intelligent man in the community. But you got to point out who else has done a 24-hour stream in this community, right? Again, who has? You have to ask that. And where's that video for people to watch it? You got that video. Does anybody else? No.
That's the truth.
There's
man.
Garguts. That's right. My boy pointed this out. There is Garguts. He does them
man.
like a daily.
Don't count, dude.
Yeah, but he always like streams for so long and just has everybody else bullshitting with him. That's just kind of how the Garguts stream.
Hold on. So what you're saying is that Garguts lets other people carry the show while fucking Vikings fan can pull off the fucking 24-hour stream while running it.
No shit.
You can actually phrase it that way because it's mostly a hangout stream, so you would be right depending how you're looking at it.
Garguts don't do no fucking 24-hour stream where he actually tried to plan it. I mean, come on, dude. Like,
yeah, that's another thing. He waits for people to call in, talking, like he'll go take a shit, whatever. He'll disappear, and again, he'll let like Joe Crun, run the show for him. But will he be, there as the seminal character, like
I was?
like
It's not really.
I
And
was.
to be fair, it's not really like a personality stream. It's just more so, hey, let's get everybody on and just bullshit, talk about anything random. I've actually been on a few myself, and I've talked with some people. You'll talk to Garguts here and there, and he has some fun little good ideas, but at the same time, he's not the kind of guy you would rely on when it comes to running a show.
Well,
He's just a guy.
hey,
He's just a guy you know.
all I know is don't be trying to give that fucker no credit for no 24-hour stream because he don't deserve it.
That is still a long time, and that's still a long stream.
Fuck
But
that.
again, Boozy, point out to everyone on this, chat, whatever fucking stream, who else has done what fucking Vikings did when it came to a 24-hour stream? Nobody else, literally.
And I guarantee you this: ain't nobody had a fucking channel with over 1 million fucking subscribers. Fucking.
Okay, are we talking just doing? Are we just talking just doing a
Giving you-
24-hour stream without general, or are we talking like planning and?
What I'm saying is there ain't nobody except for us, except for me, that went and did a stream that a guy with over 1 million subs said he should do. All right.
Talking about Mr. Beast. Was it? No,
Yeah.
not Mr. Beast.
LA.
LA Beast. There we go.
He has
Okay,
like
but if-
2 million subscribers, dude. All
Yeah,
right.
but regardless,
Right.
because you don't even have to bring that up. You don't even have to bring it up.
But somehow, imagine that you did a show that somehow got the eyes of a guy with 2 million subscribers. Imagine that.
Yeah, but you also said he didn't fucking show up during the stream to congratulate you. Okay, so relax with the cockswax.
But still, it don't matter. That part don't matter that much.
It doesn't even matter. No, it doesn't even matter that he was there endorsing that. The fact that you did do it is what should be in people's minds. You pulled off something that nobody else in this community did. We have yet to see anybody pull off a 24-hour fucking stream.
I keep pointing out Garguts.
No, I can't agree with that. It's not a structured show. It's just this guy fucking screaming a circle jerk.
It don't even have a name.
Like, shut the fuck up, Garguts. Kill yourself.
Does it even have a name?
If we're talking like a structured show, then yes, I get that. But if we're talking like a 24-hour stream in general, it's just like, okay, like all you would really have to do.
Again, Viking stuff was structured. You had the pool, you had the fucking
Yeah.
Legends Lounge,
Planned
you
out.
had the fucking call up to the fucking girls to see, are you coming yet? They didn't show. You had the barbecue, like it was structured and stuff. And it
People,
was planned, it was fucking announced, it was built up.
people coming that were gonna show up actually on scene during the show, which redneck
Yeah,
was there.
you got redneck showing.
Then my buddy
Yeah, I can.
showed up too, though. My other buddy. He
Yeah,
didn't.
okay, then I can see that part. I could see where you would say no one else pulled up what Vikings did, doing all the activities he was doing.
There
No,
was
but
a
he
lot.
Vikings-
planned this. No, this was the biggest thing, Bullseye, you got to take away from this is the fact that even without knowing his success, Vikings fans said, "Okay, we're starting off episode 4. When we reach 100 episodes, we're doing a 24-hour stream."
Yep.
He kept saying that
Yep.
over and over and over. And even while he's bitching, while he's doing his fucking shows, episode 52, fuck everyone who's not watching us. You deserve to be watching us, blah, blah, blah. Like, we're so great. But you keep saying you're going to do that fucking 24-hour episode on episode 100.
Yep.
And he got to that point. He got to that point. You got to, and he carried through with it. That alone, you've got to respect. Everyone who's listening to me, who hates me, I don't give a fuck. But you got to respect the fact that what I'm saying is true, is that he put his mind to it and he accomplished it.
Yep.
And then he produced it, and nobody can ever take that away from him. And on top of that, don't fuck around. Relax with the Coxwax. The fact is, we did all watch that. A lot of us, especially the hate watchers. But
Man,
we watched fucking Vikings at that 100th episode
Dude.
at the pool, showing his man titties out, fucking not giving a flying fuck what he looked like, cooking his fucking food there at the barbecue, making us jealous because you got a fucking in-ground pool and a barbecue next to it. Okay, so we were all jealous watching that shit. And you went for 24 hours, something that most people can't even accomplish. Maybe in their 20s on fucking Red Bulls and fucking cocaine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
But you, without any fucking assistance of the,
just
chemical kind,
Just weed.
you pulled off 24 hours. Who else? Again, I ask, who else in this community? And I'm not sucking dick here. I'm just, again, Mr. Math, looking at the facts. Who else in this community has pulled that shit off? Please prove me wrong. Thank you.
No one. That's the whole thing. If anybody tried to pull it off, good luck, because fucking you'll find out how much work it really is, because it's fucking, it wasn't easy. It might have looked easy, but it wasn't. It wasn't easy. It was, the biggest thing was Silver Roll having good equipment. You know what I mean?
remember when you try to switch the view from the pool to the Legends Lounge, and there was a little bit of technical difficulties. Eventually, you got it.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
again, you guys were like, okay, like, hey, man, we're trying to figure this out. Just bear with us. And you eventually got it working. But, there was a few technical difficulties, but it showed that you guys were there live doing it and trying to make it happen.
The other thing was too is that we had to bring all the equipment in that was outside at like 2 a.m. because of the rain, the bad storm.
Yeah.
Which that fucking sucked.
I gotta watch that stream then. I gotta watch that stream then.
Man,
You guys were talking about something I'm not even aware of still, like and 24-hour stream Vikings did, and it's just him in pools and grilling, I guess.
You never
I gotta watch that.
go back and look up episode 100, man. It's
100, huh?
It's 3 parts.
There's 3 parts. You mean 3 parts of the 24 hours?
Yeah, because fucking you can only have 12 hours, and we ended up doing like 27 hours. So each first part 1 and part 2 are just a little bit under 12 hours, and then part 3 is like 3 hours.
Okay, so you had to like separate the streams because you couldn't stream fully on.
Nah, YouTube will only let you record 12 hours,
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
and
Yeah, I'll go.
and it won't let you. That's the only reason why it's chopped up like that. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been chopped up otherwise. It would have been one whole stream. But we knew going into it. I knew going into it that I had to shut it down right before 12 hours, and then start up part 2, and then start up part 3. You know what I mean? Otherwise, we would have lost it. We would have not had the whole fucking stream.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
That's the big as big as that is. You gotta take into account like Garguts does like these 24-hour streams like every freaking day, every day. Like all he does is sit on his goddamn computer, bring beer and goes bullshits and doesn't care.
Dude. There's no talent or nothing to that. There's nothing to that. That's nothing.
Well, he can. Well, he is talented when it comes to the instrument. As far as like podcasting goes, I wouldn't give him that. However, he's a chill dude overall.
Seems like
And
you
you
want.
don't.
Seems like you want to
Seems like
suck.
Suck what?
It seems like you want to suck him off.
Well, sucking him off would imply I'm praising him, but no, I'm only pointing out that he's also worked 24 hours several times. So,
dude,
sure, yours may have had structure. Yours may have been planned. Yours may have been much more entertaining. But if we're talking about like a 24, just in general, 24 hours, going 24 hours and nonstop, Garguts does that.
Hey, you didn't watch my 24-hour stream, right?
I haven't.
Well, maybe you should go back and fucking watch it before you fucking talk about other people's 24-hour streams.
Yeah, maybe but you didn't know that.
Hey, dude, you don't even.
You didn't know
you're a fucking hero. Hey, let me tell you. Let me give you a precursor to what goes on in there. Your fucking hero, Scott McKinnon, runs on that stream for about 5 hours, fucker. Just to let you know.
Okay, that's not really pertaining to the point.
Is in that stream for about 5 hours, dude.
That's not really pertaining to the point, dude. Who cares?
Like I said,
who cares?
You don't even know what was going on in that stream. Like, dude, you don't even know, man. You don't even.
The chat is far different than the stream, and two, you watch Garguts.
No, I'm telling you, dude, you don't even know what went on the 24-hour stream, dude. You just think it was a normal old stream, right? It was far.
No, it was
yeah.
Far. Yeah, you gotta. Again, that's the thing, though. Is that some people are lazy. I'm not saying you, Bullsy, but I'm just saying that there are streams like mine as well. Huge replay value. They're hours fucking long. Okay, could be 4, could be 8, could be 12, but they're hours long, and the content is fucking gold. But the thing is, you gotta actually sit through it. You know, and it's hard to see the progression if you don't start from the beginning. You could jump through it, you could hear a few funny things, but you're not going to understand how things flow through the show unless you actually just decide to let it play.
Yeah.
And chances are you're probably going to enjoy, the hell out of it.
I think fucking part 2 was the best with me and Little Bex. Honestly, where me and her were on there for like 4 or 5 hours straight. I think maybe that might have been the best.
Yeah. I remember that.
That was fucking. I think that was really good, but that's just me. You know what I mean? And it had a lot of high points to it.
No, but you guys provided variety on the show. That was also, again, the whole premise is that you were doing a show, and it was 24 hours. It was to try to get as many people on there. And you got people who were in other parts of the world in different time zones that were able to call in because it's convenient for them. And again, I would say, Bullseye, it is certainly worth checking out. Stream that Vikings is talking about. Well, the several streams, because again, there's huge replay value, and it was actually quite enjoyable to be. Because then it was also enjoyable for me to be part of it because I was watching it live at some points, interacting, and just seeing again the progression of the show, moving from the pool to inside, and again doing all the things you guys were doing. So.
And you know what else I was gonna say? Both fucking parts, all the parts fucking had over 500 views, Ballsy. So I mean,
I'm not denying that.
So I mean, it got watched, dude. It got watched. Like what I think the highest maybe we hit was only like,
dude, it got watched because you guys built it up for the longest time too, and that you guys again carried through with what you said. You made it to episode 100. You would do a fucking 24-hour stream, and you did it. I mean, like, why is that being overlooked? Like, that's again, you carried out what you claimed that you were going to do. When, to be quite honest, some people were ridiculing you, stating that you would never even accomplish that, milestone episode.
Yeah, I know.
And you remember that.
I know. I remember a lot of people said, fucking, it ain't going to never happen. It ain't going to happen. And I always would say, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I said, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. I said, even if I got to do it by myself, I'm going to do it, But it didn't turn out like that. But I feel, honestly, I got lucky. I got real lucky on that stream that it turned out like it did because I wasn't really sure how it was going to go. I thought,
from what you were telling me, it was going very well. So,
I'm telling you that at like 3:00 in the morning, I'm a one-man show and I'm all by myself and I have nobody. And I'm trying to run the fucker all by myself and I'm like, oh man.
And I tune in. That's the thing. I tune in to again. You tune in. You start streaming. I don't know if you're doing performance art, but like you're in the dark and like you've got this like anti-hero thing going for you, and like the light's hitting you the perfect way, and you're saying these things. It's like I tune into that shit. Like if that pops up, on my streams and stuff, and like it's 2:30 in the fucking morning. It's like, yeah, I gotta tune into this shit. Fucking Vikings is streaming.
Yeah, fucking. So I was like, man, everybody was asleep, no one was around, and then all of a sudden, little Bex was fucking in the call, and I'm like, oh hell no, and I'm like, what the fuck, and I'm like, oh, you're here, and she's like, yeah, I'm here, and I'm like, oh. Because I planned it. I was hoping that she was going to come on the show in the middle of the night, and then it would probably just be me and her. And I'm like, that was my ace in the hole. And fuck it, all of a sudden she just popped out of Skype, and I'm like, oh hell no. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And I was like, oh, and I only had to burn like a half hour, and that was the most luckiest part, really, of the whole stream because I really don't know what I was going to do for the next few hours. I'm like, oh, fuck, what do I do? I got nobody. I got not even one person. I'm like, man.
that just reminds me of something. Bex calling into your stream reminds me of like the first 15 minutes of the Evidence Marathon of Scott McKinney complaining about Bex being in chats and calls. I literally just got my mind goes there and just serious Scott going,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, dude.
that is a good point. I mean, if you are going to bring that up, and the
When
fact
you
is that I remember this, the whole guilt by association and the guilt trip
Mhm.
that was provided because she was associating with you, Vikings.
for years,
Um,
for years,
yeah, it's. I'm not going to call it bullying because that's fucking bullshit, but emotional manipulation, certainly it is. And I exposed that on many of the videos that I made. But again, because she associated with you for whatever reason, who gives a flying fuck?
she's
Um,
just my friend.
she,
You
but
know,
regardless, it doesn't matter. The point is,
right?
regardless of whatever
Right.
truth or lie that Scott wants to put on that, the fact is that it it has nothing to do with reality. But
Right.
Yeah.
It really wasn't even that big of a deal. Somebody else made it into a way bigger fucking deal. You know?
That just makes me laugh so much. Like the first 15 minutes, like that whole thing of you going really Vex calling in and just hearing, then my mind goes plays of Scott McKenna just having a fucking meltdown. Vex, you're supposed to be my friend. Stop hanging out with people that I don't like.
I
Well, yeah.
told you not to associate with that person. Like that, I think should explain it all.
That
I
that was
mean,
the best shit ever. The first time when she fucking told him, like, yeah, I've been talking to Vikings fan for years all the time. Scott's like, what? What the fuck? Are you fucking? He lost his shit, dude. He lost his fucking shit, man. That
Like
stream.
I will always laugh at the guy at the end of time. Anytime he comes up, and I get a reminder, and I think of something like this guy threatening to get the whole freaking law enforcement to review and promise stream. Like, what the fuck, dude? There's no way somebody like that exists. It's just impossible. That thing had to come out as a parody or some shit. That has to be government created for somebody to laugh at. There's no way that spawned from normal people. I don't know how. It's so crazy. Like somebody like that could exist to me. It just is.
Well, it
And
did. It did exist.
fucking got a whole entire biker gang angry at him. It's like, how do you do these things? How do you get in so much trouble with so many people? How does one do this? What does he do? Like,
Because
I'm genuinely
he fucked over a lot of people.
like, okay. There's one video that I remember Dave reviewing. Like, there's 1 minute moment where there's like background noise and it's just coming from a bedroom, and it's obviously two people banging, and I'm just hearing Scott go, what the fuck is that? And he gets in a freaking argument with his roommate over it. Man, dude,
but
like,
more importantly is that Scott did, post that on his own channel. So what is that portraying himself as?
dude, that is one of the biggest losers.
Ruining somebody's fucking, opportunity to get laid? Really?
Not surprising, right?
Remember the time he tried to take pictures with so many women? Just sending pictures. Look at the picture with the women I have here. I can guarantee you. Like, just this is funny. He pays them. Oh, take a picture with me. I'm gonna prove to people that I do get girlfriends. Take a picture with me. And then after the picture, he's like, "All right, now have sex with me." Just and then just spray him with freaking whatever, and they run off. And so it's like, well, at least you got the picture. He literally tried to prove that he's been with more women by taking pictures with a bunch of women. Like, it's just like, dude,
Are we
he,
going to ignore the fact that I've also reviewed this where he was personally escorted out of a bar because he was harassing women? So, yeah, I don't think that theory holds up, because yeah, he's basically harassing women and was physically escorted out of a bar.
Yeah, that guy is always gonna be like the pickle of what it looks like to be a loser. Just like, dude, how he's a loser at life.
Well,
There's no way.
you've got a dent in your head, Bullseye. What do you think about that insult?
At least I didn't go to rehab and move out to live with my
Yeah,
parents.
but that's the point. Is that one can make a very superfluous claim, and then you respond with that. It's like, yeah, I never went to rehab, so thanks for coming out. And there's no response. You can't respond to that. You never went to rehab, so how can someone respond to your statement?
Yeah, Scott will find a way. He always does.
Of course,
Oh, you're just
of course, we'll be realistic, but logically speaking, because logic dictates. When you look at this sort of thing, like, nobody can reproach that. Nobody can sort of respond to that sort of statement because it's like it's factually sound. It qualifies with everything, really. I mean, but
yeah, just to top it all
whatever.
off.
I do
really
love.
to top-
I'll be honest. I've always loved, when doing the drama, to state things that were logical and see people just see them rage, trying to compensate for not being able to argue something logically. We've seen this a lot. I know that you have. So again, I just find it comical, and quite relishing, to be quite honest. That again, people will seethe and rage when you just simply point out simple facts and logically speaking, because these people aren't stupid. I don't think they realize that they just can't compete when it comes to holding up a logical argument. They don't have the abilities to do so. So when they see that you or somebody else like myself is capable of doing so, they just go fucking nuts. So
yeah, just go off of that. I've already talked about this, but I have been in several conversations with these same people, and I pose a question to them. Well, let's say, for instance, hey Scott, you said you don't care about the community. Why are you still here? You'll say things like, "Oh, you're just good. You're just this, that, the other." A lot of people do not like to be called out on the things they say, yet they're the ones saying it. And it's kind of bizarre, and at the same time, kind of transparent because, like, if you talk to people like YR, Scott, like, all you have to do is point out the things they say, and they get offended, right? Just it's like, clearly they can't really back up what they're saying, right? And they know what they're saying isn't actually true. So there's one of two things we can actually conclude is that one, they're liars, pointing out something they talked about and they know they lied about it, or there's just the fact that they're, I would say, just very ignorant, which is kind of being nice about it.
You had it right the first time. They know, but they lie. You had it perfectly done, and you have the understanding of their psychology. They recognize this shit, but they can't admit it.
Yeah.
But we know
You wouldn't believe. Yeah, you wouldn't believe this. You know who's in on hold right now? His name is Arthur. His name is Arthur.
Bring him on.
All right, let's bring him on. This is going to be interesting. You're on stage, Arthur. What's going on with you? Silence. Thanks for coming by. All right. Fucking, like, seriously? Bye. Fucking give you the chance. Say nothing. Fuck you.
Gives you the
Fuck
privilege to be on. Oh, this
Yeah.
fucking. Yeah.
you. I kicked him out. Like, he says nothing. It's like, okay, you're not going to say anything? Fuck off.
But it's
Really?
good policy nonetheless. But Arturo, why don't you call in again with a better connection? and then you can tell her how you are indigenous and that you deserve to be here in America, sacrificing people like the Aztec did 1,500 years ago. And yeah, tell us how great you are.
I don't think he's gonna try to call back in. Like with that, he's fucking shit.
Maybe he will. I mean, he had the guts to at least call initially, right? So
Well, if he does again, I'll put him
is
on.
that
I'll give him
supposed to
another.
scare us though? Like again, if he's not going to call in for real, like is that supposed? Oh, Arturo called in. Like, what are we gonna do? Like seriously, like we're making fun of this guy. He has the opportunity to call in, and is he going to defend himself? Well, that remains up to him, really. I mean, Ballsy is giving this guy the opportunity to call in. He just did, disconnected, but he could, and he could address what any of us here have said to this point. So, Ballsy is giving this guy the opportunity. We can't deny that. So, is this guy willing to take that up, or what?
If he wants, I'll give him another chance. If he wants to, if he can actually fix his shit.
Yeah,
Say
that's what I
something.
said. You're giving him the opportunity. Is he going to take it up though? Is he really going to? Because he just called in. He's capable. We've seen him. He's capable of calling in, right? And you're giving him the opportunity to speak and to sequester anyone on this call that might interrupt his speech. So he has full reign to be able to speak on his own. Is he willing to have the guts to be on the Ballsy show to speak his mind?
The answer is no. He probably would just freaking be like, "Oh, you guys are so great. Let me suck your dick. Give him a whore." You know, that's just how he is. Again, if he wants to call on and have a conversation about anything we talked about, I'm all for it. But I'm not really expecting anything from him. At the same time, because if he's able to, like,
I'm sorry, I forgot I had an appointment to do my eyebrows. So I can't be here tonight, Ballsy. Sorry. I'm driving
yeah,
right
my
now
problem.
to Consuela's house. She gonna do my eyebrow for me. She gonna use the very old style Aztec wax, not the cox wax, different. But she's going to tame my eyebrows because I love my eyebrows being tamed.
Yeah, well, the streamer's link is still in the chat, so the chat isn't moving at all, so nothing's stopping people from clicking it. So I'm not sure what if he
No,
wants to call in.
yeah, call in. People call in. Danny, I see Danny MT in the chat. Call in, Danny.
Brian, Danny,
Danny boy.
Who cares? Like I've been going on for like almost 5 hours now, so like why not? Just
5
the
hours?
merrier.
Hold on. It's gonna
It's
be
almost
about.
5 hours.
Let me check. We got 4 hours and 40. Sorry,
4 hours and 47
4 hours and 50 minutes. Close to 5 hours. Okay, a little off there, but it certainly hasn't felt that way. It's been quite enjoyable. I am a little inebriated right now. But yes, Ballsy, I must commend you because it's been a great stream because I don't remember how long I called in, but it's just been a great conversation so far. And again, time's flown by.
Since when has Ballsy never provided a great conversation? That's the one thing that sticks with me is that I am a person who can create good conversations out of thin air. I'll say that.
From time to time. Yeah, it depends who you have on.
Yeah, fair.
Let's just be
But I have more in the tank if you guys want, and I'm willing. Hey, somebody's already accepting. It's silly, and I'm not sure who this is.
more importantly, you provide content. People whine and
Your
complain.
children
There's
suck.
no content in this community. There's nothing to watch. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you fucking stream something. Oh, I hate Bullsy. Hold on, but you just said that you had nothing to watch. Now you got Bullsy fucking doing his thing, however the fuck he wants to. Totally different from what you prefer or whatever. But it's the content that you're gonna be watching. You hate watcher fuck, and
Hey,
that's
Dave,
something
you
to
want
watch.
to know?
And you're gonna complain even further. Fuck
Fucking
you.
fucker.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, silly and such, you're on the call. What do you want? Who are you?
You children have
Oh, it's
summoned
Danny.
me. Yes,
It's Danny.
indeed.
Do it.
What's going on, children?
Oh, Danny MT. Are you
Are
ready to pillage and rape? Because I certainly be.
Hey, Dave, by the way, you know who else is on hold? You want to know who else is on hold? YR.
Then bring him in. Let him
Yeah.
walk
Michelle?
the plank with me and me, brother. Danny MT.
It's funny because we've been insulting him this entire stream.
That's what I heard. I got a secret message from a wonderful person that said, "Yo, you got to check out the carnage. They're fucking roasting this dude."
Yeah,
so I had
that
to
was
stop
me.
on by, motherfucker.
was me and
Yeah, that's what I
everybody.
was told. Basically, yeah, I was like, "Your man's over there fucking tearing shit up." I'm like, all right, I got the link. Here we are.
Wow.
The link. I got the link.
Get out of here, you
Wow.
faggot.
Link. I got the
So,
link.
Fuck you.
so let's hear. I want to hear what YR has to say. That's the one thing.
Little dick sucker.
Let's let him speak. You're on call, YR.
Fucking fucker.
Where's YR?
Whoa, Shafty! Finally, I get to fucking be on a phone call with you, bro. Shit.
What up?
Uh,
What the
What up,
fuck
Danny?
is going on,
Why
Mike
does
Shafty?
Wire look like
You
Max
little
Headroom?
I really don't.
2024.
Like I said, he don't know he's fucking retarded.
sweetheart?
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure what he's doing with this freaking whatever gift he's got. Like, is it even him?
It's not even him.
Okay.
He fucking
Yeah.
trolled.
One more chance for you to speak or get out.
I'm speaking.
It's not
Oh,
YR.
wait a minute.
I'm speaking.
Oh shit! It's not YR. It's Extreme Chef.
What up?
Oh shit, Chef, what's going on? I didn't even know it was
You got
you.
a gif up there, old fag YR.
I guess Shaft
You
is
like
so
that?
embarrassed of his face that he has to use YR's ugly mug as his fucking avatar. That's unfortunate. I
Disgusting.
mean,
How about this one?
just
You
use
guys-
fake DeMarco, whatever. He looks like Jake DeMarco with people. Okay,
Well,
just
well, if you're not gonna, I don't think you're not putting your face.
thin,
up with
thin Jake DeMarco. Sort of.
So what's going on, Shaft? How you doing, man?
Not much. How are you guys doing? What's,
Yeah, we
what's
just
up,
been
Danny
bullshitting.
MT?
Reminiscing.
What's
And-
up, man?
Get the fuck out of here, Danny.
I ain't going nowhere, you fucking fucker.
Get the
What do you
fuck
mean to
out
me
of
for?
here.
What
You
the
guys-
fuck? What's
you
going
guys
on?
fucking-
What are you guys talking about?
These guys fucking show up 5 hours later.
Beating the shit of fucking mestizos.
Wow.
So what are you saying?
Yes.
That Dave is a piece of shit for calling me to or telling me on the show to call in because it's 5 hours later? Are you throwing
Kinda
shade on
fucked
Dave for
up.
that?
It's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, so we've been Shaft to give you a run up. We've talked about politics. We've talked about drama like YR, SC Steve, and RP, Tony and Scott. We've also talked about Trump assassination attempt and illegal immigration. So, what
Did you
we
talk about
and
the
you-
$150
We also
to Iran
talked about
to
how
keep them quiet
YR is
about
a
the whole
closet
Osama
case,
bin Laden fucking?
how YR is a fake,
A
how
bit.
YR manipulates people.
He sucks cock.
You know, we talked a fair bit about YR and
He
revealed.
likes dildos up his ass.
Oh yeah, his collection that could fit in an entire bookshelf. Again, you would question why a straight man would have these, and then you come to the conclusion that Wire's not straight. So,
Bisexual.
at least.
Fag sexual.
No, he's just a cock lover.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. What do you think, Shaft? Do you think Wire's secretly gay?
Secretly?
It's not a secret.
There's never been a secret there, man. Come on.
But is Wire gay, Shaft? Do you agree that Wire is actually a closet homophobe?
Dude, he'll suck the chrome off a fucking hitch.
Wire's a fake Christian.
To a garden
Fake
hose.
Christian as well. That really pisses him off because he knows that he's degenerate.
Yeah. I don't think Wire's an actual Christian. He's a fake Christian. He does Satanistic acts.
Yes, very much.
Yeah. But your thoughts, Shaft? That's what I want to hear.
Great.
Shaft, wake up. You just can't be here without fucking responding.
Dude.
I just thought I could just walk away from the conversation. Okay,
No. Dave.
well, answer
Okay,
fucking
yeah,
Bullsy's
Dave.
question. Come on, you're on his channel. Respect to Bullsy. You know, tell us the answer.
The answer is I don't worry too much about Wire. I mean,
You should.
Simple.
Well, that's I guess not much adding, but that's fine, I guess.
I mean,
Thank you for the non-response that you just provided.
Well, you want me to make something up? I'm not. I mean, there's
I don't
really
know. Fucking Bullsy.
I'm sure you guys covered everything. I'm sure you've covered everything. I mean,
I mean,
me jumping on board, I don't think really does any good for it. But
No, do it.
it's really just a conversation. You don't have to like trash the guy at all. We're not asking you to trash him. What I want to know is your thoughts so far. What we talked about.
If you want to.
I haven't been listening that long. So
No, I've just been here. Interloper.
I just figured I'd hop on because the link was in the chat. So I said, hey, might as well jump on and say hello.
I love the drama.
Yeah.
Nah, I kind of.
No, I no.
You love the drama.
I
Dave.
disavow myself from the drama. Yeah, see?
Yeah, I kind of
Yeah,
have.
I'm
made
saying.
peace. I've made peace with things and moved on with my life. Yeah,
Yeah, man.
I mean to dwell on it, when nothing's being done and everything's quiet, to dwell on things is kind of just asking.
To be fair, this stream wasn't quiet. It's been quite going for so long about some of this stuff. So it's like, I only got the idea because Dave wanted to talk about something, and it was like, I haven't streamed in a while. I could do a stream, and we were.
To be fair, I said two things. I'd be willing to talk about either two things: either YR being the individual that he is, or the fucking attempt of the media to bury the whole fucking Trump assassination shit and manipulate public opinion. Bullsy decided to go with the drama, and I'm cool with that, and that's why I'm here. But I could have easily talked about the story that is being buried by the media, which is your fucking presidential candidate was almost killed. But people want to fucking bury that story. Bullsy, please.
But to be fair, I've also wanted to talk about that, and we've talked about that same thing in the same stream. So
Yeah, but to the
So,
details good. Again, I covered this. You are privy to the information I share with you. And the fact is, we already know that there's multiple shooters at Trump. Miraculously, because there's no other way to explain it, this guy fucking survived. But you had 4+ shooters. At
Oh
least
yeah, there was.
4.
I agree with that. I
and
agree with
and
that.
that needs to be examined, because there's people like John Cullen and others who have done the necessary research, spent the time necessary to calculate using physics to be able to determine where these shots were made from, and they're fucking putting out a map of at least 4 shooters. We need to be looking at this. We can't let the media bury it, because literally this is a threat to, like, existential threat to the future of anybody that just wants to see their country free. This is insane that people aren't fucking burning things down because of what happened.
I think
You know what's even crazier is that they dragged out 2 bodies. They dragged out 2 bodies that they got, but for some odd reason they don't even. The kid they keep talking about that tried to kill Trump there, like they ain't even got in custody. That's to me is even strange. But they got 2 other guys they killed.
even his father was a kind of a weird dude, like they were talking about. But I agree totally. I think there was more than one shooter. This kid didn't do this by himself.
If you're gonna think about it logically, if you own or you run an intelligence service that gets the order to take out the president, you're gonna have multiple teams on that.
Sure.
Just like they did, and it can be proved with the fucking Kennedy assassination. They had multiple teams. You could track it down with the shots fired, the directions, all that sort of thing. But more importantly, is just like, if you're thinking logically, if you want to make sure the job's done, you're gonna try to get as many shooters that will allow for that to happen, and still allow them to escape or not be compromised. So you can't just rely on one shooter, especially one that sets up as a patsy. That's what they did with, and the name of the individual is still contested. They say it's one person, it's another, and such. Both of them had involvement with leftist groups, but again, this has happened in the past where you have these individuals that are given roles to be a patsy. They don't know it, and they might be given fake ammunition, fake bombs, or whatever, but they're there to take the fucking heat while the real culprits are, escaped.
Did you hear that? Did you hear about the black? It was at Blackwater that owned the building that the shooter was on.
I think it's Vanguard, but Vanguard is basically owned by BlackRock. So the same thing, same fucking globalist organization. But yeah,
and then this kid that was the shooter was in a commercial for them a year before.
Yeah.
I mean, this was a total inside job, and that's exactly
the one they're claiming.
We're not getting anything. That's why they're not doing anything. It was a total inside job, and the only way we're going to find out anything or if anything's going to happen more, I mean, like you said, it's been totally buried under the rug.
But again, this is something that is so important, yet, like you said, buried under the rug. This is something that should be continually discussed. It's not like... How can I put this? The fact is, the presidential campaign continues to go on. Trump literally got killed, continues to campaign. This should be what everyone's talking about. He was almost killed, still campaigns. Okay, that shows the temerity and strength of a character, I think, to be able to continue to do so, even knowing that the fucking Secret Service is trying to fuck him over by diminishing his fucking protection. And we already know this shit.
Right.
And they removed it. They removed Secret Service support for fucking RFK Jr. recently.
Well, you remember 9 months ago or so, they tried to take Trump's Secret Service.
Yeah,
and then
they've diminished
they stuck him with the JV crew.
Yeah, they give him the bad shit. But even JFK Jr., RFK Jr., he doesn't have Secret Service support.
No.
But
And that's-
here's the biggest thing. Here's the biggest thing is that nobody's ever talking about who appointed them in the first place.
Well,
And
like us are, but mainstream
Yeah, yeah.
media certainly not. Let's not bring attention to who put that person to a position of power.
yeah, and they refuse to talk about Biden. They talk about Trump's got a bullseye on Trump's back, and 5 days later, somebody's trying to kill Trump. That's not a coincidence to any. That's just a coincidence to people. I mean,
They just
I
hope
don't
that
know.
people forget. They try to bombard them with a lot of news media, and in a lot of cases, people do forget about that. We've gotten to the point, Bolsey, we've seen this even in the community, is that there's the whole 5-second memory, the memory of a goldfish. And if it happens after those 5 seconds, it's new, and they forget what happened in the past. It's sad, but this is the reality of the situation.
Yeah, but guess what? I usually like to go off of memory retention span. I love remembering these things actually, and I like talking about it. Okay, said this in the Discord before, and Dave, I said like I'm more interested in what led up to the shooting and why it happened. If we go back 8 years ago when Trump first started running for president, you know what they first started trying to say? He's a racist, sexist, bigot. And the first thing they try to do is convict him of a felon, which really is more as a civil case than a criminal. But they actually try to convict him of a felon because he's paid a hooker off to say, "Hey, I didn't sleep with that person." They literally try to commit him. Well, it's a white collar. They try to prosecute him for a white collar crime that wasn't even a white collar crime. But they still are doing that to this day. So that started right there. Then it bled into calling for violence, trying to change the laws. And then the prime example of this was when he asked the Ukrainian president to investigate Hunter Biden. And guess what? They tried to change the laws and try to convict the guy for trying to dig up dirt on Joe Biden, despite the fact Joe Biden literally admitted to getting the prosecutor fired. So that way, anything illegal going on over there that's involved in his son is a safe. The crack sniffers, we'll call them that. And this is even one thing I like talking about. Since there was a BLM riots, the Antifa are going around, the Marxist rioters, guess who were also part of those riots? Some of the Democratic parties. And you know what? They were terrorizing people, telling them, hey, vote left, trying to pressure people, tell them do not vote Republican, vote Democrat. These same people have done these things. Now, knowing all this, knowing that they would call for violence, calling Trump a fascist, lying, stealing, raiding his house, withholding information about the laptop just so they can try to convict Trump, knowing all this, not even the first time they even tried to kill Trump in the first place, what makes you think that the Democratic Party did not attempt to assassinate the guy? Well, think about it. Why would they sweep this under the rug so soon? Why would they stall investigating things that have nothing to do with the shooting? I think, what makes you think it wasn't? What does that tell you?
No,
Thoughts?
I think we're going to be at war before the election. Everything going on in Israel right now, they're going back.
But one more thing I should probably point out is that the assassination happened on the midst of an election. That's the most important thing. On the midst of the election, after the Biden debate, an assassination attempt happens. That's the most important fact about it. I think it's quite clear who tried to assassinate the guy. I mean, it's just the fact that nobody actually did an in-depth look into it. This is somewhat of an in-depth look, but I'm planning to make a premiere on it to give more of an in-depth look because it's going to be a long, long video. I'll say that. And it would take a long time putting it together, putting every information together, some edits here and there. But there's lots of information to suggest it was definitely an inside job. It's not a conspiracy theory, it's a fact. We can see it clear as day. If anything, it's just in front of your face and there's lots to break down. And the sad part is that when you got the media sweeping it under the rug and hoping people forget about it, and it works, it just tells you like, damn, that's how much power the mainstream media has, just to make you forget, just like that.
It's sad that it works so well. That's the thing, is people aren't critical about what they're seeing. So the mainstream media will present a story, and this is the worst part, is that they'll produce an article. The headline will say one thing. You dig in 4 paragraphs in, it disproves entirely what that headline was about. But you got stupid people that will basically read the headline, not even read the article, and just come to assumptions about that. And then you have these fucking outrageous views when they're misplaced because they didn't actually read the article, which was purposely fucking misrepresented to cause that outrage in the first place. Because they admit that, 4 paragraphs in, that the headline's totally wrong, and here's the actual facts, but they're hoping and planning on people to just read the headline and say, I know what the article's about, I know what the details are about, and I'm going to be outraged on something that doesn't actually exist.
Yeah. Yeah, and the worst thing is, and you're gonna love this. Like, this is so funny because CNN, they never go to Trump rallies. They're never there reporting it. They're never there recording it. They're never there screening it. But during the Trump assassination, they were there to capture the bullet with the cameras, like heavily advanced cameras, mind you. They got the bullet flying towards Trump. That killed the firefighter. But then they have the audacity. Just pay attention. They have the audacity, even though they were there to capture the bullet. After the shooting, you know what they say about the shooting? We heard loud sounds. We don't know what they were. Even though they were there, capturing the bullet on cam. Yeah, I mean, they're part of the mainstream media, for one. Who do you think? I don't even need to go in depth with that one. CNN were there when the shooting was about to happen. I think they wanted to capture that on camera.
Yep.
It certainly did, because one of the photographers had a specific setting on their camera that would have allowed for the perfect shot of an assassination, and they were lined up perfectly in front of him when it missed him. And I can't remember if it was 3,000 frames per second, but the bottom line is that they had their cameras set to be able to capture if it was a successful assassination attempt. One of the most striking photos, and that's what they wanted. That's the whole plan. They needed to be able to display to the world Trump's assassination, hurriedly install Kamala Harris, or Kamala Meal is her actual name, and distract from that, but that failed.
Yeah, and they're actually doing so much to paint Kamala as this great person. After 4 years ago, she was shitting on America. Police, defund the police. America's this, America's that. Now all of a sudden she's all loving and all caring. She's fighting for rights, whatever those. It's so vague. I don't know why politicians go, "I will fight for you." What does that mean? What do you mean fight? You're gonna put on boxing gloves and go fight whatever person? Like I don't know, understand it. It's big. But either way, they're actually now like moved from talking about the assassination to trying to paint Kamala as this sharp as a nail. She's great. She's this, that. She's so popular. And then the best thing about it is no one else is talking about it. This is another thing nobody's talking about. Biden just stops existing. He just goes away. Like he's still the president, mind you. And why is this not being talked about? And to me, honestly, I think they don't. I think they're gonna try to avoid the election. Honestly, like they haven't really talked about Joe Biden being president at all, and he's still the president.
Yeah, he's sitting on a beach somewhere.
Yeah, it's like he's doing nothing. Like,
Yeah.
why is
That's
the
all
media
they want
stopping?
him to do.
Like, yeah, probably. But the question should be for everybody is like, why did the media stop talking about Joe Biden after saying he's as sharp as a thumbtack? Where did he go? I thought he was just this popular guy. Now it's Kamala that's so popular. You know how things just change on a dime?
Yeah.
What happened? Like, these are the things that people ought to be talking about, but instead it's just, yeah, Kamala's popular. Let's just say that Kamala or love her. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like talking shit about her. And there's one like instance where before she started making her speech, another woman came on was like, "I'm part of the sandwich committee." Kid you not? One of the politicians came on stage before her speech was like, "I'm part of the sandwich committee."
Oh wow.
I'm not even sure what that fucking is, but she's part of a sandwich committee. And not, yeah, I don't even know why this is being aired on TV, but it was. Yeah, but a lot of these things, one of the things they just forget about that should be important, at least to everybody. Biden just not existing and not doing anything while sitting, whatever.
He's irrelevant now. He's irrelevant.
Yeah. Yeah. So irrelevant
He's not,
because the media.
he won't make it. He won't make any big decisions unless we're calling, going to war or going, getting involved in something.
Yeah. And the worst thing is nobody else is talking about it. Nobody. I have not seen one streamer, not one YouTuber, not even one Rumbler talk about why the assassination just stopped being talked about, why it just swept on the rug. It's the next big thing, the next trend.
Well, the big thing is because it's realistically, there's nothing good for Kamala Harris. She should lose, but I don't think they're going to let her lose. You still there, Dave?
Halsey's gone.
Woolsey's gone.
Halsey fucking left. What a piece of shit. Stream's
Well,
over, boy.
That was a good time. Minnesota, you have a good night.
He fucking probably lost his connection. Hang on.
Oh, good Kyle.
There he is.
Yeah, it does that. So, like, I didn't really get to catch the Larry Shoot Shot stuff, so.
Hamster wheel
Did you
internet.
What's big for Trump right now is the RFK joining him and Tulsi Gabbard. Them two 5-6 years ago were big Democrats, and now they've crossed lines and now are aligning with Trump.
Yeah. And this is another thing I like to talk about because I saw a post on Twitter and some fucking idiot was going like, Tulsi Gabbard never owned Kamala Harris. She never eviscerated her. Yeah, it didn't happen.
Yes,
Kamala went to be more popular. I'm just like, you do realize Tulsi Gabbard became more popular after the Democratic debate in 2020, right? So, and plus there's a clip of her literally eviscerating her for putting weed smokers into prisons. So it's just like, What the fuck are you talking
And
about?
they were using them as for manual labor, free labor.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even know that. Like, that's another interesting information.
Yeah.
She was. The weird thing was, as she was the prosecutor, she was also part of Congress at the same time. She also married her way up in there. She's a, she was a pretty powerful lady, so you can imagine how much influence she had on the courts as she was prosecuting weed
Well,
smokers.
yeah, she got her start from Willie Green, who was a big well-known judge in California.
Yep.
Going
That's
to
another thing. Like,
going to events with him when she knew he was married and that kind of thing.
yeah. And that's the thing I'll give streamers at least is that they're willing to talk about what she's doing, but then it's kind of like, man, it's not gonna matter anyway because like they're still gonna pop her up like the most popular um, option somehow. It's like, dude, who are you trying to fool? Like you're probably just gonna fool the shitheads on the world that dislike Donald Trump because they're only gonna vote for her because they don't like Trump. That's
Right.
really what it's gonna be. Like, it's not the fact that she's actually popular. This was the same thing with Joe Biden. It's not the fact that these two were popular. It's the fact that they don't like Donald Trump, so they're going to vote for him. And that's just my take on what it is. And I believe Biden did gain some sort of popularity, but that's just because he acted like he was gaffing all over the place. And it was funny to see at the time because, like, it was really funny. If you listen to all of it, it's just like, well, it's entertaining. As for Carmella, people just like can't stand her anyway. So it's just like I don't see people actually liking Carmella Harris. They're finding her funny. She's just cringe and annoying to people. So it's like I don't know why they think she'd be a good option.
They when she did that interview, that so-called live interview, which wasn't live, it was a 44-minute interview on transcripts. They only used 17 minutes of it. That's how bad it was.
Oh man, you know what? Like, and this is just a theory. Obama once said that if I were to have a third term, I'd be like an earpiece for a president. And a lot of the same policies Joe Biden had were similar to Obama's, even though Biden was under Obama, but still, I believe Obama would have the same policies. He's part of the deep state himself, part of the Illuminati. And I believe it's the same thing with Carmella because at first he wasn't even on board with Carmella. He was like, hell no. But before her speech, he's like, yeah, I endorse her. So to me, I think he's an earpiece for these people. Because he is the will.
No. He's still in
Yeah.
control somewhat. Him, George Soros, those kind of people are still running the show and calling the shots.
Yeah.
The Democrats. Actually, she was the first prosecutor that he ever donated money to. Was George Soros first prosecutor, U.S. prosecutor he ever donated money to was Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. Yeah. But you know what's actually even more crazy? Find even more crazy is that there's a tweet I saw of Donald Trump's paycheck or donation at least going to Kamala's campaign in 2016, and I was like, oh wow, that's crazy. Holy shit. Even he donated to Kamala at the time, and she was not a big American. She was like, I believe they brought this up earlier in the stream, where she actually was raised in Canada.
Yeah, no, they say she may not be a natural born citizen. Kind of like Obama.
Yeah, I actually believe Obama's a Muslim from around the Arabic area. Like, he's brown like one of those Arabs. He doesn't even look black. Like, I don't know how he was perceived black at all. Like, you look at him, he's just like...
Wasn't his dad from, like, the Sudan or something? The actual... The one they say is really his father is actually from the Sudan.
I don't know. It could be. I'm going to have to look into that.
There are some
Yeah, but there's like,
There's some Marxists out there that they say was his real father, but he looks
I'm gonna have
just
to
like.
do some. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that one. Yeah, but either way, I think Trump like literally exposed this on one of his videos he did, saying
Yeah,
like, yeah, like Obama isn't actually a real American. So it's just like, wow. Then you realize like how much they do this. Yeah, I already pointed this out. It's like it's just not talked about or pointed out. And a lot of these things get swept under the rug, and it's just
right.
like, yeah. And it makes me scratch my head. Is like, I mean, I know it's media, and the main point of media is to influence opinions. But it amazes me that people still haven't figured it out at this point because, like, you look at everything and you notice these things, and eventually the truth comes out, right? Like, one thing's for certainty. I thought you would think something like FBI finding out, yeah, confirming, like, yes, it was a bullet that came from a gun. It's just like you think they're actually stalling for just to get to another story as soon as possible, right? But it's just like you think. I'm just saying, you think people would come to the conclusion like, oh yeah, they're just trying to make us forget at this point. Like
Right.
all the times, of, like creating stories out of thin air, or just like, oh look at this instead, distractions and shit. Like then COVID hits and shit. It's just like you'd think some people would be like, okay, okay. Can we talk about this instead? But it's not that.
Right. All right, I gotta get out of here. You guys have a good night.
Hey, thanks for calling in, Shaft. It was nice having you.
All right, Shaft. See ya.
That was just Vikings and Ballsy. I had a fun time, but I'm sure you would like to talk about more.
I'm probably gonna get out of here, man.
Oh, well, you guys helped me go and keep me alive for 5 hours, I guess. So,
That's
I
pretty
think,
good.
yeah. Hey, man, I at least was able to stream. I'll say that.
Yeah. All right, man. I'm gonna get out of here.
Thanks
All
for
right.
calling in, Vikings.
Yeah. Thanks,
And
buddy.
now, yeah, thanks. Thanks for being on.
No problem. All right, later.
Later. Now it's just Bullsy. Bullsy and his lonesome. Okay. I think I can go a bit longer, so I'm going to talk about a few things with myself, and just to go off of like what I was saying about the media sweeping the Trump session under the rug. Like I said before, and I'm just going to make this point, is that honestly, like you got to do your own research at this point, because the media is going to give you basic information, but they're not. They're just going to move because the world is filled with TikTok brains at this point. People have TikTok brains, slow attention spans. You can easily get people to talk about something else instantly and forget about another story. That's how it is. And I already broke down what led up to the assassination, but that's as far as I would go in depth. To really, really go in depth, I'm gonna have to put every single thing together. Like it starts with the weapon that was used, the people that were there or that attempt to kill Donald Trump, the people that were involved, like SWAT, FBI, Secret Service, the statements that were made before the shooting, and statements that were made prior, the things that the FBI were investigating, such as SWAT and Secret Service, right? It will take a heavy breakdown, and honestly, it's not going to really matter, but at the same time, it's something I would like to do because there's a lot of things that don't get pointed out. Yeah, and that's the thing that still needs a further breakdown because, like, an investigation hasn't even been concluded yet. They haven't even come to terms with it. And, and people are still being questioned about it to this day, yet, the media wants to talk about Kamala Harris. And another thing is that they're sweeping under the rug, I pointed this out, is Joe Biden. Like, he's still president. It just stops existing. This is like it was from sharp as a thumbtack or something, and now he's just falling off the radar. He's still the president. It's crazy, isn't it? It's just like, and that's why I say I find it. You think people would come to the conclusion that they just switched it, but instead it's just like people are, ah boy, get people to talk about something and get angry about it for a few days and switch it up. And that's what I see. All right. Now, as far as Wire goes, I've talked about him, but to give some thoughts about it, actual thoughts. Um, okay, so one is that Dave and I already talked about this. Vikings talked about this. This too is that why I think Wire does it. Wire does this flippy floppy thing where he acts like your friend and uh, and then doesn't. He stabs you in the back and like, oh no, we're not friends. And it kind of varies because it's like you think he's actually trying to be your friend, then it's just like, oh, wait, why are you pulling this? And you don't know why. And it's weird because like is that what you do? Is that what you want to do? Like, would you rather have keep friends than stab in the back and try to befriend them again? It's like, why would you want to do that? It just seems like a waste of time. Yeah, but I'll talk about the experience I had. It's one thing like once he'll be like when I pop up in the chat, right? I pop up in the chat like, hey, and he goes, "Oh, you dinky, you dinky, you know what I'm saying? You're dinky," and just have a shit fest on me. But then the next day, if I show up in his chat, it's like, "Hey, Ballsy, what's up? You want to call in? You want to call in?" This is like, what is with this? What's with this? Like, does he hate me or does he love me? I don't get it. That's that's a YR. Like he'll dislike you one day, then like you another. And I guess it just depends who he's associating with. And if sometimes it's Scott, he hates everybody. If it's not Scott, he loves everybody. If I hates him, it's a weird little Scott. It's just YR. You can't really put a real statement on him outside of the fact that he's just a flip flopping guy who can't really make up his mind at times about people. Not to mention a fake gay, or rather, a fake Christian. I mean, fake Christian. I think we had good hours, good stream, epic replay value. One of the best streams you'll ever listen to because it's Ballsy stream. Okay, of course it's Ballsy stream, and I think I could go a bit more if I wanted to. But at the same time, I'm sure all of you want to sleep, right? Well, allow me to tell you no stories because, like, I actually was about to, like, pull up a watermelon versus potato story, but I don't have it. Yeah, is that. But outside of that, these are more things that I'll bring up is I've been making some songs you'll find on my channel that'll be great. I would suggest listening to JD as a sad boy. One of the right hits. Oh no, Tony. Fuck the Levesque era. Some classics that are underrated. Take a listen and you'll love it. Also, fuck the AWC. You'll love them. Please give them a listen. You'll like it. Yeah, I got plenty more to go, but looking like looks like everybody is kind of down and out. I think I can end it here on a good note, right? Thanks for watching, everybody. It is time to end it. Nice day. It's time to end it. and bye.